That's how the video starts if the recorded one gets corrupted, by the way. Starts with Shindig.
Shindig.
Shindig. I reversed my camera so then when I'm looking at you guys, it looks like I'm looking towards the roles in the chat because that's where I look to see. So
Nice. I like it.
Yeah. I should put it down here so that it looks like I'm looking down at you guys.
Like you're up on a dais or a judge's desk.
Yeah. Yeah. That way I have that inflated sense of superiority.
I mean, that's why you DM, right?
I mean, basically, yeah. Sense of control. My narcissistic.
As long as we do what we need to.
I hope I'm not a narcissist, but I'm probably not. I mean, why would that be a flaw, right? And I don't have those.
Yeah.
I control freak.
Okay. You guys want to play?
Play what?
Can we just?
Can we just not? Oh.
No.
Talk about cooking.
Talk about cooking. More TV shows. No. I'm stuck in a puzzle I don't understand.
We're gonna play D&D. Our characters are actually running us.
But I want to hear what you say.
I want to play a game of D&D in D&D and have your characters role play as other characters in a board game within the board game.
Critical Role did that.
Of course they did. Fuck, can't have any original ideas. God damn you, Matt Mercer. I'm just kidding.
Basically, Grog DM'd with the other guys playing, being their characters. So it's like the Vox Machina people. Oh. Their characters playing in it.
Oh.
Apparently, it's quite good. It's called Grog's One Shot.
Probably better than anything I could do.
No, and Matt wasn't.
No, probably
Matt
is.
Maybe. It was Travis. It was Travis running it as Grog.
Oh. Cool.
Yeah.
Good session, guys.
Yep.
Roses and Thorns was a little short.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
Rose, nobody died.
Yeah.
We still don't know what's going on with Zendala and Artus. Figured we would have figured that out this session, but we'll get there.
We'll get there. Strangely ending on the same cliffhanger as last session.
It's just efficient.
Just couldn't get to that one room.
Game over.
All right. Okay, here we go. Hello and welcome to Magic Mythal Tomb of Annihilation, our 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons campaign, episode number 34. We live stream our games every Sunday night starting 4 p.m. Pacific time here on Twitch, and you can catch up on weekly sessions as well on YouTube, link below. My name is Corey, or Pinwarp2. I will be running the game as DM, and I am joined by my players. Andre playing Aelin the ASMR Monk, Liz playing Archie, ASMR Wizard, Brad playing Baz, Loxodon Fighter, Ryan playing Blackwind, Half-Orc Ranger, John playing Jonah, Gnome Artificer, and Sean playing Donaquin, Turtle Druid. And with that out of the way, we will go into our recap. If I can find it. Last time on Magic Mythal, having arrived at Mesro, the holy city of Ubtao, our hero's first order of business was saving a turtle who was imprisoned in a cage suspended from an obelisk over a zombie horde. The party made their way across the water and onto the crumbling wall, where they concocted a plan to distract the zombie horde and release the turtle. Upon succeeding, the turtle introduced himself as Donaquin, a druid from an island to the south of Chult known as the Snout of Umgar. Donaquin explained, as the party rested in an abandoned guard tower, that he was sent along with his brother on a pilgrimage to Mesro, there to try and find answers to the corruption and death curse that was spreading through the land. Somebody's echoing back through my mic. Who is that? I think it's Liz.
Oh, that's me. Sure is.
Where was I? Yeah, he was reluctant to leave as his other brothers and people were embroiled in a war against the Jaws of Sekala, a bloodthirsty cult that had taken over a sacred temple to Umberlee known as Dangwaru, or the Typhoon Palace. Upon coming to the city, Donaquin was to seek out a giant talking crocodile and hopefully find answers, but was set upon by a squad of Flaming Fist troops and subsequently beaten and put in a cage. The party rested the night, and during the night, Aelin saw a strange armored figure in the residential quadrant of rooftops with a flaming sword and a jaguar mask. Not wanting to risk a confrontation, Aelin stayed quiet until the figure disappeared once more into the sprawling streets. Masika said the description matched that of Ras Tefima, one of the 7 beret champions of Ubtao, blessed with the power over fire. The party in the morning did not waste any time and traveled north to the center of the city, and there beheld the wondrous crystal and gold Temple of Ubtao. The tower seemed to be enchanted, and upon entering the tower they discovered the Hall of Champions, where statues of the beret stood. There they confirmed that the 7 beret, Osa, Mainu, Oshano, Varani, Tefima, Nasi, and Alessandra. The statue of Alessandra matched the image of the woman left in the message at Port Castigliar. The party then attempted to navigate through the temple. However, the enchantments of the sanctuary split the party up, and they found themselves in a strange labyrinth of various rooms and corridors. They each had strange encounters. However, Blackwind made his way to the audience chamber and came across Zendala, standing on marble steps leading up to a massive platinum throne. Energy streaming from her hand into the temples of a handsome adventurer, Artus Cimbar himself. When we left off, Zendala was just heard saying, "Finally, now give me the ring." And that is where we'll end our begin our session.
Meant she wanted him to call her. Hey, give me a ring. Maybe that's what.
Totally.
That makes sense.
I think that does make.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mystery solved. Good session, guys.
All right. Rose thorns.
So I just
Inspiration
got
to
there.
Brad for figuring it out so quickly.
So I think you were gonna go with the other characters' turns until I just got there, basically. Or is it still my turn?
Hold
All
the
right.
phone. I played the wrong track.
I mean, it seemed pretty intense.
Boom, boom.
I meant to. Yeah. Anyways, it's all good. Not nearly as high stakes as it seems. Yeah. Let's go back to the other characters. Having Blackwind just arrived in there, we'll come back to that in a moment. Oh, I have a note that I made last session. You guys helped me with, so I could remember who was where, and then now where did I put
Blackwind, Duncan, Archie.
And the order.
where did I put that?
I can
The
tell you.
Temple of Ubtao. Nope, that's not it.
Oh yeah, it was a secret one that we couldn't see.
Oh, it's
I
in
can-
notes. No,
Yeah.
no, don't worry, Liz. I've got it somewhere in my list.
Why do you doubt Corey, Liz?
I have everything under control. Blackwind Audience Chamber, Donnaquin Starburst Balconies, Archie Hall of Champions, Baz is in the library, Jonah's with the Fire Pillar, Aelin's in the library, Zendala's in the audience room, and various others are in various rooms.
Yes, but that's not the right order.
What do you mean?
Aelin comes after Archie.
Well, you went twice.
Right, that's what I mean. You should go after. Should.
Well,
Because I walked through and then you walked
Well, if we ended on Blackwind, who's next?
through.
I think it's
Yeah.
me, isn't it?
So doesn't it go
Yep.
Blackwind, Donnaquin, and then what?
Blackwind, Donnaquin, Archie, Aelin, Baz.
Archie.
It's fine. It doesn't matter. It's fine.
Well, now you've messed it up, Liz. I'm just kidding. But Donnaquin, you are in the cylindrical chamber with the multiple balconies and the spinning wind. You've just arrived here. There is no portals on the bottom level. And you can't see what's on the other balconies from down at the bottom. There's a big golden starburst in the center of the circle with obvious wind kind of spinning around with some leaves blowing in it.
There are no staircases up at all?
There are not.
Okay, I will make my way towards the spinning lead.
Well, as you approach, the leaves spin faster, and as you get within a few feet of it, you can feel the wind kind of like spinning in that center there. There seems to be a powerful force creating wind here.
I will continue forward, slowly.
You find yourself, after what seems like an eternity in your slow turtle steps, stepping into the... I'm just kidding. You're not that slow. Stepping into...
They're fast swimmers, though.
You step into the wind. Unfortunately, you are far too heavy for it to lift. You are trapped here forever. Roll a new character. Goodbye. No, you have... You find yourself being lifted by supernaturally powerful wind and slowly floating upwards. You stop at the first balcony, which seems to be empty as far as you can tell.
There's nothing else on the balcony, like, at all? There's just
it's a circular balcony of smooth stone and marble with crystalline walls, but there's no markings or furniture or anything that you can see.
Okay, I'll just stay. Keep going.
Okay. You reach a second balcony, and this one, it looks the same as the one below you, except this one has a few stone benches around the walls, one of which, seated upon, there is a strange bird-like lizard man. He's wearing armor, has a gleaming white sword with a pure white blade. He looks at you quizzically, and you get a smell that smells suddenly of baking bread.
Is there still more to go up as well, or?
Yeah, there's one more balcony above you.
Just another one else up. I will continue upwards.
Quinn says, "That's weird. See ya."
Apparently, so did Jonah. This guy must be real confused.
As you float upwards, you get a scent that smells faintly of lemons. And you reach the top, and here you see a final balcony. This one, however, contains a swirling black portal.
Oh, like the ones I was up from before, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. That's it? Just the black portal at the top, eh?
Yep.
Okay, I will try and maneuver myself off out of the wind.
Okay. Just the mere act of trying, the wind deposits you gently on the platform.
Was there anything else up at all?
Just the ceiling.
Oh, just this one. Okay. Okay, I will stand up and I will head to the black portal.
Okay. Are you thinking about anything as you enter the black portal?
What was I thinking of before? I was going to think of the library. I'll think of the library, because I remember I wanted to go to the prayer room and then the library. So I'll think of the library also this time.
All right. Give me a D12, please.
I have to actually roll it. That would help.
All right. You find yourself stepping into a large room, several benches and cupboards, and small kind of alcoves off this room. Room's probably like 100 square feet or so. Pretty large. There are large kind of clay, what looks like furnaces or ovens along the one wall, and various crates and barrels stacked up along another. It doesn't look like anything's like the ovens are out. It's cool in this room, and there doesn't seem to be anybody else around. But there are stacks of kind of clean dishes, tools, and utensils here and there. There is across from you. Actually, no, sorry, behind you, the same way you entered, there is a black portal. You don't see any other exits to this room.
Okay.
We'll come back to this. Who's next?
Me.
Archie. You
Archie.
are in the Hall of Champions once again.
Sure am.
Alone this time. The 7 alcoves laid out before you and a black portal at the end. Behind you is a white portal.
Yep. Alright, we're gonna go to the black portal. Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna play, see where I go.
Okay. Think just random, or are you thinking of something specific?
I'm going to think of my mother again.
Okay. Make a d12 roll for me. Liz, Archie finds herself stepping into a large open hall. It's probably about 200 feet long and maybe like 60 feet wide. Big, long, rectangular room. Large, kind of intricately carved pillars along both sides of the walls. And it kind of has kind of a glass roof through which you can't see anything through it because it's got like it's like stained glass, but natural light, and you can see raindrops like hitting it. But it's probably a good like 80 feet up. Big cavernous hall. There are probably 4 long wooden tables. It looks like some sort of like meeting hall or maybe like a mess hall or something. Plenty of space for probably a good 2 or 3 dozen people to sit and like eat a meal or what have you on these various tables. There is one portal behind you which is black, seemingly is where you stepped in. And you can also see along the left-hand wall there are two large murals in between the pillars, as well on the right. The 2 on the left, one of them depicts a large kind of crystalline bay with a sandy kind of like white sand beach, upon which there is a multitude of very large turtles with beak-like mandibles, like snapping turtles. And the one beside that on the left wall shows 3 large volcanoes, one of which is spewing fire into the sky. On the right, there is a massive cliff that seems to have the ocean crashing into it on the right, and various flocks of birds and dinosaurs kind of circling in the air. It seems to be a very, very large cliff based on the scale. And finally, what looks to be a wide kind of valley, which you actually kind of recognize. Kind of this wide, kind of like swampy valley with rivers and lakes in it, and a floating heart-like island in the sky. There is a man in this room. He is wearing what looks to be a suit of chainmail. He has a tabard. He's got a shield, which is currently on his back, and a what looks to be a longsword and a scabbard at his waist. Middle-aged human. He's got kind of a bit of stubble starting, and kind of like black, almost kind of greasy looking hair, like it hasn't been washed for a while. Kind of slicked back a little bit longer, a little bit unkept, kind of slicked back off of his face. He's kind of like, he looks like he's a little sweaty, a few tears in the tabard, and he's wearing a set of like kind of heavy leather boots that are caked with mud. And he hasn't noticed you because he's currently staring at the mural that has the volcano on it. So he's probably a good like 130 feet or so away from you, from where you come in. So you've just arrived. You see this man You do see, however, because his back is kind of slightly turned towards you, and you can see his shield. There is a symbol on his shield of a gauntleted hand wreathed in flame.
Oh.
The original.
Change that question mark to an exclamation point.
We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Who's next?
I think it's me.
Yep.
Aelin, you are in the library with Baz.
Yeah.
Baz has just crumbled and destroyed a book.
Yeah. Yeah, that was wild. I'm gonna start looking at the bookshelves and see if I can recognize, like, if I can read the spines on any of them, if it's in Chilton, if basically there's anything I can actually do in here, or if it's all complete gibberish.
Sure. You don't well, actually, what languages do you speak? Or you're literate in?
Giant, Common, and Celestial.
Okay, yeah. You can't read
Yeah.
anything that's on any of these spines. Most of them don't have markings, but the ones that do are in a language you do not speak.
Great. I'm gonna think really hard about making a book glow like Baz's did.
Okay.
A book about the beret.
Sure. Give me a wisdom check.
Sure.
Just a straight up
I
ability
thought-
check.
I didn't think you were gonna specify a topic and just be like, I'm thinking really hard about a book glowing.
And they all glow.
Yeah, you concentrate, kind of squint your eyes, you stare at the books,
They all burst
trying to
into flames.
sense the glow. Different angles. Nah, nothing. Nothing's glowing.
Baz, how did you make your book glow?
I just walked in. Oh,
Oh. Well, I guess we'll wait till Aracelis gets here and
I
can read some of these, maybe.
I think that it had to do with me talking to somebody outside, that kind of pointed me in the direction.
So, Brad, your audio's cutting out a lot. I don't know if Liz's mic's not picking you up, or...
Okay, try talking now.
Hello. This is me talking normally.
Much better. Much better.
Okay. Yeah, I came in from being outside, and there was a guy there, and he kind of showed me the path I'm supposed to take, and it had to do with this. I point to the frost rune on my trunk, and
Wait, you don't have frost rune on your trunk.
I thought I have the.
You have stone and fire. It's all the black one's done so far.
Oh, I thought he had gotten like the initial bed
Outline?
of all of them. But okay,
Don't
well,
remember.
then never mind.
You could still.
Yeah, the runes. Yeah.
The runes, yeah, but specifically one to do with frost, and I had that in my head, walked through the portal, and then it just brought me here, and the book was growing.
And then disintegrated.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm gonna wait. I'll hold down the fort, and yeah, I guess unless like an extended period of time goes by, I'm just going to sit down and just kind of relax and maybe flip through a book and just spend time.
Pretend like you know what you're
Sure.
looking at.
I mean, not even that. Just finding something to do.
Yeah. Who's after Aelin?
Baz!
Is Baz? Okay, so
It's me.
is there anything else? I mean, you're in the same room as Aelin, so...
Well, so I had said at the end of last session that I am going to be looking for ancient Mesroan, Omuan, what have you, cookbook, recipe. But I imagine that I would probably find the same sort of thing that Aelin found. He was a bunch of gibberish, means nothing to me.
Effectively, yes. Nothing that you can make heads or tails of in the languages you speak. Doesn't seem to be anything in Loxodon here.
You know, I think maybe I should probably continue sort of my, like, the book showed me. Can you run down specifically what I saw? I know I saw Auril, and I saw
A big book.
that ring.
Black spiderweb lines were curling in. There was a depiction of a large woman with an owl face, or real. There was a pedestal with the ice rune, and a ring. I have the book. My next thing is the book turns to ash, so I don't know if I missed something.
That sounds
hits all the points. Yeah.
I'm actually going to, after realizing the same thing that Aelin did, that without Archie or someone else here, this is going to be a little bit useless. But you know what? I think I might see where the rest of this path takes me, and I'm going to go through the portal thinking about that vision.
Okay. Does Aelin respond before he walks through?
Yeah. If you run into anybody else, just let them know I'm here. And if you see Archie, I'm here.
So, yeah, definitely. For sure.
And Baz steps through then? And sorry, you're thinking about what again?
I'm thinking about the vision of Auril and the ring and everything.
Okay.
What you just saw in the book.
Yeah.
Roll me a excuse me. Roll me a d12.
1.
Nice.
Ooh. Time to test the theory.
Baz, you step through the portal. You find yourself out on the steps of the temple. Looking behind you, there is a black portal.
Yeah.
And in front of you, there is the steps leading down into the water. On the steps, there is a man standing, the same man you interacted with before, holding the book. He kind of turns and looks at you expectantly, and he kind of, you hear a voice in Loxodon in your head, and it says, "Ah, back so soon. Did you find what you were looking for then?"
Oh, I think maybe. I was thinking about the eyes rune that you showed me, and then I went through the portal, went to the library, and there was a book. Inside the book, there was this. I had this vision or an image of this large. Did we determine that Baz knew who Auril was?
I did.
Yeah.
Aelin.
Yeah.
Right.
But he told you.
I gave you all the information. Yeah.
There's a vision of some like frost goddess named Auril, and this ring that in front of her. I suppose I'm supposed to find the ring. I'm not totally 100% sure, but I was thinking about that the last time I went through the portal and brought me back to you. So
He just kind of nods.
So that's where I'm at.
Oh, that's kind of where I'm at. How are you doing?
He's just kind of like he's got like his eyes are a bit vacant. He just kind of like stares at you, kind of expectantly. Doesn't really answer.
Okay. Maybe yeah. I've got to leave you after I figure out what I'm supposed to think about. That takes me where I'm supposed to go. Is that how it works?
He's like, you wish guidance to navigate the temple then?
Thank you.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yes, that would be great.
He nods and he kind of like extends a hand and just kind of like swirls with energy, which kind of just slowly floats over to you and sinks into you. and it says, "This will provide assistance."
Oh, great. Thank you.
He's like, "Focus on where you'd like to go. And your path will be laid out before you."
Excellent. So, thank you very much. In that case, I'm going to go back through and I'm going to think about Archie.
Okay. We'll find out what happens.
Okay.
Who's after Baz?
Jonah!
Jonah, you're in this room, cylindrical kind of half sphere dome-like room, big pillar of real fire, not carved fire, big pillar of real fire in the center. The room is hot, as you would expect with a giant pillar of fire, and there's a circle of velvet cushions and depictions of fire and volcanoes and things all around, carvings all along the outside. There's a jaguar head kind of carved into the center of the dome at the top. And there is a dead body charred on one side wearing a white dress on the other, kind of face down over on the side of the room.
I will run over to the body.
She's quite dead and burned to a crisp in horrible wounds. You can't imagine anyone would survive wounds that bad on the entire right-hand side of her body. She is, as far as you can tell, she is a human Chalton woman. Age you'd put probably in maybe her like 30s. Yeah, and kind of this kind of plain white, almost like toga-like dress.
Okay. And the dress isn't burnt, but she is?
On the one side, the dress is like charred to ash. The other side seems untouched.
Is there any way I can tell how long she has been deceased?
You could attempt a medicine check if you like. Nice. Thought it was a 2, but it's an 18.
Yeah, it really wanted that 2 for a while.
Yeah, looking her over, I mean, she's definitely, like, rigor mortis has set in, for sure. And she's not, like, warm. I mean, she's slightly warm to the touch, but everything in here, you imagine, probably is. But she's not, like, rotting or anything. Then again, you're not certain if there is any, like, bugs or anything, or that would, you know, be able to, like, start, like, you know, decomposing her. But, as best you can figure, she's probably been dead maybe a day or so. And definitely cause of death was her half body being burned.
I will then. I will look around the area, around her body, see if there's anything besides just her in the dress.
Sure. Give me an investigation check. Okay. You're looking around. There is a few scuff marks and like ash closer to the pillar, near where you like on the same side as her. But other than that, you can't really discern anything else.
Okay. The fire pillar, I assume.
The fire pillar, yeah.
Can I then investigate the rest of the room? Is there anything else out of the ordinary, or you haven't described the portal, right? I didn't miss that.
Have I not? Sorry. Yes.
Or maybe you did and I just missed it.
I might have, but the portal. There is the portal you came in from. There is a white portal now, and there's another portal directly opposite of that. That's a black portal. This body's kind of just off on like the left-hand side, kind of in between the two. There's no other portals in this room.
Okay. So there's a way out. And does the fire pillar like intersect the jaguar head, or is there just in the same vicinity?
It basically goes from like this ring of maybe it's like brass or gold at the base in a circle. It's probably like 5 feet wide in the center, and it goes from the floor all the way up to the center. And then the jaguar head is like right above it, so it doesn't quite touch the jaguar head. You're not sure where it's emanating from. Maybe it's coming out of the floor, or it's just supernaturally there. You're not really sure. It's obviously not natural. Definitely magical in nature.
Interesting. I will approach the fire pillar.
Okay. You get probably within about 5 feet of it, and it is like swelteringly hot at that close. Like any closer, and the air might actually start burning you. So it seems like it's not like a supernaturally cool flame or anything.
Gotcha. I will get 1 step closer.
Okay.
Even
it's becoming painfully uncomfortable, but you're not burning yet.
All right, I'll get 1 step closer.
Okay. You take a point of fire damage as and a couple blisters as your skin gets reddish and
All right,
starts
I'll
cooking.
take a step back, and then I'll take a moment to listen. See, is anything different about the room, or is it just a roar of this? Does fire make any noise?
It does, yeah. It crackles and there's a steady kind of like fiery crackling roar, but otherwise the room is silent, except for your own footsteps.
Okay. I'll go towards the other portal, and about halfway there, I'll turn around and I'll shoot a firebolt at the jaguar face.
Okay.
Jaguar. Anything happen?
The firebolt streaks upwards, smacking into the face. Make an attack roll. I just want to see how accurate you are. It's fairly large. AC's pretty low. Yeah, you hit it square on. Does nothing.
Okay. I'll just leave then, or I will jump in the portal.
Okay. The black portal, I assume?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And are you thinking about anything in particular?
Yeah, that poor lady. What happened to her?
Okay. Roll a d12.
I wonder what her name was.
Okay. You step out into a long hallway. There are 6 doors on each side. The hallway is probably about 100 feet or so long. Doors every few feet, or every 10 feet or 20 feet or whatever equals 100. 6 on each side, be evenly spaced across from each other. So 12 doors in total. And there is 2 portals at either end of the hall. Both are black. The one behind you, as well as the one across from you at the far end. Then, yeah, there's all these doors in between. The doors, all of the doors are currently slightly ajar, like halfway open. We'll find out what's potentially here. Actually, give me a perception check.
All right.
So many rooms.
I know.
Okay, you can hear soft snoring coming from the 3rd floor down on the right.
Okay.
But we'll find out what happens after. Who's next? Are we at Blackwind?
Blackwind? Yeah.
Well, eagerly awaiting this to come up, hoping beyond hope that perhaps somebody else would have somehow made it to you to help you if you need help. You're not sure what's going on, but it seems rather tense.
He seems in pain, right? Like she's magically assaulting him?
So, yeah, so she is...
Not that I know what the magic spell is, but I don't have the training for that.
Let me show you the room.
Show me the way.
He just wants to show off a cool map. It doesn't mean there's going to be a fight.
Well, you know, I told him last week that I'm bad at the theater of the mind, so he's going to cater to my every lack of mind.
This is exactly why I pulled up this map. So there's no ambiguity as to where things are.
My lack of imagination.
I'm glad we're all on the same page.
Entirely what it is.
So there's the man on the steps.
I haven't got the map yet.
Oh, I haven't shared it yet.
That's
There you
pretty.
Oh, God.
It's huge!
Uh-oh.
I know, everybody says that every time I share an image. It's huge! Zoom out,
This
it's
was
fine.
mine.
How can we be sure that's artist? Oh,
To be fair, in the recap, Corey specified it was Artus. It's like, oh, no.
Oh no.
I've seen him before too in the image.
Yeah, you saw him in the other image. That's what he looks like.
You saw the other video.
Oh,
Man,
God.
he looks really young for his age.
He's
Yeah.
so handsome. Don't die,
He's
Artus.
so blue.
Kind of looks like Nick Cage.
He does look
Yeah,
like Nick
you got
Cage.
a
That
bit
was,
of it, yeah.
I thought that too when I saw him. I'm like, Nick Cage would play him in a movie, for sure. Like a younger Nick Cage.
A young Nick Cage.
Yeah.
Well, I can't unsee it now.
I know.
So now he's played by Nick
There's
Cage.
also Zendala, who is standing there as well. So he is kind of a step below her. She's on the top step. By the way, I know the image shows a chair like this. That's just for reference. The chair itself is, that it's like back here and like huge.
the entire size of that space. Yeah.
This is the best throne room I could find that was the right length for an image. I was too lazy to build it. But there are pillars along the way, and flaming, like looks like magical flames. They're not giving off any heat, and they're not flickering. They're just kind of like glowing. They look like flame though, but they're not actually flickering. Just like a dull kind of like warm yellow light. There are plants in like along like what do you call them? Like planters, I guess, along the left and right hand walls, and then these large steps leading up. Behind her, right here, is that gigantic, like circular gold symbol of Ubtao. That's kind of like the maze symbol on it. It's kind of shifting constantly. And yeah, so she's standing there. She has her hand kind of just out in front of her. Kind of like a yellowish light surrounding it, and like tendrils of energy coming out of her hand and hitting the two sides of Artus's head. Artus is kind of like on his knees, or kind of like crouched down on the stairs below her. When you hear her kind of distinctly say, although you're ways away, there's no other sound in here, so it's pretty cavernous and echoes a bit. And you hear her say, finally, now give me the ring. So, Artus, who you assume is Artus, because again, Blackwind knows you saw the image before and you determined that was Artus, and it's the same guy, so you can put two and two together. Even from this distance, it's obviously the same man. He kind of like is crouched down, and he kind of like reaches towards his hand, and kind of like shakily, like he's like fighting his own body, and he starts pulling off his leather glove. Do you do or say anything? They haven't seemed to have noticed you come through the portal yet.
Yeah, I know that Artus is important to more than one just aspect, so I'm a little concerned that he may be being harmed. So yeah, I just I shout out an alarm. And Aruga! Sorry. Yeah, just like, what are you doing? What is this?
What's going on?
What treachery is this?
Are you moving at all, or just staying?
Yeah, I'm actually going to, although because it is a spell, and it's I was going to cast Zephyr Strike to get the extra movement as well, and.
Okay. Roll initiative, Blackman.
Yeah, that's what I figured. It's the only way I could try to.
Sure.
So. Not bad.
Not bad. This is torture.
Okay, Blackwind, you do go first. So you're gonna cast Zephyr Strike and then move as you shout. So
Yeah.
you shout out like, well, sorry, what exactly did you shout out?
I just say, yeah, just like, what are you doing? What's
What's happening?
yeah,
What treachery is this?
yeah, what
What the fuck?
like. So I don't know if there's much time for her to react.
I just imagine Blackwind just be like, please explain the situation. He wouldn't know.
Please do not force me to do violence. I will not enjoy doing the violence on you because violence is in my nature. I like to do it. I will kill you. What?
Real Blackwood player?
Alright, so action cast Zephyr Strike. Do you move?
Yeah. Basically, I more or less I wanted her if it distracted her or whatever with my voice, anyways. But so I'll drop my. Well, I guess I can only move 25 because I got my backpack. So 25. I'm a long ways away. I'm gonna use a bola and try to wrap her up.
Ooh.
I know it's a long shot, but I have Zephyr Strike.
What's the range on Bola?
2060.
You're too far.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
I can double
she
move.
is 75 feet from you currently.
Okay. Well, I will use the other bit. Basically, I have to use it, the extra movement they say.
Also, you use your
advantage.
Oh no, Zephyr Strike's a bonus action. Isn't it?
Bonus action. Yep.
So bonus action
use-
Zephyr Strike action to dash for a double move, right?
Well, the spell itself gives the regular movement an extra 30 feet or whatever, or 25 feet because of my movement. It gives you extra movement on the one cast, and then when you do that, you get an advantage and the force damage. And then I still have my action.
Okay, so once before the spell end, you can give yourself advantage. So you have to expend the spell then to gain the extra speed.
Yeah, that's why I was like, can I move and then throw it, or I could do the long bomb and get. I don't know if that's.
So let me just read this. Once before the spell ends, you can give yourself advantage on a weapon attack roll on your hit. The attack deals an extra 1d8 force damage on a hit, whether you hit or miss. Yeah, so you have to attack first before you can gain the extra movement.
So that's what I'll do. I'll do the long range. I know it's probably going to be. Well, it's at disadvantage, but I also have it.
You can't reach her with the bola.
Oh, okay.
It goes 20, 60. Anything about between 20 and 60 is long range disadvantage. Beyond 60, you just can't reach. Period. It's an upper limit to the. All the weapons have two scores. One that denotes its normal range, and then the maximum range is the second one. So you wouldn't be able to attack her first and then get your bonus movement.
Not unless
well, I won't be able to use. I can use the javelin then. Javelins, I think, go farther.
if you have something that
Yeah,
goes
if you've got something that goes further, javelins have a range of
They go
30, 120. So yeah, for that one you could make a throw with disadvantage because she's beyond 30.
120, 30, 120.
Yeah, so you'd have disadvantage on the throw if you.
Wouldn't he get the advantage
the
from
advantage.
the strike?
I can use my
strike
Oh, from the Zephyr Strike is advantage too?
Right. Yeah.
for that one
Oh,
attack.
jeez, yeah.
for that one attack.
So
Yeah.
it would be a strike.
Yeah, so if you run up 25 feet, throw
Yeah.
with advantage, then you would get the bonus movement after the throw and negate the long distance. Yeah, you can do that.
Normally, it's not this complicated for Zephyr Strike because I'm not usually using a.
You're not also
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to I wanted to wrap her up with a bola if I could, but unfortunately, I'm a mile away, so glaive attack, so just regular.
Blackwind says all this while he's doing it.
Yeah. I'm
I
not
wanted to just
enjoying.
wrap you up,
He
but
was walking forward.
Oh, sorry, I
throw this
grabbed the wrong.
javelin at you.
I grabbed the wrong one. Whoops, I should have left it on advantage.
Whoa!
I critted her.
You
Yep.
mean business.
I am so sorry.
Remember, you do get the extra damage on this hit. I don't know if the
It should
Oh, it does.
will.
It doubles it. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, this will be interesting. I'm
Real
sorry.
quick solution to this problem.
really hope that is.
I'll just kill her before she gets a chance to explain herself.
Oh, I didn't add the 2d8.
Okay, just roll it manually then.
Yeah. 2d8. I'll just roll it like that. Whoops, I missed the box apparently. Or did I? Yep.
You missed the box.
There we go.
I'm not gonna one-shot her.
I don't think I'll one-shot her, but this is gonna hurt.
I
She's
hope
a spellcaster. We don't know how strong she is.
Yeah.
She
Well,
could be like
I
Mythal.
mean,
higher level spellcaster than me. By at least,
I'm sorry.
she's at least level 7.
I'm doing this with love.
So add.
And then I will also use my extra movement to continue up.
She's gotta, I would guess, have at least 35 health.
I meant to wing you.
Okay, so you rush forward, throw this javelin with like the force of a friggin' tornado, because that's what Zephyr Strike does. It just rockets towards her and just like slams into her shoulder. You see the energy waver but not break. She maintains concentration, and then she kind of turns. It's her turn now. She kind of turns and she's like. She with a look of like utter shock on her face, looking at you, and she's just like, "What the fuck are you doing, Blackwind? Help me!"
Well, you're attacking him. We need him.
And she, how close are you?
I'm probably in range of most spells now.
50 feet. She will turn and unleash a ray of frost at you.
Frosty. I did not mean to hit her that directly. It was funny.
So you will take 9 points of cold damage, and your speed is reduced by 10 feet. You also lose concentration on Zephyr Strike.
Well,
Oh wow!
pass without trace.
Pass without trace.
That would have effectively been passing without trace. Didn't get dropped from a while ago, but
Okay.
it would have been dropped.
She will then as well quicken cast fireball on you.
Holy moly!
Yeah,
She's definitely the good guy in this situation.
Oh yeah,
Well, I did just nail her pretty
He's
good
just
though.
fireball you.
You did
I'm
her first.
gonna probably do a advantage on my saving throw is what I was gonna do.
I'll roll the. You said it before it finished, so it's fine.
Yeah.
we'll
Just because
roll
I would
again.
try my best. My inspirations are just funny. They're not very inspirational.
You'll take 31 points of fire damage from her fireball. And then she finishes up her turn by just saying, like, "Stand down! I need to take it from him."
Except for the
Artus, I think, gets a save every turn against what she's got, but I just want to just double check.
I mean, I don't know anything about him either, so I don't know why he. Most people just force people to do it with magic.
Yeah, that's where my problem with this comes in. It's not a conversation. She is controlling him. And that's where my problem comes in.
Would you be able to put that together within 5 seconds of seeing?
No. Well,
I mean,
Maybe
from the
Archie could,
information.
but-
She is standing above him, using magic on him. You can see the energy going into his head, commanding him, and then he starts to move to pull off his glove.
I suppose.
she
But
could have shared what.
If you were a
what the ring, too.
spellcaster with Arcana and could recognize
Yeah.
that within that short period of time, maybe. But Blackwind A is an int 8, is not a spellcaster that knows anything about Arcana.
I'm not talking about Blackwind.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
Well, he's the only one
what
there,
Archie's
so.
problem with it is.
She never shared anything about a ring when we had information about an item that he had. So. Yeah. Ouch.
Yeah.
Well, just took one for the team, guys.
Okay. Yeah, he doesn't get a saving throw every turn. So he Artus continues doing what she told him to. He pulls off his glove and kind of just drops it on the ground. And you can see Blackwind through the haze as the fire clears around you, and you kind of stumble backwards. You see that Artus has on his right hand, he has a silver and blue band around one finger. You can also see his hand is kind of like a very pale whitish blue color. And you have seen this before, actually. Blackwind, the tips of his fingers are kind of blackish, as if they're like frostbitten. And he grasps the ring with one hand and starts like pulling, and you can see his muscles straining as he's trying to pull the ring off, and it's not moving. And you also see him kind of like struggling, and he kind of like cries out in pain. And that's his turn.
Well.
Blackwind, it is your turn. Your speed is reduced by 10 because of the Ray of Frost.
Man, I wish I could read this book. There's a lot of really cool pictures in it.
I'll use a bonus action to do my tireless, just so I can get some. Oh, Jesus. My rolls are so low. Except for of course, my attack roll.
Yeah.
That was a warning shot.
Warning shot crits her for 21 points of damage. Opening critical hit.
What is? Yeah, I guess it's like let's see. Let's get to. Is that cover?
Yeah, you could hide behind a pillar for partial cover. It's not that big.
Yeah, so you could probably still catch me with.
Yeah, you're too. Maybe if you were like a gnome like Jonah, you'd maybe get total cover behind it. But medium-sized creature, you'd get like half cover from it.
Partial cover is still good, or whatever.
Hey, half cover is still +5.
Yeah.
Oh no, 3/4 is +5. Half is +2.
Honestly, that was. I got all of that one. That one really sailed. There's no wind in here.
There's no wind resistance.
But what's going on? Why? You knew more about this than you let on. So, I will also use my potion of healing, I guess. I think I got one. Yeah, I got a light one. I just gotta get into my inventory. Potion of healing. I'll use it as an action. I can't remember if that makes a difference for us.
Well, healing potions are bonus action.
Oh, okay. I just wasn't sure if we did.
You can use that. Yeah, because you're using bonus action for tireless. So yeah, you can use it as an action instead. That's fine. Yeah.
I thought healing was part of your movement, to take it yourself.
Yeah, I just thought it wasn't sure.
Is that what
I couldn't remember if it does a full.
No, you're right.
Heal.
No.
Or do I still roll?
You still roll when you drink it, right? We never changed that, right?
Yeah, you still roll.
Yeah, advantage or not or action or bonus action is roll, or some people do that.
Like I say, it's part of your movement, so you still have your action.
So 6 more hit points back.
It's your action if you're giving it to somebody else. If you're taking it yourself, it's movement.
Okay, so you're no longer critically wounded. You're moderately wounded with some temp hit points now.
And so I mean, obviously, now that I'm closer, I can see the hand a bit better, which definitely doesn't look healthy.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
And he's like just gripping the ring with one hand and like straining away, trying to get it off his finger.
Yeah. Yeah, I just explain yourself. What's going on? That wasn't supposed to. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you that hard, but it was.
It's only meant to be a flesh wound.
Is that in your turn, Blackman? Then?
Yeah, I mean.
You still have your.
I don't want to attack her yet because now I see more.
Sure.
I would have thrown closer.
Well, yeah, I honestly did not expect a critical hit like that right off the fucking drop, like long range bomb like that too. Thankfully, it was a javelin, not a glaive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, if she had lost concentration,
I give her a chance to explain herself while taking cover.
Yeah, she kind of like You can see her kind of like holding like this bluish energy in one hand, like from like her ray of frost, but she doesn't fire it at you. she's like, I don't have a lot of time. I can't hold him for long. I need the ring off of his finger. Just stay where you are. Neither you nor he has to get hurt. And then she turns
as I smoke.
Yes. Well, she turns back to Artus, and she's like, get it, take off the ring, give it to me. Artus strains and strains, like, and kind of like cries out and kind of like thrashes a bit, and you hear a bit of like a pop, like his knuckle coming out of socket, but the ring does not budge. He does get a saving throw as he takes a point of damage from trying to rip his own finger off.
I like that triggers a saving.
It does. It says if the target takes damage, he gets the saving throw.
I mean, it looks like it's dead. It probably has no feeling in it.
But she maintains control as he kind of like grunts and kind of like strains. You see some beads of sweat popping out on his forehead. Blackwind, what would you like to do after that happens? Anything? Or what do you say?
Well, this isn't my forte, but she's not killing him, but I don't know what's the ring about? You knew about the ring. You never told us about the ring when you had a chance to. What is it?
Do you move at all?
I'd still stay behind cover right now because I don't think I don't want to alarm her quite yet, because right now I'm giving her a chance, the benefit of the doubt. Although she did fireball me, but in return. But.
She did. That was a bit of an emotional outburst for being critically hit. And by the way, Blackwind, she's still holding that blue energy, i.e., she's readying Ray of Frost.
And yeah, I just try to arena her to read her as I question her.
Hold on.
I guess.
Can you hold a spell readied if you're concentrating?
No,
you can't. She's not doing that.
I would gather the fact that she's like ready to whip one up as soon as I come at her.
Yeah, she's got her hand raised, but it's not glowing. She's not actually holding the spell. Yeah.
Yeah, I push further. I want her to explain about the ring and why she didn't share this information. It could have saved a lot of singed hair.
She kind of like shifts over to the side a bit, like to position Artus between you and her a little bit. And Blackwind, you can tell that she's not panicked, but she's definitely, she looks extremely like shit's not going to plan, like watching him trying to pull the ring off his finger. You get the sense that she probably expected he could just pull it right off and hand it to her, not have all this trouble getting it off of his hand. And she kind of like glances down at him, like she's like, come on, give it to me, and then looks at you. She's like, I couldn't risk it. I don't know you, and the ring, it's too powerful if it got into the wrong hands. But it needs to be off of him. It's the only way we can save him. Blackwind, you're fairly certain that is not entirely true.
Yeah, it sounds like okay.
Artus screams again and pulls, taking a bit more damage as you see like the knuckle kind of bulge on his hand. He's not quite strong enough to pull his own finger off, but it's definitely not looking good. And he takes another saving throw. Uh-oh. Yeah, and the yellow light kind of like, he like screams in pain, kind of stumbles backwards, down a step. And you see the yellow link from her hand to her temples as he stumbles backwards just breaks. And she's like, oh shit. He kind of like blinks a bit, and then lets go of his hand. And kind of like looks around in surprise, kind of definitely notices you, Blackwind, because you're not hiding. You're just kind of like
No.
He notices you, and he's just like, what's happening? Blackwind, what do you do? You're next. Oh, also,
yeah,
Blackwind, sorry, one more thing before you go. You notice that the plants over here shift as if something moved past them.
Probably just the wind. Oh, right. There's no wind in here. Okay. I also, do you want me to, can I make another insight roll on Artus?
Sure. Yeah.
Like a separate roll altogether?
That's just fine. Yeah, different target. The situation's changed now that he's not under her control, so sure. In the tower, though.
It would make sense. Just a separate person, separate read.
Yeah, he seems genuinely shocked and concerned and confused, and he doesn't seem to recognize Zandala or you.
Well, yeah. Why would he recognize me? I asked him, why is she trying to take the ring? What's going on? And why are you here? What, like, were you just hanging out in this room for 20 years?
Do you move at all?
Can I get all the way over there? I'll drop my backpack over here so I can move my 30. And I want to move over there to see if I saw that movement. I want to see if I can kind of see it further, I guess. Just
yeah, you don't see anything down there, but
okay. But anyways, yeah, I basically pushed the dialogue further. Like I questioned him now.
Actually, Blackwind, you can make a perception check if you're not using your action for anything else. If you're just talking, moving, you can make a perception check to actively look for something if you want. You can do that outside the tower. It doesn't need to be in the tower.
I accidentally triple rolled almost. Yay.
Yeah, you can hear it, but you can't see it. But there's definitely some like with wings flapping in right in that general area right there.
Oh, it's her little pet. Okay. Yeah. So that was my action, anyways. So I'll just I'll be on guard. I can't really do much else. So yeah, I pushed the dialogue further.
Okay.
Just by
Zandala is now she looks like slightly panicked, and she's like shit, he's loose, I can't do it again. Blackwind, you have to help me, we have to subdue him now. And then she casts Ray of Frost on Artus. It hits him and seems to do nothing. Just hits him straight on, and he just kind of like looks at his chest, and she's like, ah, and then you get the sense, Blackwind, you're just kind of watching this, you get the sense like she's just like, ah, I'm a fucking idiot, like this look on her face, like what am I thinking? And then she whips a fiery orb down at him, quicken spell, chromatic orb on him, which will hit him. And she upcast that to level 4. Just 25 points of fire damage to him.
Wow.
2, 3. And then she kind of like dashes down the stairs here and turns back to him. Artus kind of like looks down. He gets this like amused look on his face when the frostbolt hits him, and then when the ball of fire hits him, he kind of like stumbles back, and his amusement turns to anger, and he turns and he's like, okay, that's enough of that. And then he will run over to her. And he pulls a dagger from his belt. It's got like this red kind of velvet handle and looks kind of like ornate. And quickly attacks her with a flurry of attacks 3 times. First one's a critical hit.
Ooh.
Dodge, lady.
Attacks her again.
Survived another crit.
Oh, misses. Attacks her a 3rd time. She kind of stumbles back as he slashes her a couple times, and you see blood kind of like bloom on her stomach as she stumbles back. And then he says, "I don't want to have to kill either of you. Don't make me." And Blackwind, what do you do?
Yeah, no, I say I don't want anybody to die. I'll move back over here, I guess. So, where can I move to? 25, 30 feet. Except for I'm not on a square there, am I? Oh, I am. Okay. Yeah, no, and I don't have my.
As you're moving over, Zandala's eyes are going wide. Like, is he gonna help me? Is he gonna kill me? What's gonna happen? What do you do?
I try to interpose myself. To say, we can stop this right now and parlay.
Okay, are you trying to get in between the two of them?
Yeah, like I'll have like my glaive in my one hand, but it's not an attack, and you know when you do put your arms between people, like,
yeah.
Hey, whoa.
So effectively, you could attempt a shove to kind of move Artus back 5 feet into this square to like separate them.
Just like interpose, I guess. Seems how she's pushed into the plants.
Sure. Just give me a strength. It's just a strength check versus his to try to kind of just separate the two.
Yeah, like I don't know. Maybe he'll let it happen, but that's a pretty piss poor roll.
Yeah, you kind of try to shove him, and he just kind of like pushes the glaive away.
I wasn't using the glaive. I was using my open hand though.
Oh, okay. So he'll just kind of like push your arm back. You don't manage to actually move him back.
It wasn't a forceful one. It was more like we can. No reason we can't be more civilized.
Zandala will, she will cast Acid Splash. So she just kind of like goes like this, and a spray of acid out of her hands at Artus erupts from her hands. Artus is not expecting it, and is not able to get out of the way. Oops, it's supposed to be 2d6. Takes 9 points of acid damage as he kind of stumbles back. She then mutters something very quickly, an incantation, and she just blinks out.
Peace.
And reappears over here, and then dashes south.
Running.
All right.
Artus kind of like with his hand up where the acid like splashed on him, kind of like stumbles back, and then kind of like glances down south. Kind of stumbles over to the steps and kind of just sits and kind of sits. Doesn't really sit, but just kind of like leans, kind of crouched down slightly, and you see the hand with the ring on it kind of like glows blue slightly. And a wall of ice appears, cutting the room directly in half right here, like all the way to the ceiling. This is massive wall of ice.
Now you're here with me.
And then he looks up at you, Blackwind, and it's like, you didn't attack. Truce?
Yeah, no,
And it's your turn, Blackwind. What do you do?
Yeah.
No.
I say, yeah.
Never. I need the ring.
I came upon this. I tried to. I didn't mean to hit her so hard, but I saw what was happening, and we were partly here looking for you.
Okay. Do you move or do anything? Just because you only got 6 seconds. So.
I stayed. I don't want to approach him or seem aggressive. I'll look over my shoulder too, just to make sure that dragon isn't, her little pet dragon isn't there.
Oh, speaking of, I forgot to move him, but yes.
He's trapped in the wall.
Oh, yeah,
you
I'd say...
hear Zendala's like from the other side of the wall, kind of muffled because the ice wall is kind of like interfering a little bit. She's just like, damn it all. Then you hear footsteps running south, and then silence from that side. Unless you're going to attack Artus because he's standing down, we'll drop initiative as Zendala runs out the portal out of the throne room.
There was 18 seconds of, oh no, what am I doing?
And we will close. Okay, battle is over. We will come back to the situation in a moment.
My thing is just like somebody just walks through and Zendala just barrels into the...
Yeah, all that didn't take very much time. That was like 30 seconds or so. Not even.
Not even. I think it was 3 rounds or so. 4 rounds.
Yep. Just utter chaos as Blackwood rushes in, throws a spear, fireballs, and yeah.
No half measures.
No half.
Oh shit.
All right. Who's after Blackwind? Are we back to the top again?
Sean. Right, you were in the room and you went through.
All right. Back to the peaceful exploration of the temple. Donaquin, you are... Sorry, where's Donaquin right now? He's in the...
He's with clay furnaces and oven with dishes and utensils.
He's in the kitchen.
And there was... What else was in this room and so like that? Also, there was another black portal somewhere, or?
There's one black portal behind you that you seemingly came in from.
Okay. I'll kind of look throughout the room and stuff like that, like in the barrels and things like that, like quickly, just to see also what happens to me here.
Sure. Give me an investigation check as you're looking around the room. Yeah. I mean, it's easy enough to figure out the barrels. Most of them you can, the barrels seem to be just water barrels. It's fresh water though; it hasn't spoiled. Although they look very old, the water is still fresh. And the crates, most of them have just like kind of like dust and like old like packaging and stuff in it. But you do find one crate that's got a bunch of like preserved rations, probably enough for 10 days or so. But otherwise, nothing of interest looking around the room.
Okay. I will grab some rations, and I will stick my head directly in the water barrel.
It is cool and refreshing.
And drink.
It's acid.
Yeah. So you have a backpack, right?
I do. You said on us that they threw a backpack.
So yeah, you can take 10 rations, put it on your character sheet. Just take them out of the PH off the equipment list.
Yep. Okay. So I'll do that, and then I'll go back. I'll go back through the black portal.
Okay. Are you thinking about anything? The library still? Or
yeah, I'm still thinking about the library. Also, that was where I was trying to.
Oh, Sean, can you give me a wisdom nature check, please?
A nature check?
Yeah, wisdom nature though. So, if you have
so actual wisdom.
Yeah. Instead of intelligence. Yeah.
Nice.
As you're kind of like putting the rations in, you dunk your face and kind of like take a breath and feel like the wetness pouring down you again. You feel just like a sense of like unease, as if like something bad is happening in the temple. You're not sure what it is though. You just feel like this sense of disturbance in the force around you.
Okay. So since I have that feeling, I will try and concentrate on that feeling as I go through stuff instead of the library. So I'll just try to go instead.
Sure. Give me a D12, please. You were in the kitchen, you said, right? You were in the kitchen. Yeah, you step out into a room. It is lined with bookshelves and books with a raised kind of mahogany desk at the end. There is one portal, a black portal behind you, leading out, and you see Aelin kind of like walking around, like pushing books, looking at spines.
Ah, I didn't do it.
I didn't see nothing.
We'll come back to you. Who's after?
Me.
Someone help me with the order. I can't do it.
Archie.
Archie, where are you? You are.
I'm in the mural room.
Oh yeah, you're in the big mess hall, and there's that guy in armor. Yeah.
There is.
He hasn't seemed to have noticed you. Only one exit here behind you as well.
Okay. I'm not going to move very far away from said exit. So it was murals. Was there anything at the end of the room, or is it just a wall?
Just a wall. Yeah.
With the mural. Okay. I'm just gonna lean forward a little timidly and just be like, hello? Excuse me, sir?
What language are you speaking?
I am speaking common.
Okay. The man kind of like starts. You get the impression that there's no sound at all when you're coming through a portal. There's no like portally like boop sound or anything like that. So you just kind of like appear silently in like the 5 feet in front of the portal. Who has this guy? Yeah, okay. The man kind of...
It's also Artus.
He's also Artus. He's evil Artus. He's got a goatee. No, wait, the other one had a goatee. Anyways, the man kind of like starts and like whirls towards you and kind of like half drawing his sword, and he's like, "What? Who goes there?
Hi.
Identify yourself."
Hello. My name's Araceli Reed. I am from
he pulls out a sword. He's like, "State your purpose, friend or foe."
Friend?
He's like, he kind of like looks at you kind of unsteadily a little bit on his feet.
Hi, I'm a cartographer from Candlekeep.
He's like, Candlekeep? What are you talking about? What? Who are you?
Araceli Reed from Candlekeep.
It's like, and he kind of like warily looks at you, kind of like looks you up and down a bit. And then he slowly slides his sword back into his scabbard, and he kind of nods. He's like, yes. Well, sorry about that. He kind of like walks up. He's like, I forgot his name already. Jesus, I literally read it like 2 seconds ago. Okay. He kind of like marches towards you a little bit, not like in like a threatening manner. Just kind of like closes maybe like 20 feet of distance, just so he doesn't have to like shout across the hall towards you.
Sure.
And then he's like, Sergeant Vandross, Kess Vandross, the Flaming Fist of Baldur's Gate. You haven't happened to see any of my men around here, have you?
You are the first person I've actually come across. I seem to have gotten turned around walking through the portal.
He kind of like sheepishly is like, yeah, I know the feeling.
I keep trying
he's like, sorry. First things first, if you don't mind. Do you have some sort of identification? I assume you have a charter.
Well, about that, I do. It happens to be with my companion, and we got separated walking through these portals, and I haven't been able to get back to her yet. But I do have identification for myself, which I can show you. And
as you kind of like reach, he's just like, keep your hands where I can see them.
It's in this pouch here.
He's like, all right, slowly just put it on the floor. Kick it towards me.
All right, it's my tube with my maps and paper, so I will roll it towards him.
He kind of like steps back a bit and like, and just kind of like almost like, is it gonna explode? And then he kind of like steps forward and picks it up, looks over it.
I'm a map
so
maker.
you have like a what is in, you got some sort of like,
yeah, so I have like the documentation. Yeah, it's like a paper saying who I am, where I'm from. It's signed by the Dean of Archaeology of Canada.
Yeah. He kind of like, he kind of like scans it. He's like, yeah, Canada, okay. Rolls it up, puts it back in, and kind of like rolls it back to you. He's like, all right, no, it's fine. He's like, so how many in your expedition? You have a charter, you said. This place, it's like a friggin' maze. I've been wandering around here for hours. Can't seem to find
There's like 7, 9 of us, I think, and a few have stayed outside, but the rest of us, I don't know, maybe they all went somewhere, but I got separated from them the second I walked through. Do you have any idea how these portals work? I mean,
he shakes his head. He's like, no. Me and four of my subordinates entered. We left the other 8 outside as well, just to guard the door.
I didn't see anybody outside when we walked in.
It's like, oh no, but our boats were there, right?
The boats were, there was boats, right?
There was 2 boats, yeah.
Yeah, so I'd be like, yeah, there was 2 boats. I'd also try and figure out how long ago I came in. Hasn't been too long. I've only walked through a couple rooms.
Yeah, it's probably been like, I don't know, half hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah, we spent a bit of time in the Hall of Champions.
In the hall, yeah. So maybe half an hour at most that I've been wandering. I haven't, again, you're the first person I've seen.
He's like, yeah, the same.
I was hoping you'd know how to.
No, and he kind of turns and he just lets out like a really kind of like harsh sounding like hacking cough, and he kind of like stumbles a bit unsteadily. He's like, sorry.
You okay?
He's like, yeah. Give me a perception check, Archie.
Okay.
Sorry, it's just this death curse going around.
Yeah, I got bit by some dude on my way in
here.
When he was, that's okay. When he's kind of coughing and turns, you see like the veins on his neck kind of like become like kind of like blackened and then kind of fade. And you also see like his eyes kind of like get a little bit of bloodshot. The bloodshot doesn't go away. And he looks a little paler than he was, and kind of like scrubs his mouth a little bit. And you see like a slight stain of like blood.
Oh shit.
Archie, you have seen symptoms like this before in others that you've seen that have had the death curse.
Oh, okay. Oh shit. Yeah, Archie's literal response would probably just be, "Oh shit."
He's like, "Oh, no worries. I'm sure it's nothing. I probably got bit by a bug or what have you. But the boats were still there. I don't want to be trudging through the water. There's some bad things in the water in some of the boulevards."
Good to know. I'll have to keep that in mind. We walked on the wall coming in, so we weren't in the water.
Yeah, smart. Keep out of the muck. He's like, "No, I'm fine."
I saw you looking at the mural.
He's like,
what's up with that?
He's like, yeah, as near as I can figure. He kind of points at it. He's like, I think that's some of the locals, they call it the Peaks of Flame in the center of the continent, from what I've heard.
Peaks of Flame?
I can't imagine there's 3 other large, these all seem to be in kind of like gestures around the room. Seem to be depictions of various landscapes in Chult.
Yeah, I mean, that one looks like Aldani Basin. Yeah.
He's like, Aldani, I'm not familiar. And he points at the one that looks like cliffs. He's like, that's definitely the Mist Cliffs, though.
Oh, okay. We haven't been on that side.
It's like a few of our scouting ships around the coast. I recognize it from there. He's like, he points over to the other one.
Snapping turtle.
He's like, I don't recognize this. He's like,
I mean, I know there's a, where is it? Hold on, Archie. I know south on the southern end of the peninsula, there's a snapping turtle bay. I'm assuming that's what this is.
He nods. He's like, well, finally someone that knows a bit about the topography of Chult. Could have used one of those getting here, tell you that much.
That's sort of my job.
He's like, good. The commander will be interested to hear whatever reports you can provide, any intelligence. It's like, we'll go meet her once we're done here if we can figure out a way out of this place.
Yeah.
He's like, so what have you seen? He's like, I've seen 2 dome-like rooms that I don't know if they're temples or what they are. One was covered in like water. The other one has a big tree in the middle. I've seen those.
Okay.
I've seen the one with the tree 6 times now.
Oh, jeez. were you like trying to think of where you wanted to go or anything? Has that worked? That I'm guessing that hasn't worked for you. It hasn't worked for me.
He's just like, he's like, why? Is that how it works?
I'm just theorizing. I don't know. I just got here. I've been I heard there was a library, which is where I've been trying to get, but I haven't been able to get it.
And he kind of like raises his eyebrows. He's like, same with me. That's where I'm trying to get.
Yeah. This place is tough, right?
He's like, I have a feeling it's about to get easier. He's like, wait. But if we leave here, we're going to get separated again.
It's possible we'll get separated, yeah.
He's like, well,
but,
hopefully you're not just a ghost haunting this place and taunting me.
But, again, I have, there's, 6, me and my companions, there's, me and 6 more wandering around, I'm assuming.
He's like, you should give me a description of everyone in your party so that I will recognize them if I come across them.
I will do that.
Narc.
But, yeah, no, Archie would do that because she doesn't want anybody to get in trouble. Because she knows none of us are holding the charter. Only one is holding the charter. It's a girl. She's blonde and young. She's got our charter on her, but so yeah, Archie give a description of the party members.
And he takes out like a little notebook and is taking notes. And he's like, he would ask you their names as well. Of everybody.
Yeah, she tell him.
He's right down. He's like, Zaka, that's familiar. She's one of the guides out of the port, right?
Yep. And I would not say Masika. I would use the other name she was going by in the port.
Narissa.
Yeah.
He's like, a turtle. He's like, he kind of thinks. He's like, I hope he wasn't related to any of those other turtles that came in here. They're probably dead.
There was other turtles?
It's like, yeah, they're making trouble.
Why would people make trouble?
It's like, who knows? Can't follow the rules, apparently. It's very simple. You need a charter to explore Chult. I thought it was pretty obvious. I
know. That's why we got one.
Exactly. It's like, well, either way, they're probably both dead by now.
Yeah. That's sad, but, consequences.
He's like, exactly. Law and order.
Yeah. All right. Well, did you see anything else interesting in this room? Just the murals? That's about it?
He's like, the murals. Feel free to look them over yourself. And he kind of coughs again. He's like, I'm just gonna take a little breather, if you don't mind.
Sure. You don't. I wish I could help.
He's like, maybe we should stay together until someone else shows up. What do you think?
Well, I'm a little worried that. The thing is, so as far as I know, white portals I think take you out, and so if we can get to a room with a white one.
He's like, have you seen a white one? Because I haven't.
Well, yeah, back in the hall my party entered through, there was a white portal and the black portal.
You entered through a hall?
Yeah, it was like a hall with statues. That was the first room I ended up in.
He's like, haven't seen that one.
No. I've seen it a couple times. But I don't know why.
He's like, all right, well, yeah, feel free to look around. Let me know if you find something. And he kind of sits down and he kind of takes a breath and kind of leans down tiredly on the table.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick look at each of the murals just to see if there's anything.
Just give me one perception check or investigation if you're wandering around the moment.
Yeah, I'm actively looking at them.
Yeah. There's nothing really that stands out other than what I described. Snapping Turtle Bay most likely, Peaks of Flame. One thing you do notice being close to the Peaks of Flame, the triple volcano, at the base of the volcano, there seems to be in the center of the middle one, there seems to be what looks to be a large set of iron doors.
Ooh.
They must be big considering the scale, but
yeah, cool.
They're made. They look like they're made of black iron.
All right. I'll go back over to him. and I'll sit down for a second just beside him. Or across
He
from him.
kind of looks at you. He's like, "You don't got any water, do you?"
Oh, sure. I'll hand him one of my water skins. Drink.
He just kind of like drinks from it. He's like, "Thanks. I ran out a little while ago."
Yeah, you can hold on to that. So my concern about staying here until somebody else shows up is that because of the way the rooms, they could legitimately never bring somebody. I think our better bet is to keep walking through black portals until you find a white one, and then try and follow that out. At least then you have a chance of you're taking it into your own hand, as it were. Even if we get separated, and if I see any of your men, I will let them know that you are in here. If I get out, do you want me to let the other guys know that you're in here? Like,
he's like, I don't want anybody else being trapped in this maze. So you can let them know I'm here, but don't go send in any rescue parties.
Okay.
Anyways, he's like, yeah, if you want to leave, I'm gonna wait here and just see if any of my other men. One thing that my pa always told me, if I ever got lost, stay put and people will find me. And so far, pointing to you, it's working.
All right. Well, I'm gonna leave.
And now I'm leaving you.
Yeah. Because Archie's of the opposite. She's just like, just keep walking, follow those stars. Yeah. So I'm gonna leave my water skin with him. That way, what do I have? No, I don't have it. Yeah, so I'll leave my water skin with him. And yeah, I'll just be like, well, if that starts to get low, I would suggest trying to find one that's white.
He's like, yeah. Nah, it sounds good. Nice to meet you, Araceli Reed.
Thank you, Sergeant. I hope I see you on the outside soon. And I'm gonna.
He's like, before you step through the portal, he's kind of like, just make sure you got the charter on you, before you go to Promise, because the commander, she is not lenient about that kind of thing.
I will absolutely. Yeah, unfortunately, it's like one with the group, so like when you get separated, it becomes very complicated.
Like, yeah, she's pretty black and white about the whole thing, though. She doesn't see in complications and shades of gray.
Okay.
Not like
Thank
me.
you.
Not like
I appreciate
me. I'm one of the good ones.
I'll
vouch. Don't worry. I'll vouch for you.
Good thing I'll never die.
Yeah. If you see any of my group, let them know that I'm still going through looking for them, trying to figure it out.
Okay. And you step
Thank
through?
you. Yep, and I step through.
Okay. You thinking about anything?
I am going to think about Ubtao.
Okay. Roll a d12. Who's after Archie?
Me.
Yep. That's a 7.
7. I love it. Archie, you step through the portal and find yourself in a long hallway with 7 alcoves, statues, a white portal behind you, and a black at the end.
Archie just goes, I don't understand.
Aelin, you're in the library. A turtle has come in?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Hey, Donaquin, right?
Yes, hey. Aelin.
Yeah, that's me. Were you looking for the library? I think that's it.
I was looking for the library. I thought maybe also had some information about this place or anything else.
Well, it might. I can't read any of it, so I can't tell you. But there's a lot of books here. You haven't seen anybody else, have you?
I have been to the prayer area. I saw like a bird like guy and stuff like that. I didn't stop to talk.
He's a lizard. He had bird-like mannerisms, but he's a lizard.
Oh, it was lizard. Yeah. So I saw a lizard man, but I didn't stop to talk to him. I was too busy flying. And I got into a kitchen, lots of water, and then now I'm here. Actually, when I was in the kitchen, I felt unease and stuff like that. Like there was danger stuff happening somewhere in here, and I was trying to concentrate on that, but it caught me here, which is where I wanted to go, which is kind of strange.
Oh yeah, I just said library over and over and over, and I got here first try. I think that's how it works, but it's not really helping me at all because I can't do anything here. I'm just kind of waiting for my sister Araceli to show up. Baz was here. He showed up, and there was a book that got destroyed when he touched it. Maybe that's what you were feeling. I don't know. It was weird. It was like glowing, and now there's a hole in the bookshelf where the book was.
Perhaps, maybe. I'm not really sure what I was feeling. It was just an unease, so I really don't know what it was. But
I mean, feel free to take a look around. I'm planning on staying here until my sister shows up. So if you need to, move on, I can let anybody else know that you came through. It's what I did for Baz.
Well, I'll definitely let you go. I'll definitely take a look also at the books and see if there's anything that I can read or if there's any information here.
Sure.
At all.
Give me an investigation check, Sean.
Yeah, and I'll just sit down with another random book and just flip through it.
Okay. Yeah, looking around, Sean. The books and scrolls, they are, some of them you can't read. They're in languages you don't know, but there are some that are written in Chalton, which you would recognize. And as you're kind of like scrolling, looking through them all, nothing really jumps out at you as like, ooh, that sounds interesting. They just seem to be like just general kind of like knowledge books, like there's some of them seem to be like actual like novels and things, like fiction and non-fiction kind of books. There are some that are like seem to be like religious texts and things, but not like, yeah, just nothing that seems to be like all that useful. And I'm not sure if you're looking for any specific topic, but yeah.
Not really. I was just kind of skimming through lots of things that I could read to see if there was anything interesting about whatever. Also, whether it was the tower, whether it was what you got, like the death curse, things like that. So if I wasn't looking specific, whatever.
Yeah, nothing's jumping out at you as useful to you about any of that.
That's unfortunate.
How long do you stay in here? Just a while, or are you gonna? Baz left almost right away, so that's why I ask.
Oh, me and so like that. Yeah, like as I'm rummaging through lots of the books, I will also ask Aelin and stuff like that about why he was so emotional with the statues also in the other room that we were in. So I saw that the one specific one. So he was very emotional around.
Oh,
If it's a sensitive topic, we can do it another day. Just remember seeing that, and he looked just a little bit distressed over it. So I was just curious.
Not distressed, but we just found out that was our mother, and it's a lot to. I'm still kind of processing it, I think. Araceli and I, we didn't really know our parents growing up, and it was kind of a shock. I mean, we didn't even suspect it until Masika was telling us who the Beret were, and she had the same name, but I mean, that could have just been a coincidence, but I mean, that statue looked just like her, so I don't think it was a coincidence.
Well, I hope you find some answers so soon.
Thanks.
Yeah, I won't. I think I'm going to also keep going. With this whole place, it reminds me of the story, the crow in the pitcher. A crow, half dead with thirst, came across a pitcher which was once been full of water, but when the crow put its beak into the mouth of the pitcher, he found only little water was left in it, and then he could not reach far enough down. So yeah, he tried and he tried, but at last, he could not come to him. So he took a pebble and dropped it in. So he took another pebble, and again, another pebble, and another pebble, until he finally was able to get the water up to him. Feels like this place. Just got to keep trying over and over again. And I will go towards. I hope you find your sister here. I hope she comes across it, and I will let anybody know if I find her. I will let her know that you're waiting for her in the library.
Yeah, I think it. Yeah, thanks. Why didn't the crow just knock the pitcher over?
It's a crow? I don't know.
A lot to think about.
Every little by little, stuff does the trick, I think. So I think I'll keep trying.
I don't think they drink off the flat ground as well as they do out of a container.
Are you thinking of anything particular when you step through the portal?
The same feeling also that I had in the previous room. Also, I'll concentrate still on that, and I will bid Aelin and stuff goodbye until we meet again, which is hopefully soon.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, roll a d12.
Well, it is kind of out of my turn as well.
Oh, that's true. Right. It was my turn, but
his turn.
I mean,
sure that
I'm staying here.
yeah. Okay, who's after Aelin? Sorry. Liz, help me.
Baz? I think it's Baz.
You're muted.
I'm muted. Yeah, it's Baz.
It's Baz.
Baz, where are you?
On the deck.
You're outside, right? No. Where are you?
What? Baz is outside again. He asked the man how to navigate. Man gave him something and says to think.
Yeah. He's got the magic hand now.
He got the magic. Magic from the man outside.
Yeah.
Magic man hand.
Do you want some guidance on getting around this place?
And he told you just to think.
So now, after receiving that guidance, I'm thinking I'd like to find Archie.
And then he stepped through.
All right. Can you roll me percentile dice, please? All right.
45.
You step through the portal and find yourself at the end of a long hallway with 7 alcoves. Can you give me... Actually, no, you don't have to. In front of you, for a moment you don't see her. But then suddenly, about walking down the hallway, almost like ghost, like you could see through here at first, and then solid. Suddenly Archie is there walking in front of you towards the black portal at the far end.
Archie?
Oh, Baz!
Hi!
Hi!
Oh.
I hate this place!
What?
Archie's previous yell is echoing off of the ceiling.
Understand. Baz!
Hi.
We're in different phases.
Boy, this place is sure something.
I keep ending up back here.
Oh, that's weird. Oh,
Is it? I don't know.
I mean, I mean, technically, I've actually only been in a couple places, but
me too. Because I keep ending up back here.
I keep ending up outside. But there's a man there who amazingly speaks my language. He speaks lots of it.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, he's just like he's a human, right?
He looked like a albino hairless human.
Yeah.
First he showed me like a giant ruin that I clearly recognized, and he was like, this is part of your path. I'm like, okay. So I thought about that and stepped to the portal again, and then I ended up in the library, which is where Aelin is. He's waiting for you.
I'm trying to get. Oh. Okay, maybe if I think.
Yeah, and then so when I got in there, immediately I saw a book there. It was glowing blue.
Oh, books. I miss books.
And then I opened it, and it showed me like a vision, but then the book disintegrated.
That's crazy.
Yeah, weird.
I want that.
But then I stepped through the portal again, looking this time for you, because I was like, well, I'd like to look through the library, but it's all languages I can't really understand.
Sure.
And when I was looking for you, I ended up back outside again with that man, and he's like, "Oh, do you want help?" navigating this place? I was like, yeah. And so he touched me. What did he do again?
He kind of just held up his hand, and this ball of energy, just kind of like this white ball of energy, kind of floats over to you and just kind of like sunk into you.
Oh.
Yeah, like I guess he did some sort of magic thing to me, I guess. And then when I walked through the portal, thinking about you again, all of a sudden I'm right here.
Okay. So you have seemingly gotten some magical way to navigate this.
Maybe, perhaps.
Some compass. A magical compass. Okay.
Archie, can you give me a perception check?
Oh, hell yeah, I can. Please don't do that.
Carry on.
Okay, so when we walk through portals, what if you lift me up like a baby?
Sure.
And I cling to you, and then you walk through thinking of this dude that helped you.
Yeah.
Because then maybe he can help. Maybe we'll stay together if we're like together.
Sure. Yeah, let's go.
Shall I try it? All right.
I'm gonna lift her up, kind of put her on my shoulder.
I'm just gonna like hold around his neck like the best I can.
Worst case scenario, you merge.
I'm holding her by the butt, kind of with the hand in the back, kind of pat, trying to burp her.
She's nice.
Wow, it's weirdly comforting.
It's bringing back memories of being a baby and my mom. This is really weird.
And I will walk through the portal with Archie in tow.
Okay, Baz, as you're picking her up and walking towards the portal, you will hear footsteps behind you. Archie, you hear nothing. And you're facing that way and you see nothing.
Okay.
I hear footsteps.
You hear footsteps behind you.
You do hear footsteps behind you.
Turn around.
Okay, you see a kind of dwarf-sized, kind of squat, lizard-like man, in armor with he's kind of like moving slightly, like awkwardly with his head, almost like bird-like. He has a white sword with a pure white blade. And he kind of like waves at you, and as he gets about 30 feet from you, you get the distinct scent of baking bread in your nostrils.
What's going on, Baz? I thought we were going through the portal.
Yeah, but there's a man here. Hello, yes, hi.
There's no one here.
Do you speak common?
The smell of baking bread kind of like intensifies and then slowly shifts to kind of like a lemony smell. We'll come back to this. Who's after Baz? Jonah, where are you? Help me.
I'm in the hallway with 12 doors. There's snoring sound coming from one of them.
Yeah, so third room down on the right, snoring coming out of it. Otherwise silent in here.
I will go to that door. Open it and look in.
Okay. You see the door, there is a kind of a sparse looking, very Spartan, like small bedroom. It's not quite like cubicle size, but it's not much bigger. It has a very simple cot with what looks to be like a kind of a stuffed mattress. And there is an old Chalton man, just kind of in like kind of Chalton clothing. He's lying on his back and he's fast asleep, snoring away. There is a wooden cane kind of propped up against the side of the wall next to the bed. Otherwise, there's just like a small like end table with a drawer and nothing else in the room.
Oh, well, I don't want to wake him up if he's old and sleeping. I will shut the door and go check the other one. Just in a random order.
Okay. You're checking all of them until you see something interesting, or?
Yeah. I'll check. Yeah, just random.
Sure. The rooms are identical to that, except no old sleeping man or cane. But all the other rooms are completely vacant.
Okay. All right, I'll go back to the old guy, and I'll try to wake him up real soft, like, except I don't know Tolton. It's not even worth it. I'm just going to run into the next portal.
The black portal? Okay. It's like, I can't talk to this guy. He's Chelton. He obviously doesn't speak common.
Every single Chelton person I've ever met doesn't speak common.
Fine. I will run back and wake this guy up.
It's fine. If you think...
No,
All
the group has spoken. The zeitgeist has changed.
The zeitgeist
I'm going to be like, hey, I'm not even going to try and wake him up nicely. I'm going to be, hey, bud.
You speak common?
The old man kind of like snorts and kind of his eyes kind of flutter open, and he's just kind of like and kind of sits up and like kind of like grabs his cane and kind of like almost like defensively kind of like holds it in front of him and kind of like looks over at the door where you're looking, and he kind of squints at you a little bit, like he seems slightly perplexed, like he doesn't quite know what you are.
Oh, but do you understand the words that I'm saying?
He kind of like cocks his head, and then he says something in a language you do not understand. And then kind of like shakes his head like and points to his mouth.
Oh, you want some food? Is that what you're saying? Are you hungry, little guy?
Little guy, he's taller than. Anyways, he's a full-grown adult man. But he kind of like shakes his head and like points to his mouth like.
Oh, okay. Well, it was nice meeting you. I'm Jonah. Go back to sleep. Nothing interesting happening here. Goodbye.
He kind of like gives you like a bit of a shrug and waves.
Goodbye. All right. Now I'm just going to run really fast and jump into the next portal.
Okay. Any thoughts?
I will think of home.
Okay. Roll a d12. All right. Sorry, you said you're thinking of home?
Home. Or, yeah.
Okay.
My sister.
So you find yourself, as you run through the portal, you find yourself coming out of a portal. It's black behind you. There's a portal directly across from you, about 100 feet down. 6 doors. You're in the same place, this quote-unquote residential area.
Nice.
It's the closest thing to home on the list.
Sure, I got it.
But you went there, right with an 11, you went right there.
Is it still my turn, or do you want to move on?
It hasn't been that long. Why don't we keep... It depends what you do. Are you going to stop and talk to the guy, or...
No. I'm just going to, like, lean back and fall into the portal behind me.
Okay. You run out, you're like, no. Homer Simpson back into the portal.
Yeah.
Okay, roll me a d12. What are you thinking of this time?
My friends. In general. None in particular. Just
Okay.
like, man, a nice group of friends.
You step out into a familiar cylindrical hall with a starburst in the center and whirling leaves, as well as 3 balconies.
Okay.
We'll come back to you. There's no portal on this ground floor. Figure that one out, Liz. Okay, so there's a total method to how this is working.
I know there has to be. I just...
Who's after Jonah? Are we finally back to Blackwind? Blackwind. Charred from a fireball, slightly wounded, with it next to a wounded Artus who has called a truce and summoned this giant wall of ice. Seemingly, Zandala has left because you kind of saw her silhouette through the ice, kind of distorted. But you saw her kind of like run and enter the... What color portal was it? The white portal that's there.
kind of.
There's no portal on this side of the wall at all. There's just the throne and Artus. And Artus is just kind of like, yeah, he just said, like, truce.
Yeah. I say parlay for sure.
And he kind of, like, sits down on the steps and puts his dagger back in the scabbard on his belt.
I kind of look about, too, just to make sure that the familiar isn't on our side of the wall anymore.
You don't see it, but it was invisible, so... If you want to search for it, you can roll a perception check.
Yeah, I'll make sure that it's not in here. I also kind of like say she had a familiar, which can cloak itself. Perception.
Yeah.
Jeez.
You're you're listening carefully and like looking around at disturbances anywhere, and you're pretty confident that thing is not around. Or if it is, it's like stone still, like up on the ceiling or something, but you're not you don't see it anywhere.
So yeah, I say, but I do believe she must have taken it with her. I don't sense it.
He's like, yeah, well, good. Glad she's gone. Then he kind of like stands up again, kind of like rubs his temples a little bit, and then kind of like rubs like the palm of his hand that has the ring on it a little bit, and you can see like his middle finger, because the ring's on the middle finger. The knuckle down below it is like swollen and rapidly like like swelling. He's kind of like rubbing it. He's like, God, smarts. And he kind of walks up the steps where his glove was and kind of leans down, picks it up, and kind of like pulls it back on. And he turns around and he's like, well, it's amazing who you'll meet in the oddest of places. He's like, what's your name?
I tell him, I introduce myself as Blackwind.
It's like Blackwind. And he kind of like looks at you a bit. He's like, orc, yes, but only partially. He's like, you got elf blood in you?
Indeed.
No,
that's very
I thought so.
Observant.
He's like, I'm nothing if not observant. I've seen a lot. He's like, Artus Cimbar.
Yes. We've been kind of on your trail for sort of like many reasons. This was kind of unexpected.
He kind of narrows his eyes a bit. He's like, you've been looking for me specifically? Any particular reason why?
Not you specifically. More like the group that you were with.
He's like,
there's a connection through my companions.
Have you seen Dragonbait around then?
No, you're the first that I've come across.
He's like, oh, okay. And well, Dragonbait's the only one I've been traveling with, so I don't know who else you'd be looking for, friend. It's like, who's Dragonbait? I believe
you were traveling with. Yeah, I don't know if I know who Dragonbait is.
He's like, he's a friend of mine, a traveling companion, stalwart ally. More dangerous than he looks, but truer heart you'll never meet. He's a Saurian. Not sure if you're familiar. They're from Mazdaca, across the ocean, of course.
I can't say that I've encountered him at all.
It's like, well, if you do, more or less, maybe tell him I'm in the throne room, because I've been waiting here a while.
I asked him, how long has he been here for?
He's like, here in the throne room? He's like, well, today I've been here maybe 2 hours, 3 hours, but I come here most days.
He physically looks like he's aged, like since that image I saw.
No, not at all.
No? Okay, I'm like, what year do you think it is? I'm curious. What, like, is this got weird timey-wimey stuff?
He's like, what year do I think it is? He's like, last I checked, it was 1504.
And
he's like, what year do you think it is?
I just want to know. Okay, it is. Okay. Do you just have an age?
He's like,
a day.
He's like, well, friend, we've just met.
I've seen... My friends have a connection to a companion of yours and
It's like Dragonbait, because he's the only one I came here with.
No, from 20 years ago.
From 20 years ago. I've met a lot of people in my life. Can you be a bit more specific with that?
Yeah, I say the names of what's her? I can't even remember her name now. Yeah.
He's like
her name.
Alessandra, and he kind of gets like a look
Sindra.
in his eyes. When you say the names, he's like, "Oh, those companions."
And of course the elf that sent me here, who has passed.
Sindra.
Passed?
Syndra. Yeah, the wasting sickness or the death curse or whatever. It took her. I didn't know her well.
He gets like a bit of a look in his eye, and then like a kind of like a very dangerous and angry looking, like almost like thunder clouds behind his eyes, and he's like, "God damn it!" and punches the stone at his feet. He's like, "Sindra, damn it, Sindra."
I state that I mean you no harm. In fact,
He kind of like looks you up and down. He's like, "Oh, I'm not worried, friend."
well, our party doesn't mean you no harm. We actually, I mean, just the person who you are was a means of information, and the fact that we this is great. The people that need to question you are still wandering amongst the halls.
He's
And
like, "Oh, why don't they just ask the guide?"
I don't know. I found my way here.
He's like, "Fair enough."
The one thing, like I asked him to if he would mind, like what was all about the ring there.
He's like,
I've seen her.
I'd rather not talk about that, friend. Suffice it to say, it's important to me, and few people want it. I'm not going to give it up to anyone.
Oh, that person claimed to be your daughter.
He's like, "Oh, did she now? I've heard that one before." Kind of rubs the back of his head.
But yeah, they didn't make no mention about a ring or this. In fact, we did encounter a frost giant that was hunting you, which we did dispatch as well.
He's like,
Apparently,
"Wait,
she was
where?
looking for something as well.
Where?
Oh, about a day away from here.
Here in Chalt? You're sure?"
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He's like,
A frost
Jesus,
giant
that was faster
with
than I thought."
pair of wolves. But
He's like,
she shouldn't bother you anymore.
He's kind of like pacing. He's like back and forth and kind of like muttering to himself, like he's like talking to himself. And he kind of looks at you. He's like, "Oh, what? She's dead?"
Oh yeah.
Oh. And he kind of like relaxes a bit. He's like, "Oh, good then, nothing to worry about."
Yeah. Anyways, so, but yeah, this was what brings you to this throne room, or like what the temple? What are you looking for, or happen to be looking for?
He's
Can
like,
we help?
He's like, well, frankly, friend, we've just met, so that's my business." And then he's like, "Oh, sorry," and then he kind of like waves, and the wall just kind of like crumbles and disappears. He's like, sorry about that."
Oh, I'm not worried about that, but I'm a little concerned about the fact that nobody seems to be able to find their way through here.
He's like, "Well, like I said, they should just ask the guide. It's the first room when you come in here. Very first room."
That bald guy. I didn't talk to him. He was creepy.
He's like, "Oh, he's super helpful."
Is he?
Like, really? You didn't talk to him? Well, no wonder you've been wandering around lost. Or as he would say, that's not such a bad thing.
I found my way here, I think, in two tries. I think 3 tries.
He's like, "Oh, well."
Completely on my own will.
he's like, "Well, then you got some focus about you, don't you?" Well, that's good.
But yeah, I would ask him if he. I'm just gonna say that I'm gonna stay here. I'm gonna bandage my wounds a bit.
He kind of nods, and he's like, "Yeah, feel free. I am waiting for Dragon Bait, and then we're gonna head out of here pretty soon. So."
Well, hopefully my friends can get a chance to meet you, they will be thrilled.
He's like, well, you know, most people are.
Well, your reputation does precede you.
He's like, yeah, it's been kind of nice actually being back here. It's I don't have to deal with all of that. I heard there was a big mess going on back home though. Kind of sad I missed it. Oh well. All worked out in the end. We're not dead.
Ah, well done on the medicine roll.
As Blackwood kind of like shakily
I'm like
tries to bandage
top,
his arm.
top and bottom rolls, eh? Okay. Anyways, I mean, if we carry on like some idle banter or whatnot, but I'll bandage my wound, which will probably take a little bit of time, and proceed to rest a bit, hopefully.
Okay.
So,
So you'll take like you'll try to take a short rest, which is an hour.
Yeah.
So.
Or a quick.
Well, you can do a quick
whatever.
rest for 15 minutes, yeah, to bandage wounds. So while you're doing that, you can definitely use some hit dice if you like. Go ahead. Yeah, you already made your roll, which was terrible, but
Terrible.
Yeah, he kind of does that thing, like, you know when you're like in a waiting room with like basically a stranger, he kind of like does that like awkward small talk thing and just kind of like looking around at like the pillars, like, when's Dragonbait gonna show up? Who is this weirdo?
Is there any images or
images?
Like any artwork or symbols in this one?
I mean, there's the giant symbol of Ubtao on the wall that's kind of
Ubtao?
slowly shifting its configuration, the big maze.
Right.
Behind
So you
the
couldn't
throne.
trace your way through it. Well,
No, well, you'd need like scaffolding for one to get up there to do it.
Yeah, do it fast.
And it's shifting fast enough that no, you wouldn't be able to trace your way through. Otherwise, the only other symbol in the room is the same symbol but not moving on the throne. The one you're more familiar with of Ubtao.
okay. Well, of course, this will probably take some time for my healing before I carry on to do anything else.
Sure. So we'll shift back to who's at the top, Donaquin?
Done.
Sean, you are where? Help me.
I was in the library. I was up with Aelin. I was just going through the portal, thinking about the disturbance or whatever that I felt in the other room.
Right. Did you roll?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Oh, you didn't roll. Sorry. I usually end with the roll. Okay, roll.
Because it wasn't my turn yet.
Oh, that's right. Because you were talking to.
We were talking because it happened to be with Aelin. I was talking with him.
Yeah. Right. All right, give me a roll. Well, as you're thinking, you step forth into a large chamber, and you see a giant wall of ice in front of you. A few moments later, the ice kind of crumbles, and you see Blackwind binding his wounds and talking with some man who's you had no idea who this man is. Or no, you would recognize this man. In fact, you met this man before. You recognize him as Artus. You haven't seen him for a very long time, but he looks exactly like he looked when you met him last, which was 70 years ago.
I will make my way up towards them.
Okay. Blackwind, you will notice first, before Artus, that Donaquin has appeared and is walking towards you. But shortly thereafter, Artus kind of like looks over and he's like, "Ha! Fortune does favor us. It's a turtle."
Hello, friend Blackwind. Hello, friend Artus.
I like total.
And Artus kind of looks surprised when you say his name. He's like, "Sorry, have we met?"
Many, many moons ago. You probably don't remember me. I was part of with you on an expedition like 10 moons ago, like 50 plus years ago.
He's like, "Did we?"
I think so.
As Donovan goes, "Did we?"
Then he kind of like thinks. He's like, it was. I've not met that many turtles." He's like, "Hold on, no, wait." He's like, "Darian."
Close.
Oh.
No.
Davidson?
My name is Donaquin.
Quinn. Yes. He's like, yeah. He's like, wow, you have, I mean, you look good.
You too.
He's like, yes, well.
Blackwing, I finally made it here.
I've been here for a while, and actually, our one companion was attacking him and trying to force him to do something, and now she's run off when I interrupted.
Who attacked? Who attacked?
Zendala, or whatever. The fireball. Well, I hit her first, but to try to prevent her from doing further damage, so we could speak. But yeah,
Artus nods, and he's like, yeah, she was attempting to dominate my mind.
This must have been like the disturbance. I felt like a disturbance and stuff like that, or unease when I was trying to find the room. And I think that's how I got here. Able to find you guys. So it's good.
He's like, wow, didn't feel very good.
Yeah. I'm like smoldering. My smoldering good looks. Yeah, and
So,
here we are.
Are you planning on working here until the others arrive?
Well, I'm gonna lick my wounds and then kind of check this room out a little bit more. But I'm hoping that everybody can make their way here to get a chance to meet artists here.
Yeah, I think staying here.
Archie and Archie, at the very least, I think would be most interested, or is Baz the one that was looking for her, or artist? I can't remember.
Baz specifically was looking for artists. Yeah.
But
artist is just like Archie, Baz. I don't know these names.
No, they're the people that I've been traveling with.
Right. And their interest in me is what again?
You knew their mother supposedly, and once again, I explained the image a bit that we saw him in.
He's like, what? And he kind of like looks like almost like he's kind of been like a little bit kind of like not dismissive of you, but just kind of like a little bit like aloof and kind of like I don't know you for shit, like kind of thing. But then he kind of gets this like, and his kind of like bit of his like half smile kind of slips a bit, and he kind of thinks he's like 20 years ago. He's like, no, huh? Small world, huh? Well. Now I'll definitely stick around to meet these friends of yours. And he kind of like leans back against the throne.
Does he do an evil chuckle?
No, he just gets like a little bit of a smile, and
evil fingers.
I'll be ready for them.
He just kind of like smiles a bit.
Dinner.
Yeah, he just kind of smiles a bit and just kind of like is kind of just like looking up like at the ceiling a bit, and just kind of like seems a bit lost in thought.
I say, okay, great. No, so we will wait then. I take out a good berry and eat one, and I offer Blackwind and Artus. Would you guys like one?
Artus is like, oh no, I don't eat berries.
I have my feelings. Like, I don't know if I was able to tell with my role and my insight, but he doesn't seem all there's more to him than it appears, isn't there? I guess I'm not sure if I rolled well enough, but he doesn't look like he needs food, especially considering his hand that I saw.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know, but
I don't know for sure, but insight, if you roll well, I think might allow it.
I mean, you don't know their secrets, no?
No, I don't know the secrets, but he does have an ugly hand.
Are you
sure?
Blackwood? Yes. No.
Yes, I'll have a good berry.
There you go. And I will slowly on the steps up afterwards.
Good berries heal just 1 hit point, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll heal you for 1 black wind, and you provide sustenance for the day, though.
Yep.
Feel full.
So
It's
filling.
delicious.
I ate 20 of them.
All right. Well, as you settle in eating your berries, and who's next?
Also, Corey, the only other thing I'll do on stuff is just do small talk with Artus on stuff about what he's been up to on stuff in since like the 70 years and everything.
Sure. He would probably be chuckle a little bit, and 7 years is a long time. And he kind of would he'd kind of make small. He doesn't really give you specifics of what he's been up to or stuff, but he kind of like, when you meet someone you haven't seen for years and years and years, and you were kind of just acquaintances. He doesn't go into any personal details or anything, but just kind of shooting the shit. Like, what have you been up to? Oh, you traveled there? Oh, yeah, I was there for a bit, and blah blah blah.
Okay.
He also traveled with he's waiting upon a companion of his as well.
True.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, actually, before we move on, yeah, he would actually ask you, Donovan. He's like, you haven't seen a saurian about 4 feet tall around here in the temple?
I have not. I've only seen a lizard.
It's like, well,
lizard.
He's like, you got a white sword? Smells like, I don't know, ham, soot.
No, sorry, friend.
No, okay. It's like, where the hell is he? He's probably taking a break. Okay, who's next?
Me, Archie and Baz. And
Archie, you don't see anybody. You don't know who Baz is talking about. Baz, you.
I don't smell it. I don't.
You do not.
Nothing.
No. So Baz, you'd left off asking if he spoke common, and he gave you a smell of lemons.
So I'm just gonna crawl up on Baz's shoulders, so I'm looking the same direction as him. And just be like, Baz, I don't see anyone.
Really?
Really?
He's right there. I don't know. I don't think he speaks common though. He smells delicious. I gotta say.
Yeah, the lemon scent is a little bit stronger now, and he kind of chirps a little bit. Archie, you don't hear it, but he kind of chirps a little bit, just like this trilling kind of bird-like chirp, and then he kind of shakes his head, as if no, I don't speak common.
I will go into my bag and I'm going to pick out a piece of dried cacao. I feel like that's a chocolate. You I don't know. I'm not 100% sure what to do in a situation like this, other than share food. Would you like some of this dried fruit that I made?
He kind of nods, walks over, and takes it from you. You get a smell like maple bacon, kind of like cooking.
Whoa! Oh my gosh!
He eats it.
I'm gonna cast Detect Magic.
Sure, as a ritual or as a.
I'm just casting it.
Did Archie see me take the piece of food out and
yeah, and it lifts up, goes over as if it's moving towards something, and then vanishes.
Now I cast Detect Magic.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. I wanted to.
There is a kind of aura of illusion magic kind of in the hallway in front of you. The creature kind of rifles through his belt pouch, pulls out a small wrapped something, and offers it up to you, Baz.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, inside it looks like it's some sort of it's a little square of you're not sure, maybe butterscotch or whatever.
Like a fudge.
Yeah.
With the trunk, take a bit, taste it.
Yeah, it's definitely it's some sort of like toffee or butterscotch, like a kind of a hard candy.
Oh, that's.
Hey, what are you seeing, guys?
Okay. So he's like a sort of short lizard man. He's got a sword. He's got like a pure white sword.
Okay.
I have to assume he's making these sense because there's nothing else around here, and they keep changing.
He nods at you.
Yes. Okay.
Can he see me?
He nods and points to her.
Yes, he can. He can see you.
And he kind of pantomimes something. Give me an insight check, Brad. See if you can kind of figure out what he's trying to.
In the tower.
Yes.
I'm gonna. While he's thinking about it, I'm just gonna say hi in all the that I know.
Yeah, Baz, you're certain that he's kind of like pantomiming like that guy with the book outside.
Yeah.
And then he kind of like does the action like the guy did to like throw the energy at you, and he does that. And he points to himself, points to you.
Are you explaining this as he's doing it?
Yes.
Okay.
So you kind of get the sense that this energy allows you two to see each other easily or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, all right.
I haven't been touched by the.
Okay. So first of all, I don't know if I'm going to be able to learn your name, but I'm bad. This is Archie. We're kind of new to this. Kind of new to this tower.
He goes like this and like digs out like a little necklace and holds it up to you, and in common it's like a carved thing. It says dragon bait, and then he points to himself.
Dragon.
He nods, and the smell of lemons kind of fills the air.
Oh, love that. It's a pleasure to meet you. We were actually about to head through portal because I'm going to introduce the man.
Ask him if he knows how to accurately get to him.
Do you know how to?
He nods. He kind of like stops. He's like, he points to his ears and points to her. Like, I can hear her.
Right. Sorry. This is a lot right now.
Right. Okay. Sorry.
Sorry.
Do you know how to accurately get to him so that I can see? Right?
He nods. Baz can see you nodding.
Yeah.
I asked multiple questions.
Okay.
He just keeps nodding the whole time, like as you're talking.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna hand Baz. I guess I'll just hand down like a paper and
it like floats off the air. He kind of scribbles down, and then hands it to you, and it basically says, it says touch all 6, and walk through the black portal.
Choose.
Oh.
And he kind of points around at the statues.
Sure. I go from statue with Archie on my shoulders.
I sort of.
Yeah, each one is slightly warm to the touch as you're touching them.
Oh, they're all warm.
As you like walk towards like the broken one that doesn't have a statue, he kind of points to that one and just kind of like shakes his hands like.
Not that one.
Okay.
That's the.
Yeah.
That one.
Thank you, Dragon Bait.
And then he points at the black portal.
Okay.
We're after we go to the guide, and we'll probably go to the library because that's where your brother.
That's where my brother is.
So he writes something down on the paper, turns it around. By the way, his writing is very like kind of like childlike, like think backwards R's kind of writing. Kind of holds up and it says, "Have you seen Artus?"
Like currently?
I mean,
he like nods and kind of like around here.
Oh, yeah. Have we seen Artus in this building? No. Is he there?
I haven't, but
you get the sense of like a little bit of a smell, a little bit of like ham kind of smell wafting.
Oh,
and he just kind of.
Well, I mean, if he's here, I mean, that would.
He turns and scribbles as you're talking, and turns it around again. It just says throne.
Oh,
Okay.
Throne room. Okay.
Obviously, I'm gonna go to the guy. I'm like looking like beyond him. Side. I was like, if you find him, please don't let him leave before I find you both again. I need to talk to him.
He kind of shrugs up at you, Baz, and nods, and then goes, and then you get the smell of like baking bread in the air, and he hands you the little stylus and paper, and then he points at the black portal and starts walking towards it.
Is there anything we can do for you?
He just kind of like waves and shakes his head.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
He steps in the portal. Wow. Gone.
I didn't see that.
What a friendly little creature.
Do I know what he was? No, I can't see him.
You can't see him.
Yeah,
Little lizard-like guy with bird-like mannerisms.
Answering my own questions.
Yeah,
okay,
we'll go through the black portal.
Do you want to touch them all again, just in case it like wear it off?
Sure. Boom, 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 boom. And go.
Ooh, you do that twice, it resets.
Maybe.
Third time now.
Okay, and then you step through.
Step through.
Yep.
Hey Baz, can you roll percentile for me?
Archie is also thinking guide, because that's what he called him, just in case we get separated.
Okay.
Or not.
The two of you find yourself outside on the steps with a black portal behind you.
Hello.
There is the same guy standing there.
Hello again.
Archie, can you give me a perception check? Actually, no, you don't have to. You don't have to. Never mind. Ignore that.
Okay.
Who's next?
That would be
Me.
Aelin in the library.
Aelin, you're in the library alone? Yes. Now alone. Are you doing anything?
Yeah.
You're waiting for your sister?
I'm waiting. I think at one point I would kind of like get up and look at the portal, and I'm going to take a ball bearing and just throw it at the portal and see what happens.
Sure.
And then I'd sit back down with a book and flip through it.
Yeah, you don't hear it hit anything. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're just waiting. Who's next?
That's what I would be doing.
Now it's Baz.
Oh, okay.
That's what happens when you're together.
Let's go to the next. Sorry, yeah. Jonah, where are you? You're in the cylindrical room again. What are you doing? Up in the work curve?
Yep, I'll go jump in the star.
Okay. Yeah, the first balcony is completely empty.
Oh, too bad.
Do you keep going or
Yep.
step off? Second balcony, there's benches there, but you don't see the little dude.
Okay.
And third one, there's a black portal.
All right. I'll go run and jump in the black portal.
Thinking of anything?
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely
Try
not.
to go.
Oblivion.
Okay, give me a d12. All right. Okay, you step out into a very large room with a big platinum throne at the end. Big image of Ubtao at the far side. There seems to be like some sort of like water all over the floor midway through the room. Just kind of like puddles of water. And you can see Blackwind kind of binding his wounds, not doing a very, very good job from what you can tell. But serviceable, and you see Donaquin and this other man, which you would recognize from the image as Artus, sitting on the steps, just kind of like conversing.
Oh, I will run up to him.
Artus kind of like looks down. He's like, "Ah, a gnome!"
Ah, a giant human. Haven't seen you guys before.
He kind of turns and like looks at Blackwind and Donaquin. He's like, "Giant? A giant human?"
Oh yeah, humans.
I mean, I put
come
him a
from
few
our
pounds,
like
but
this big.
Artus?
Never seen one
This is
your
Jonah.
size.
Jonah Artus.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Jonah. Artus Cimbar.
Oh, nice to meet you. We've been looking for you. I wish you would have told us you were here. We would have come
It's gonna
sooner.
get a lot. We're looking for you. We're looking for
He
you.
nods. He's like, well, I mean, a lot of people seem to be looking for me.
Very threatening.
True.
Get
Well,
Shorty.
I guess really the question is, what are you looking for?
He's like, well, I mean, we all have our own things, right?
Yeah, that's why I asked.
I'm looking for answers, probably like you are.
To what questions?
He's like, well, those are me to know, friend.
Oh. Yeah,
You
but
have to
you're talking
forgive
a friend.
me, but we've only just met. I hope we can be friends, but I don't know you.
Oh.
You
I'm
are
Jonah.
His name is Jordan.
It's like, well,
I explained the story at how I encountered him and Zendella.
She did? I would have never suspected that. She was so
Although-
nice.
Well, I'll explain, like, my warding shot purchased a little harder than I intended, but I mean, she definitely was straight up assaulting him, and instead of staying
Artist
and
nods.
talking,
He's like,
she-
frankly, if you hadn't shown up, I don't know what might have happened. And he kind of like flexes, and you can tell Jonah when he's flexing his right hand that the fingers move very stiffly, and the middle finger barely moves. And he's just
Do you
like,
want me to take a look at that?
he's like, no, it'll heal. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I just sprained my finger. He's like, your friend Zendala, who was so nice, as you say, attempted to take control of my mind, to take something from me. Luckily, your Blackwind here interrupted whatever she was planning.
Yeah, I just, like I say, I'm a little upset that I hit her so much harder than I meant to, but she did fireball me in response, so I guess tit for tat.
Hit you a lot harder than you hit her.
If I'd rolled slightly better, you would have gone down.
Oh man, I can't believe my dex save though.
Yeah,
Fucking
no,
just both
that's
of
pretty
them were
bad.
And I have +4.
Artist says, so you said there was, what, 9 of you? So assuming Miss Fireball isn't coming back, the rest of you, have you, and he kind of looks at you, Jonah. He's like, tell me at least you've been to the guide.
Was he a old snoring guy? Because I saw him. He didn't.
Like, no, cut albino, no hair. Oh, yay tall.
Yeah.
I
So
definitely
another
did. I just didn't talk to
superhuman guy. No, I have not seen him.
It's like, ugh. And did anybody go to the guide?
No, I just saw the guy that spoke with Bread and the sleeping guy. Oh, and the dead body that got burned.
You met Dragonbait. Wait, dead body.
Yeah, there's a lady. She got burned in a pillar of flame, it looks like.
Oh, her. Yeah.
You didn't do that, did you?
Well, I mean, not on purpose.
-1 point.
He's like, to be fair, now, I mean, this isn't a pattern or anything about young women attacking me, but she started it. I just pushed her off and she stumbled, okay? It's not my fault she fell into the pillar.
Is it?
It's like,
I pushed her into the pillar.
Well, I mean, I defended myself against her.
By -1 point. I'm writing that down in my notebook.
He's like, point? What? Okay, whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
So what you're saying? So it's gonna be pure dumb luck that any of your friends actually makes it here.
Some luck for me. I just know my way.
It's like, did any of you bother reading the plaque at the door that explained all this?
Maybe.
I don't even know if we saw it.
Yeah, I mean, none of you guys remember seeing a plaque. No. And
The closest we had was our guide, was kind of just mentioned to us like you know, go to the portals and.
He's like, oh wait, you had a guide? So you have
had a
been to the
guide that. No, a guide that led us through the jungle and the area. She knew about the temple. Let's just say she has intimate knowledge about this place. So.
Does she?
She does, yeah. She knows its history.
Hi, is that interesting to you?
But I don't believe she is wandering the hall.
Oh, well, I'd like to meet her.
Well, maybe you can.
Maybe.
I think we're just waiting on.
Don't push her into any fires, okay?
Like, it was an accident.
Oh, now it's an accident. Before you were defending yourself.
Should have been strong enough to survive fire, like me.
And he kind of like stands around awkwardly with you looking at you guys.
I mean, other than the stories I know, like I personally have not much stake with you, but I find him.
All
I
the
find
characters that don't really have a stake in this guy are not here.
I will. Yeah, be like, hey, you sure you don't want this healing potion?
He's like, oh, I mean, if you're offering it, I wouldn't say no.
I will not hand him the potion of poison. I thought about it.
Drink
it.
Kill.
And
all right.
So do you actually go to hand him a potion?
No.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to see if I could poison him. Knowing that I could is enough for me.
Great. What is okay.
Is actively evil.
No, he's chaos.
Yeah, this is our character. I wouldn't do this. John would, but not
nobody knows what John is doing. He's chaos.
Jonah.
I am chaos.
So, anything else in the throne room? I mean, you guys are starting to gather now, but
I want to check out I guess if I'm done bandaging, like,
sure,
investigate I think you said there was a symbol on the throne itself, right? Which is bigger than that, but
yeah.
So I'll take some time and I'll bring Jonah over. I'm like, hey, Jonah, break up the awkwardness of it's like, hey, check. Do you think this is special, or is this just a regular symbol?
Sure. Can I look at it?
Sure. I mean, it's up on the back, like where you would like rest your head if you were a friggin' giant sitting in the throne. Symbol of Ubtao, like you've seen in multiple places. The one behind it, again, is huge on the wall and is shifting and stuff. But...
Or and check that shit out. That's pretty funky.
Oh yeah.
Distract them with shiny objects.
Yeah.
I'll help you if you do any investigation, but if you are doing it. If you are.
Sure. Can I do an arcane investigation or something, or?
I can help regular.
Yeah, sure. Give me an investigation check. If Blackwood's helping you, you can roll it with advantage.
If there's anything to find. I'm like, does this rock mean anything? How about this rock?
Yeah, I mean, looking it over, you could climb. I mean, you could climb up on the throne fairly easily. You'd think. Well, if you had help, Jonah's a little short to do it himself, without some assistance. But yeah, there's no like, as far as you can tell, it's a solid platinum throne. It just looks like it's connected to the ground. There's nothing underneath it or behind it. Nothing moves. No switches. No other writing. Nothing else that you see really.
There isn't even like a button for a trap door to drop somebody in front of him.
There's
like the evil bad guy thing.
Oh yeah, denied. No, there is nothing like that.
Mr. Smithers.
Just a solid platinum giant throne.
Yep.
Yeah. Nothing remarkable.
Nothing
remarkable about this at all.
Just the throne of Ubtao, made in platinum.
Made out of platinum for a giant. Okay, good to know.
Okay, well, I guess... Oh, I have to make a roll. Oh, isn't that interesting?
Uh-oh.
Aelin! A man steps through the portal into the library. He is wearing armor, has a shield on his arm, bearing the symbol of the flaming fist. He's got a bald head and a kind of a scar on his cheek. And he kind of like stumbles in, and kind of takes like 2 or 3 steps. And then you see what looks to be a kind of a long, kind of like spindly looking like black arm reach out of the portal and grab the back of his head and literally pick him up by his head, twist and break his neck and drop him on the ground, and then it shoots back into the portal.
Oh, nothing.
And it just looked like this clatter. Like this all happens within like 5-6 seconds. Like this guy appears, takes a few steps forward, goes to like draw his sword when he sees you, and then just grabs him, and then clatters to the ground with a crash.
I drop the book that I'm holding, and I'm gonna like walk towards where the body is and try and like keep the body between me and the portal, and just try and drag him away from the portal so I can.
His head is like facing backwards right now, but yeah, you can drag him back.
Yeah.
Sure. He just has a look of like shock and surprise on his face, like.
Hey, same.
Am I okay?
Once I feel like I have him sufficiently far enough away, like maybe around the desk, I'm gonna just search him for anything useful.
Yeah. Well, you will find a small pouch that contains 15 silver pieces, 2 electrum pieces. Looks like they're stamped with like the crystal tower of Mesro on them. Other than that, nothing of value.
All right, I'll leave his money in the pouch with him. And do I have any idea what that could have been?
You could make a... Yeah, you could attempt an Arcana. It's gonna be really tough though for you. You're not proficient. You're not sure. It didn't look like a creature to you, actually, though. That's what I would give you with that. Okay. It looked more like some sort of magical effect. Like you've seen, like for example, when the, and I'm not saying that the Sekla guys did this, but when you fought the Sekla guys, you know how they like manifested their magic into different shapes, like shark-like shapes and like things like, and you've seen others like manifest like hands and stuff. That's kind of what it looked like some sort of manifestation of magic that did this to him. It didn't look like an actual creature. It looked like it's just like this hand made of like this shadowy energy.
Just wow, this looks this will be awkward.
Throw him through the portal.
10 more flaming fists come in with their swords drawn. No, just kidding. How?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still waiting.
Now you have a buddy.
Aelin goes back to his book and just kind of sits down.
Open.
And I kind of look over at the body every once in a while.
All right.
Owen is totally going to blame me for this.
Yeah.
Eventually, you get kind of bored and you kind of prop him up and.
We can
find something interesting in here.
Put his book in his hand.
but behind him, so he's like reading it.
Oh boy.
Baz and Archie, you're outside with this man. He's kind of looking at you, kind of vacant-eyed, expectantly.
I will climb down off of Baz. My detect magic is still up. So I'm gonna walk into range.
The man is radiating divination magic.
Cool.
But that doesn't work anymore.
It does.
I'm joking.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just be like, "Hello, sir. Is he Tolkien?"
He looks like an albino human with no hair.
Okay. So no real way.
You can't really discern like a ethnicity from him at all.
Powder.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'll just greet him in which Old Omuin for fun.
Okay. He responds back in your mind in the same language. And
Cool.
says, yeah. He says, yeah. He just kind of like looks at you expectantly. It's like,
are you the guide?
He nods. He's like, I am. I can show you the path.
Excellent. Just out of curiosity, is there a non-magical way to navigate the halls of the temple?
He's like, the enchantments of this place are by the design of Ubtao himself as a test. I can assist with that test.
So no.
He just kind of looks at you, kind of expectantly.
Okay. Is there, for somebody who hasn't spoken to you yet, is there a way to find you?
He kind of nods and he says, from the Hall of Champions, receive the essence of the beret, and you will come to me.
How does one get to the Hall of Champions?
And he nods, and he says, the hall is open to the worthy.
So, I guess my question is if I've left the Hall of Champions, how do I get back?
It's like,
if I've already been there, is there a way to guarantee to come back?
It's like, you wish assistance navigating the temple?
Yes.
And he kind of like raises his hand, this white energy kind of like swirls and floats slowly over to you and hits you. It's like, this will assist.
Do I get any sort of like magical read on it?
A divination.
Okay. How can I assist someone else who's lost?
And he kind of like looks at
Is that
you.
possible?
He's like, it's not such a bad thing, you know, being lost.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Basically, my brother is out there, and I want him to come and talk to you. And so I just wanted to know if there was a way of getting back.
And you know, it's like he can navigate the maze, reach the Hall of Champions, kind of bring him to me.
Do you have any other guidance other than navigating the temple?
He's like, what is it that you seek?
Oh man, that's a wide question. Understanding.
He's like, he kind of nods, and this big book that he's been holding, he kind of like opens it and kind of flips through the pages, and you can see the pages are kind of like they look like they're burnt around the edges, and they're kind of like flipping through. And he kind of flips through, gets to about the center, and then he kind of like traces his hand along it, and then he looks at you, and he says, you seek the Dajobi Senga. And then he says, look to the library, and he closes the book.
Guy, huh?
Very nice guy. Did you want to ask him anything else?
Oh no, he's already helped me quite a bit.
Oh. Okay, thank you, Mr. Guide.
Kind of nods. He says, "Good luck along the path."
Thanks.
Are you hungry at all? Can we bring you any food or anything?
Just kind of like got vacant look staring at you.
No? Okay.
I'm just gonna like lean back and I'm just gonna like right before I leave, I'm just gonna be like, is Alisanda alive? And just see if he says anything.
He doesn't.
Okay. Alright. He's not like an all.
Restate the question.
Or maybe he is. And he sent me where I need to go. Okay, Baz, how do you want to do this? So we gotta get back to the library, because I gotta get my brother.
Well, I think we just...
Do you want to carry me again, just in case we try and hopefully that worked last time?
Sure, why not?
Alright. Okay, I'll think brother, you think library, we'll see what happens.
Sounds good.
Alright, holding on to Baz, and we're going through.
Yep. Can you guys both roll me percentile? Alright. Archie? Okay. You both step through and find yourself in a room full of lined with books on the sides and tables. There is the dead body of an armored man with his head twisted around, lying in the middle of the floor, off to the side, and Aelin sitting with a book that he doesn't seem to have any idea what it says. Kind of like,
what did you do?
That wasn't me.
Okay, that hasn't worked.
Yeah.
I'm really glad it was you guys though, and not, Jonah or Flaming Fist.
Well, if I did, can I see if it's the same guy? I know
it's definitely not the same guy. You can
Okay.
tell immediately. You can tell he's big. He's bigger and a bit bulkier, younger, and has no hair. And yeah, he's totally a different guy. Also, Archie, you can see that near the back, there is one of the books on the shelves is kind of faintly glowing blue.
Oh.
Do I see that too?
Nope.
Damn it.
And neither does Baz.
Oh, you spelled out the actual spelling. Okay. I'm gonna go and give my brother a hug first.
I'll put you down.
Yeah, I'm down with Baz.
I mean, it hasn't been that long, I don't think, but I'm glad you guys are here.
This place is insane.
What do you mean? I got here, I just said library, and I got here.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't know.
Clearly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I'll quickly jot down what my experience has been in this place.
And
just point
while she's doing that,
and I'm looking at the book while I'm doing it.
And I'm gonna check out the body. Cat's tails. What the hell?
Yeah, he definitely died of a neck twisting. Same thing as I described before. He doesn't have anything of value. His equipment and the little pouch with coins. Definitely a member of the Flaming Fist.
He
Tell me you told me it was a good problem.
So after you left, Baz, Donaquin came through, and then he left. And then I was here for a bit, and then this guy came through, and then like a hand came through the portal and just killed him. It was very sudden.
Oh, okay. There's a book in the back glowing blue for me, so I'm gonna go and see what that's.
Oh yeah, sure.
What can I tell? What kind of magic as I walk up? Is it magic?
It's divination.
Okay. I will pull the book out and set it down, and
when you open it, there
okay.
is a as you're flipping through, most of the pages are like black and like burned, and as you're flipping through, they're almost all blank. And as you're flipping through, like these small, like almost like black, like spider web like looking lines are like creeping in on the edges of the pages. You get to about the middle, and there's a like an illustration there and you can see it kind of like starts moving, and it looks to you like a it looks to you like maybe like a shrine or something, up on a mountaintop, not on the top of the mountain, but like on a mountainside. These long kind of like sheer looking cliffs of stone surrounding it, and like a small like gated village, just maybe like a half dozen like very kind of simple wooden buildings surrounding it. And you can see there is villagers and stuff moving about, and there is what looks, you're not sure if he's like a shaman, a medicine man, a druid, something, kind of in front of this shrine. And he seems to be holding in one hand like a kind of this green orb, and just kind of like doing something with it. The orb is just kind of like this. It's almost like a glass orb almost. It looks like, and it looks like it's like pulsing, almost like a heartbeat pulse. But you get the sense that what you're seeing is not like an actual, like you're not like literally seeing this. It's almost like it's some sort of like metaphor for something this man holds.
Okay.
But he doesn't physically actually have this thing. Like it's not like it's more of a feeling, like something this man holds within him.
The green thing, the pulsing green thing. Okay. It's not a physical item.
Yeah, okay. And then the image kind of shifts, and the pages are rapidly blackening and like on the edges and like crumbling.
Stop
and you see beyond the wooden gate, a very simple wooden gate that surrounds this village, you can see what looks like a man in kind of like it looks like give me a history check. See if you recognize the styling. Yeah. You're not super familiar with it, but it's of a military style, like a Chesentian general. Chesentia is a nation kind of to the east of Kalimshan. So geographically, I mean, you can just Google it and look at the Forgotten Realms map if you want. But essentially, across the ocean, the closest country, if you will, is Kalimshan to Chult. Chesentia is kind of to the east of that a bit, along the southern banks of the Sea of Fallen Stars.
Oh, okay.
So you don't know a lot about the area. You probably not studied too much about that. You do know that there's been definitely some wars and turmoil there since the Spell Plague. So since like the late 1300s. You're not really sure much more about it than that with that role, but the stylings is like of like a high-ranking like military commander or captain or something, with this kind of like armor that he's wearing. He's got like this kind of like half cape, and he's holding a kind of a almost like a large scimitar, kind of like curved sword. And he's got like a handful of other soldiers with like bows and arrows in not quite as a elaborate garb as him. Seems to be marching up the mountain towards this village. But by the time you finish seeing all that, the pages are almost entirely consumed by this like crumbling spiderweb, and the book turns to ash and just kind of like starts flowing off the table like sand onto the ground.
That's what happened to Baz's book.
You could see that though, right?
Everybody in the room could see that.
Even the dead guy.
Even the dead guy.
Gotta look a surprise.
Does seeing that, like, does Daijobi Senga mean anything to me after seeing that?
Oh, yes it does, actually, because I forgot you speak the damn language. Daijobi Senga directly translates into Heart of the Wild. You don't know what that means, but that's what it means in common.
Okay. Huh. So I told the guy that I sought understanding, and he said that I see Heart of the Wild. And then the book glowed, and that's what it showed me. Whoa.
So it sounds like that dude's like a He's like a librarian.
Yeah, so, and I'll explain to Aelin kind of what I've put together about navigating, what we've figured out about navigating it. So, I think what we should do is have Baz pick you up like a baby, like he did me, and try and get to the Hall of Champions so that you can get to the guide. Because it'd be really good if we could all, like, navigate this place, because apparently Artus Cimbar is here. And then I will explain the lizard man and that interaction that Baz had.
Oh shit. Yeah, I mean, I was just waiting here for you. I figured you'd want to, look around, but I guess
no, I really, really do.
Well, do you know where anybody else is?
No, the lizard guy said throne was all he said in regards to Artus, but I haven't seen anybody but you guys.
Yeah, I've just been here. I saw Baz and Donna Quinn and this guy.
So I'm thinking maybe I will do maybe you guys go try and get you to the guide. I'll stay here, look around while you do that, and if you're not back in like 15 minutes, I'm gonna head towards the throne.
I'm trying to go Hall of Champions, guide, library, throne.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if the guide gives... So Baz went to the guide. He got the glowy book in the library. I went to the guide, got the glowy book. So I figure if you got to go to the guide anyway before you can navigate, you may as well pop back here. Maybe you'll have a glowy book too, and then we can all head back. Try and intercept Artus. I don't want him to leave. And then work on finding everyone else.
Yeah. What do you think we should do with the dead guy?
Just, can I check the dead guy to see if he has a charter on him?
He has all this, what I've described so far. He has nothing else.
No charter? Damn it.
Maybe if we bring him to Jonah can search him.
Ooh, I mean, I think maybe, throw him through the portal?
Oh, I did that with a ball bearing. I don't know what it did.
I don't know, because, like, I don't want to be standing here with him and if somebody else comes through thinking I killed him. But at the same time...
I think it's smart. And I'll pick up the guy, toss him through the portal.
He vanishes soundlessly.
Oh, well.
Maybe he'll come outside.
What
I want him to go to the throne room.
And I want him to go
comes back in.
Oh, the guy with the guy in the mess hall.
The guy in the mess hall. He's like, "What the fuck?"
I want him to just come back through the portal.
Oh yeah. Oh boy.
Hit Bass in the face.
All right.
So that's
the plan.
Yeah. Because then I'll get 15 minutes to like scam over some of the books, see if anything pops out as...
Oh, if you happen to come across anything,
Okay.
All right. So you're staying back. So, for the sake of brevity, the two of you can make it back to the Hall of Champions and to the guide.
Yeah, great.
Great. I don't know why people had problems with this. This seems really straightforward.
Yeah, with Baz carrying you, he can just bring you. Well, technically, Baz, can you give me a percentile roll? Just one.
Oh, sure. Why not?
You're totally gonna fuck it up. I know it.
No.
Jesus Christ! No, you're fine.
Oh man. Been
divine intervention.
I would have gotten that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you make it back to the guide with Baz carrying you. He'll bring you to the hall, and you can touch the statues, and then you get to the guide. So.
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to ask the guide other than for navigation?
So how does this work, Baz?
Oh, well, I kind of talked to the guide, and I said, he asked if I needed help, navigating this place. And I'd also we had a nice little conversation about being lost and finding my path, and that's what led me to the book in the library.
Oh.
So I don't know. Yeah. He's pretty cool.
He looks at you expectantly, Alan.
Hello.
Greetings.
I'm looking for help to go through the temple.
He raises a hand, a white orb kind of appears and just floats over to you and just kind of sinks into your chest.
Oh no, it's in my mouth.
Thank you. Is that it?
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's what kind of made it so I was able to get through the temple.
I guess we're going back to the library. I'd kind of turn back to look at the guide and just say, do you know if the beret were spared from the death curse?
Like, you seek answers?
I do.
And he kind of takes the book and kind of flips it open, flips through it, and you see the pages are like burnt. Gets about halfway, kind of traces, and then kind of closes the book, and he's like, you seek the Dajobi Senga.
What's that?
He just kind of like nods at you and looks expectantly at you.
Baz, do I have to like pay him or something?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
I'm gonna take out an Omun piece and hold it
Yeah,
up.
I didn't even think about that. That's so rude. Oh god. I start fumbling for my own Omun piece. Like,
Does he react at all?
No. He's just holding the book.
Maybe it's not that.
No.
Can I give you something? Do you need something?
I offered him food. He didn't really seem that.
Yeah, he just kind of like looks at you expectantly, but not just kind of vacant look in his eyes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, good luck upon the path.
Oh, you too. And then, the library, I guess, Baz.
Sure.
I'll walk through this time.
All right. Give me a percentile roll. Baz, are you also going to the library or somewhere else?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you arrive at the library, Aelin. Baz, you do as well. 3 of you are together.
Yeah.
All of you have the, there's... Archie, this room is not interesting. These books don't... You're like looking around, you're like... For the library of the Holy Temple of Ubtao, you'd expect something here to be useful, but it's kinda just like super mundane and like nothing really catches your eye.
Did anything else in the room ping magical?
Nope.
After the book, nothing else in the room?
Well, the portal, but...
Right. I want to take a book. As Aelin walks through, he just hears Archie speaking to herself like, I want to take a book, but I shouldn't take a book, but I kind of want to take a book.
I mean, we've already destroyed 2, so I don't know. There's a lot here. I don't know that...
That's probably it. Maybe they're all mundane because they are used as vessels for the guidance from the guide. They're not meant to be. Did you get anything?
Yeah. Do I see a glowing book?
You do. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We'll come back to that for a sec, though, because back in the audience hall, you guys have been sitting around kind of just awkwardly waiting for people to show up and making small talk. Suddenly, you see a man kind of stumble in through the portal into the audience chamber. He's wearing armor He's carrying a shield and a hand axe. The shield has blazoned with the symbol of the flaming fist. He's a Chelton man with kind of like braided hair. He kind of like stumbles forward and he sees you all kind of like hanging out on the steps, about 150 feet away or so, and he kind of like stumbles forward a few feet and he's like, "Hey, you there!" And you see this like spindly kind of black hand reach out and kind of like it just kind of punches directly through his chest, like, and he just kind of goes. Blood kind of sprays out and then it whips back into the portal and he collapses onto the ground.
Good God!
Holy crap! Did you see the splatter range?
Yeah, it's like probably like 10 feet out. Like,
Splash zone.
Our artist is kind of like, hops to his feet. He's like, shit, they're here.
What the fuck was that?
Who's that?
He's like, just some folks I'd much rather them not find me. I'm gonna have to go pretty soon. He's like, shit, how do I get... And he kind of like looks at the portal. He's like, dragon bait. He's like, shit. He's like,
Come with us if you want to live.
and he kind of like... He kind of like thinks for a second. He's like, nah, that little guy's been through too much. I can't leave him. No, okay, no, we wait here, but if anything else comes through there, let's get ready for a fight.
What are they?
Like, and he looks around at the turtle or he looks around at like Jonah and Doniqua, and he's like, so I've seen him sort of fight. You can fight, you can hold your own. We may have to. It's gonna be life or death. And I know you don't know me, but they'll kill you just for being with me.
What are they?
Yeah. Who are they?
And he turns. He's like, bounty hunters, mage slayers of the worst kind.
Okay. Do they have a name? An organization?
He nods.
A conspiracy?
He kind of like looks at you slightly oddly when you say conspiracy. He's like, I knew they were on the continent. Geez, son, seems like everybody's catching up to me here. I've spent too long in the city. I've got to keep moving. He's like, and he turns. He's like, they're the House of Karanok out of Chisentia.
To be fair, we didn't actually think you would be here. We just knew that you came this way 20 years ago. So finding you here was...
He's like...
Pride.
He's like... Yeah, he's like... And then he kind of like mutters, he's like, dragon bait, move your ass. If you're sleeping... He kind of like pacing now on the stairs back and forth. Kind of muttering to himself. More than anything.
Why are they after you? Are they after the ring too?
That's who was after
And
me.
he kind of glances down.
Do they know? Do you guys know about the ring?
That's a good point.
I haven't brought it up either because
yeah, if
right now I'm not sure what it is or
yeah, if Blackman hasn't brought up the ring, neither you nor Doniqua have ever seen that.
I was actually hoping to have more people here for the whole discussion before freaking him out completely.
Blackwind and Jonah would probably recognize the name House Karanok though, because our mother said that they were hunting her in the message that she left for us that you guys saw.
That's why we were hidden.
Oh, right.
That is true. Yes.
Oh. Which also means that they're probably looking for them, maybe, if they know that they're here.
Well, okay, so I would rephrase that. Why are they looking for you?
He's like, it's a very long story. And he's like, he kind of like pauses. He's like, crib notes. I helped someone a long time ago, and they haven't forgiven me for it. He's like
that can mean a lot of things.
Maybe if we make it out of here, I'll tell you more, you know. And kind of like looks at you, the three of you, and it's like, but frankly, I'm not really comfortable sharing anymore with you. As I said, I don't know you. He's like,
well,
and
yeah, but you're asking us to put our lives at risk for you.
He's like,
they want you.
He's like, I'm not asking you for anything. You're free to leave. And he points at the portal. He's like, but if you stay here with me, they won't give any quarter. They won't ask questions. They'll attack you. So
I
be
was
ready
gonna
to
say the
defend
same.
yourselves. You don't have to defend me, and you're free to leave and save yourselves. That's fine. But if you stay with me, know that you may have to defend yourselves.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll
he didn't.
stay with you, but we can't kill them.
He's like, I will not promise that. If I see them come through, I will do everything in my power to end them. They won't give us any quarter whatsoever.
Well, I'm just saying, it'll be negative points. You're already at a negative score.
And he kind of like looks at you funny. He's like, "What? Again with the score? What?" He's like, "Never mind." And he's kind of like walks back up the stairs and kind
All
of
right,
like,
I will go to the portal and about feet away from the portal, between some like pillars or something. I don't have the map open since the game.
yeah,
crashed, but
there's pillars like throughout from the portal.
I am going to cast web
Okay.
in front of the portal.
Just cover it with all the sticky webs. How long does the web
Like
last?
an hour.
An hour. Oh, nice.
What about our friends that have to come through though?
I'll cut them out, but at this point, anything that comes in, I want to get at least caught so we can get a good look at it.
Okay. Big sticky web just kind of sprays across the floor, leaving this big mess.
To be honest, I'm quite disappointed with the others because they're the the ones that had more reason to meet you, and they haven't found their way here yet.
Yeah, why did the lady you burned want to fight you? What was her name? Was she part of these assassins?
He turns. He's like, oh, she may have been. She attacked me the moment I stepped into that chamber with the fire. I tried to calm her. I pushed her off me and she stumbled backwards into the flames. Sorry I didn't get a chance to talk with her.
Just a second. I'm going to roll insight on that.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I've rolled insight on them a while ago too, but I
Joe-
don't know if I should roll it again or not. Whether or not you figure it's the same encounter.
I mean, the dynamics have changed. If you want to reroll, you can. Yeah, he
A little bit. Yeah.
he seems sincere, but you don't really know him that well, so.
I mean, he's
Yeah.
a nice enough guy. Like
Exactly.
he does seem like a nice
Same
enough guy.
thing.
To be
He
honest.
seems sincere with what he's saying. He doesn't
He's
seem like he's
reasonable.
trying to be deceptive. He's obviously being evasive and very selective with what information he's sharing with you.
Yeah.
But he doesn't seem to be like lying about what he has said. But again, you don't know him very well. You don't know how good of a liar he might be.
He's veiled,
Okay.
as most people would be with a room full of strangers, even though.
Yeah.
But he's reasonable. I will vouch for that because we were able to, set our weapons aside and not hurt each other.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You're looking at a book in the room.
Yeah, glowing
Yeah.
book.
Alan, you will see a very, not quite identical, but a very similar scene to what Archie saw. You see this, but when you're looking at it, you see like almost like a bird's eye view of Chult. You recognize a few features, but it goes by pretty quick. But you recognize the plateau of Umbala, and you recognize like the peaks of flame. But you're not. It's like you're not close enough to the ground to see like the details or under the canopy. But you get a sense that wherever this village is, it is somewhere along the coast of Chult. Near. That is not the map. Let's take a quick look. It seems to be somewhere along the northern part of Chult, like along as far as you can tell, the Stormrack mountain range. Kind of on, like, as best you can tell, it's kind of near the southern tip where the Stormrack Mountains meets the Mistcliff Mountains. Is roughly where that is. But otherwise, you don't really gain any additional information other than what Archie kind of saw. These guys from Jishentia moving towards it, and this green kind of orb this guy's holding. You get the sense again that it's not a physical object; it's more of a metaphor of something that the guy has or possesses. And then the book crumbles to ash.
Man, I wonder who replaces all these books after they burn away.
Well, they're all pretty mundane. Like, bring it.
But yeah, we saw the guide. He told me to seek Daijobi Senga, but I don't know what that means.
Heart of the Wild. That's the same thing he told me.
In the Bronx. Daijobi Senga?
I wonder
So
if that's like a conch, and he just tells everybody to find the conch.
Or we're connected. Our journeys. So find. I don't know. Throwing it out there.
Yeah. Well, now that I guess Throne.
Yeah.
Yeah, Throne.
Yeah, let's go find Artus.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I could spend another hour in here looking through mundane books, but Throne.
Yeah, maybe talking to the guide is more helpful.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Hopefully, he hasn't found himself in a situation.
I mean, he's a being of pure divination magic, pretty much. So.
Artus?
No, the guide.
No. Hopefully, because we're heading to Throne Room.
Right.
Hopefully, Artus has found himself in a situation.
What?
I say that as we walk through.
Yeah. You know what I really appreciate about this place? It's super old, but there's no cobwebs or it's
really
been kept up really well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was trying to set up the I'm sure there's a term for it in sitcoms. Set up the punchline.
Yeah, I mean, you're setting up the joke.
Yeah. Wah, wah, wah.
Ah!
In the throne room, by pure serendipity, you see a small, squat, lizard-like creature. Both Jonah and Donoquin have seen him before in the cylindrical room with the air. Kind of step through the gate into the audience hall, and immediately he has to make a dex save, is it? For Webb? Well, he fails. Whatever kind of save it is. And he immediately gets tangled in the web and kind of squawks a little bit. And immediately following him, your three companions come in one after the other. Whatever the saves are, you guys are going to have to make your saves to not get tangled in the web.
A dex save?
I love it.
Mm-hmm. DC 15.
No.
All right, Aelin and Baz, you guys. Oh no, yeah, Aelin and Baz, you guys get tangled up in this big sticky web. Archie, you kind of push your way through, and Gerald as well just gets stuck. And Archie, you push your way through and kind of manage to not get stuck, but you kind of make your way. And Artus kind of jumps up and draws his dagger. And the temperature in the room noticeably drops, probably 10 degrees.
Ooh. Archie's just what? Why?
And he's like, dragon bait! He's like, get away from them, you beasts!
What?
Oh, dragon.
I had to say something.
As I see him, I'm just do I see him now?
That's what you look.
Yeah, you see everybody in this room. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, now that I see dragon bait, I'm just
it's about time.
Those of you who are close to the little guy, he is smelling strongly of ham.
Ooh.
Oh man, Baz, were you cooking in here?
And
I can smell it now.
He's kind of struggling against the webs. And Artus is look towards Jonah. He's like, can you release them? That's dragon bait.
Oh,
That's
okay.
it.
I'll drop the spell.
I've been here for hours.
It's been half an hour, you big baby.
And
Oh, yeah, by the way, I think Zendala split from the group.
What?
Like she went back out front, like with Masika and Azaka.
She I give the Cliff Notes version, but I came upon her as attacking.
I knew it.
Artus, and my warning shot was a little more on point than I expected, and then she continued her assault on him, and
Shit.
Artus kind of nods. He's like, Dragonbait. Our pursuers are here in the temple. We need to move, and we need to go now. And he kind of like is like moving down the steps towards Dragonbait. Dragonbait smells like, again, strongly of ham, but you also get the slight waft of like brimstone, kind of like or not brimstone, more like wood smoke, kind of overlapping that. And he kind of like chirps a few times.
More delicious than the last.
I just want to eat them. No.
Excuse me, Mr. Cimbar, I just wanted to, hi, sorry, I'm Baz. This is Archie and Aelin.
Hello.
I get the sense that you're trying to make a run, but would it be okay if maybe we went with you?
Can we come with you?
We've kind of sort of been looking for you.
He's like, join the club. He's like, believe me, it's much safer if you're not near me. Those who are pursuing me, they won't hesitate to kill anybody who's with me, and I won't put more innocent people in danger. Assuming you're innocent, I don't know you, but
well, we really kind of need to talk to you.
He's like,
who killed this guy?
He looks down. He's like, oh, dark magic. Don't worry. Unless you knew him. I don't know if you know him. If you did, I'm sorry, but this is what happens to people who stay around me too long. I mean, not this specifically, but they tend to die.
I also point out that these are my companions, and like these are the ones I was mentioning to you that would be great value to them to.
And he kind of like looks the three of you over, and then he kind of like pauses for a second, and kind of like looks at Aelin, looks at Archie, and he's like, huh. He's like, small world. I wish we had more time. Okay, you have questions, ask them, but we've got. I have to get out of here for your safety. I have to, but ask your questions. Go.
Well, real quick, the portal behind us, Corey, is it white or black?
It is white.
If Zendala left and she's turned against us, we need to make sure that she hasn't killed Azaka and Masika.
We also don't have a charter now. If she's gone.
Oh, I'm just saying that she is probably highly likely either A, hating me, but she never spoke about what she was doing, and she could have been much more upfront, and she never was.
That's a conversation for another time. Okay. Biggest question: if you were to leave, where would you go that we could find you?
He's like, what? I don't know. I'd have to ensure that I draw them away from this place, and presumably away from you all. And he pointedly looks at Aelin and Archie. But I don't know. I tend to move pretty quickly.
Okay.
This is the same group that was mentioned that's hunting him.
So we saw a vision of you. You knew our mom, Alessandra?
He's like, I knew her. Yeah, you could say that. I know her.
Well, that was going to be my next question. If you knew if she was still
and he's
around.
Like, he's like, call me crazy, but yes, I absolutely believe she is alive. She's in Mesro. And he kind of looks around. He's like, not this Mesro. She's not here. She's not in this Mesro, but she's in Mesro, the real Mesro.
Where? What does that mean?
He's like, sorry, it's a lot.
Everything mean?
Mesro, this isn't Mesro. Everything you're seeing here, this isn't Mesro. It may look like Mesro. It may feel like Mesro. It may have trappings of Mesro. But it's fake. It's all. It's an elaborate. It's a diorama. It's smoke and mirrors. This isn't Mesro. Mesro is gone, and Alessandra's there. I know it. She has to be.
Where did it go?
He's like, away, another plane, another a pocket plane dimension. He's like,
Timey-wimey stuff.
Baz, he's definitely on edge, but he seems very much like he believes entirely everything he is saying. And he kind of like, he's like, I know a lot. it's a lot. He's like, number one, just let's just get this out there, because I'm sorry, I have way too many people ask me this. No, I am not your father. He's like, well,
Eddie?
and then he kind of pauses. He's like, but if you're Alessandra's children, I guess I'm kind of your stepfather. She's my wife.
Eddie!
Daddy!
He's like, no, please. He's like, oh, please don't.
I didn't.
He's like,
Okay. So you're looking.
he nods. He's like, I've come here a few times over the decades. The city vanished. You're where? And he kind of looks at you all. He's like, the spell plague. Everyone knows what the spell plague. About 140 years ago, 130 years ago.
Yeah.
I do. I would
Before my time.
He's like, well, yeah, I don't expect any of you, and he kind of looks at Donna-Quinn. Well, maybe you, but I don't expect any of you were around then. But the spell plague, when it happened, the Batiri were attacking the city. Anyways, it was a chaotic time. Me and, well, the Beret, they combined their powers, well, most of their powers, not all of their powers, and I suspect that's probably why it went maybe wrong. But they needed to protect the city, but the spell plague, it ripped through just as it did everything. It rearranged the world. It's the spell plague. I know there's not, and maybe I'm just going crazy. But I firmly believe the city wasn't destroyed. I mean, it was like when the magic ripped through, like yes, it was like this when it was done, but they were trying to protect the city, and it wouldn't have fallen, not like this. And he kind of like pauses. He's like, I'm sorry, and he kind of like takes a breath. And Dragonbait kind of like pats him on the arm a little bit, and he kind of looks down. He's like, yeah, right.
Effectively, they've camouflaged it with.
Okay, but even given all of that, she was around 20 years ago to give birth to us.
He's like, oh, sure, yeah. He's like, how to explain? Me and your mother, we've known each other for a long time. When I last saw her, well, one of the times I last saw her, is when we decided to marry. This was after she had you, but anyways, she's only around. He's like, how to explain it? Imagine, if you will, the twilight hour between night and dark, right before, and it's not really one or the other. It's kind of right in that transition time. Well, think of that as the time that she's here, or at least she can come here, but she can't stay. fleeting seconds, well, minutes, I suppose. And it's all we've had together for what, over a century now. Every once in a while, we can connect, and he's like, and he just kind of gets this like sad look on his face, and he's like, all I can tell you is, I believe, given enough time and enough searching, that there's a way to bring it back, to get there. And I thought my answers were here, but obviously I've only managed to get a few just brief pieces of information, because this isn't this isn't the real thing. It doesn't have all the pieces. He's like, but I have, look, if you, I have to go, but if you want, I'll tell you what. And he kind of like digs in a satchel. He pulls out like a kind of a small kind of like bundle of like scrolls and things kind of bound together, and he just kind of like hands it to you, and he's like, whatever I've managed to gather has been in there. I was gonna go speak with the he's like, it sounds crazy. He's like, I'm not a crazy person, I promise. I was gonna go speak with the crocodile. I've
the big one.
He's like, yeah, it's in the agricultural district. But
is it like for real? It's there, because I saw it in like the tower in one of the rooms there.
Like,
but
he's like, yeah, it's there if you can convince the children of the crocodile, as they call themselves, to let you see it. I haven't been able to yet. Anyways,
okay.
their leader, he's a dwarf. He's from Candlekeep. His name is Emberon Coalscuttle.
I'm from Candlekeep.
He's like, congratulations. So if you can convince him, now if you want to talk crazy people, he's a crazy person, but he firmly believes that this alligator, this crocodile, can see the future and has predicted everything. This predicted the spell plague, predicted the obsidian sky, predicted the dragon war. He's like, man, I missed a lot on the Sword Coast. There's like an apocalypse every 5 years there, I swear. Anyways, talk with him. I'll try to meet you. I can't guarantee a time or place exactly, but I'll check in. I mean, if there's one place that I know is safe on this continent, or relatively safe, it's the port. So,
yeah.
Nianzaru, if you go back there, I rent a room. Well, when I'm stay there, I rent a room at Kyra's House of Repose.
Okay.
If you look for me there, under, he's like, he will give you, because I can't remember what it is right now. He'll give you a fake name. He's like, it's under this name. I paid for it for the next 2 years. They'll know.
Not important.
There are
not important.
there are some people, Tarum, are in Port Ontario that are looking for you.
He's like I said, join the club.
Sure.
It's fine. Anywhere I go, there's people looking for me. Frost Giants, House Karanak, bounty hunters, cultists.
Well, there's one less Frost Giant now.
If there's one thing I've learned over the centuries is let's just say that when you have something like I have, a lot of interested parties want to take it from you.
What is it that you have?
Style.
Yeah, style and panache. No, he's
jazz hands.
And he just kind of like holds up his hand, it's gloved hand, and he's like, something I found on this continent a long time ago. It's a blessing in that it keeps me around and allows me to, even if it's briefly, see Alessandra again, but it is a thing of evil. Anyways, I can't let anyone else have it. It's my burden to bear.
Why were the frost giants after?
He's like, it's.
Well, he said everybody's after it, didn't he?
He said, or she said it was for somebody's a name or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
her captain.
It was
Thorvald.
for Storvald's daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she mentioned the
Dru-
name of
Druthi Storvalv Dotir.
the creature though, the goddess that wanted it. Did she not mention the name of it?
No.
No.
The Oriel thing was what Baz saw in the book, but he doesn't know that the ring is what Artus has.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he'll
I was trying to remember the difference.
he'll take his glove off and just show it to you.
And does it look like the ring that I saw in?
Yep.
And I'll like.
It looks like you need the manicure.
Boy, this place really works fast.
You found the thing you were looking
yeah,
for.
And
I didn't.
The guide pointed me to the library, which pointed me to that ring as my path. I don't understand. Very, very bizarre. Like, Syndra sent me as her dying wish to find you. Or at least to help Ella find you. Apparently she wants to kill you or something. I don't really fully understand. But she's your daughter, but she's not. Everything is very confusing.
He's like, I'm pretty certain I don't have a daughter.
Yeah, you do.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
I can tell you with
Too soon.
Too soon. I got it too soon.
I can tell you with
Not there yet.
a very certain amount of certainty that she absolutely believes. And if that's the truth, who knows? But I don't know.
Yeah. I think we should probably leave. I'm worried about our friends outside.
Me
given
too.
this
Yes, you're right.
information with Zendala. But and I point to the throne. Did anybody try tracing that?
And,
Mhm.
and Artus nods. He's like, "Oh, yeah, that the maze. Yes, you should do that, especially if you don't believe anything I'm saying." And he's like,
I mean, I believe
you probably have so many questions about your mother and everything, but
Yep.
if you can find look at my notes, in there is everything I've got. I believe the next step, we need to talk with a man named Wainwraith. He is in a village on the edge of the Stormrack Mountains. I've been able to determine this far. He has knowledge of something that's been broken in Chult for a very long time. I think if we can restore it, well, I don't know if it'll bring Mesro back. I don't know if it'll fix anything. But it's the best first step. He's like, so I know we just met, and I know that's a lot to unpack, but I really have to be going. They can't, and he kind of like points at Aelin and Archie, and he's like, they can't know about you. They will use you to get to her, and I can't have that.
So do you think they'll follow you if you go?
I know they'll follow me. It's the only reason they're here. They've been hunting me for a long time.
Well,
That kind of explains why you kind of disappeared from the world for like,
it's like,
more
well,
of a ghost in 20 years.
Being a quote-unquote notorious adventurer in the Sword Coast brought way too much attention. When you become, he's like, and I don't say this lightly, but when you become famous, it gets a lot more difficult to hide. So I came here, anyways.
When you look like Nick Cage.
And then he kind of shakes his head. He's like, but read my notes if you want to. If you want more answers, I won't be able to go to Wainwraith. I can't go to him with knowing they're this close on my trail. I can't risk that. I can't risk them finding a way to Mesro and finding a way to her. I will draw them away. if you want answers, look into that. I can't. I have no right to ask this of you, but I can't put you in danger by being with you.
I'm already walking towards the throne. I want to go trace the maze just while all that conversation's still happening.
Yeah, no, I think I had a vision of whatever this village is anyway. So I think that I don't think you're asking much. I think that's already our path.
He's like, well, I mean, if it brought you here, brought you to me, I mean, would they? Anyways, carry on.
No, I mean, I just have, I guess, two last things. Do you have an extra charter?
Charter? He's like, oh, for those fist fellas? No, I didn't bother with that.
Okay. And
he's like, I've been walking around on this land far longer than they have.
Sure. I just don't want to die.
It's like,
they're a bunch of dicks.
It's like, sure, but they're, quite frankly, a very mundane problem and one that I don't have time for.
I guess if you see her, tell her we say hi.
And he's like, well, do this for me. If you figure out anything, leave word for me in the port. I'll try to link up with you when I can.
You could probably, if you have messages for us, you could probably leave something for us either at the Thundering Lizard or maybe the Temple of
Savras.
Everest or something like that.
We have, yeah, Oland at the Thundering Lizard.
He nods. He's like, all right, Thundering Lizard, Oland. Yeah, good man. Okay.
Okay.
Well.
You don't have anything else that can help us other than the notes?
He's like, a hug. Everything's in there. Good luck. I mean, if he brought you this far, I mean, what do they always say? Continue along the path.
Before they go,
not all who wander are lost.
I'm gonna give another piece of dried capicow to Dragonbait.
He takes it, smelling briefly of like maple bacon.
It was nice to see you.
Yeah, I hand it over
and he's like, you're getting high off of his smell. You're like, oh yeah.
Artus kind of turns to you all, and with one last check to make sure that he didn't miss any of his exposition, he kind of gives you all like a look. He's like, well, until we meet again, try not to die out there in the jungle. And if
you too.
Then he kind of digs into his pocket briefly, and he pulls out like a small looks like a silver chain that has like a little necklace on it, and just tosses it towards you, Baz. He's like, if you see anyone wearing one of those or bearing that standard, run. And then he turns and nods to Dragonbait and steps through the white portal. Dragonbait kind of turns and a brief waft of baking bread as he waves to you and walks out.
It's the black circle.
Yeah, at the end of the chain is a black disc with like a very thin purple outline.
Didn't I see a person with that symbol talking to the bald guy?
You sure did.
Yep.
I saw that. That's what actually creeped me out about the guy too. So I was like, wasn't sure if I should talk to him. Which turns out to be a guide.
With that, why don't we take our break? Sean can grab some caffeine or something so he doesn't sleep through the next section as well. I'm not sure if you were asleep, but you looked asleep to me.
It's a lot of stories.
It was hard to tell if you were like just not moving because you were just like chill, or if you had dozed off because you were looking down.
But yeah, why don't we take a quick break here? We'll come back, and when we come back, you guys can finish or continue investigating and doing whatever you're doing next. So we will be back.
About Artus Cimbar.
So why don't we come back at, I don't know, like quarter after?
Sure.
Okay.
Right.
BRB.
No, it's not. You never finish before the end of the break.
15 minutes?
Really makes you think.
It does.
I was just right. Don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up. Don't kill anybody. Oh shit! I crit.
They should call this the holy temple of exposition instead of the holy temple of Ubtao. Shit, there's a lot of information here that you guys didn't have before.
Graven Hollow 2.0.
I think my little meme was very fitting for this place. Could be getting around.
But at least now you guys have a very good idea of how to navigate this place. So you can.
Some of us do.
You can get around. Well, assuming you share with your compatriots, you guys can get around and actually not have to worry about randomly.
It's a good thing the portal out of here is white. Otherwise, we would be losing a couple people.
Oh,
Maybe.
so who knows what? Well, no. See, here's the thing. I carry Jonah. Baz carries Blackwin.
And I carry Donaquin.
Yeah. Oh boy.
No problem. 400 pounds. Easy.
Okay, here we go. Baz enlarges and carries Donaquin.
Gerald carries Donaquin.
I found my way here perfectly fine. I'm sure it was all natural instinct, not dumb luck.
Oh yeah, totally.
That's what I'm saying.
I carry Blackwind because I'm stronger than my brother.
Yeah. Those books.
Carry me, Gerald.
Well, here we are. Artus has dumped a bunch of expectations and information on you and fucked off, apparently drawing the attention of whatever dark entities are killing shit through portals, and hopefully that means that they will chase him away from this temple as well, having not encountered you guys yet.
What did he say?
Or maybe he left us defenseless.
Or maybe. A brief cameo by the legendary artist Cimbar.
Corey, what was the
never seen again?
The Rainwith Village?
Malka.
Hamalka.
Thank you.
Sorry, I wrote it and then immediately cleared the chat.
I was away when you did so.
Hamalka.
I know this is, what was the name of the dwarf?
Oh, Emberon Coal Scuttle.
Emberon Coal Scuttle?
Emberon Coal Scuttle.
Thank you.
He's the leader of some group of people called the Children of the Crocodile.
Children of the Crocodile.
Children of the Corn.
Apparently he's from Candlekeep.
Which hopefully works in my favor if we get there.
Yeah, Artus was really impressed. Like, good for you. He's like, you can never impress your stepdad easily, can you?
Apparently not.
Yeah, so, I'm like, I had no idea. I'm like, how do I do this with, like, if he's actually a bad guy and then I release, oh boy, shit will go bad. But if I fucking don't help him, and she's doing something kind of bad, then and those are my parties looking for it. I'm like, I'll never hear the end of it. And,
you would never hear
the end. If you had sided with Zandala against Artus, yeah.
The fact that, you know, it seemed fishy. She hid it all from us like that, and she was being pretty aggressive on the hand it to me and give it to me.
As Artus walked through the portal, can I be like, do you know who our dad is?
Oh no, you didn't. Sorry, he's already gone. Didn't hear that.
And I'm not your father. He's totally your father. I can see it in the face. You guys look like him.
So yeah, leaving just the party, right? There's no NPCs around right now, right?
Nope.
Yes, I've successfully cut off your NPCs.
Let's trace the symbol of Ubtao and see what happens.
I'm already up there.
Yeah.
Ready to trace it.
To join hands and sing Kumbaya at the same time too.
No, we'll trace it separately.
So.
Or does it take us all as a group?
Yeah, Aelin, you made your way up even as people were finishing their conversation up to the throne. It's easy enough for a medium-sized creature to climb onto the throne. It's not that high, and you're an athletic guy. Standing on the throne, you can reach the full extent of the maze, kind of in front of you. Give me an intelligence check to try to trace through. See how long it takes you to get through this maze. You have to do it in a single go without lifting your finger, right? So.
Yeah, but the trick is to start at the end.
Sure, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work going backwards. You gotta make your way through.
It's about the journey, taking the long road.
Aelin,
remember that.
It takes you a little while, probably till the end, at least to the end of the conversation when Artus leaves, for you to make your way through. Probably takes you 1d8 tries to do it, and not as bad as you'd think. But you trace it. When you finish, there is kind of like a flash of kind of like light, and it kind of glows, and you see the big symbol of Ubtao on the wall kind of like rotate, and kind of like open, almost like a big skylight, letting in this like shaft of light that goes down to the center of the floor, in the middle of the chamber, just kind of at the foot of the stairs, kind of, and it kind of projects down onto there, and from turning around from the throne looking down, you can see it almost reminds you of standing up on the bluff, looking out over Mesro, because it's like a very similar kind of view of the city of Mesro. However, this city is not flooded. It is fully, it's not ruins. It is fully intact in its splendor, golden spires and marble colonnades, flags and streamers of various colors, and you can see people moving about in the streets. Down the main thoroughfares, wagons, just thousands of people going about their day. The Temple of Ubtao gleaming in the center. No flaming fist presence you can see. Everything just seems to be... There seems to be some sort of like chariot race or something happening in the Colosseum thing, just to the northwest. Yeah, and people moving about. On the outside of the walls, however, you can't really see anything. It's just kind of like this. The image kind of like stops at the walls.
Anybody else seeing this?
Do I see it? I would have walked up.
Everybody else can see this. It's harder to see from like the ground level, just because it's kind of like wide, but going up the steps even a little bit and turning around, you can see it too.
Supposedly, this is showing us the city as it is wherever it is, instead of the ruins that we see here.
Yeah,
covering its.
I'm sure Masika would like to see this.
Probably. Fine.
What are the chances I would roll that? I was just like, where is Masika right now? I've been rolling for her the entire fucking time. She's never encountered anybody.
I thought she left.
No.
Or she went forward. Azaka's the only one who left.
Forward.
Yeah. Masika's been wandering around the temple, missing everybody constantly. Until now, I just rolled a 12. I'm like, yeah, right. She's jumping through portals trying to get to you. She hasn't. She never touched the friggin' statues, so I couldn't get her to the friggin' guide either. So I'm like, come on, Masika, get it together. Guide. You know how to navigate this. She's a little rusty. What can you tell? Anyways, as you say that, stars align and you see a figure step through the portal.
What sort of power do I have over this place?
Oh my god!
It is Masika.
Am I the guide?
I hope my mother doesn't step through the gate. Look at the gate.
She has a bit of a happy look on her face when she sees the lot of you standing around, seemingly unscathed. Well, Blackwind slightly less so, but unscathed basically. And
There's
she's
a big
like,
fireball mark.
She's like, oh, you made it. Fantastic. She's like,
Come here.
I'm embarrassed to say that I couldn't find my way to the guide. Anyways, I'm glad you're here. And she kind of like looks. She's like, what is that? Kind of looking at like the image.
Apparently, this is the city of Mesro as it is, but
What?
hidden.
What are you talking about? We're in Mesro.
All right. So here's the thing.
Camouflage.
The way that Artus us, like.
Wait,
We found
Artus is here?
He was here.
Just missed him.
He ran away.
Oh.
He's being hunted.
By who? In the temple?
Yeah.
Yep.
Somebody who's chasing him.
See that guy there?
She kind of like looks at the dead Flaming Fist guy. She's like, she kind of shrugs.
They killed him through the portal.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Something in this place that seems like it's apparently looking for artists, but really doesn't seem to like these Flaming Fist people.
Yeah, and maybe they're just killing everybody who gets in their way. But although Blackwing, you said you saw one, and they didn't kill you, they just left, right?
At the guide, they walked by me. I don't know if she didn't see me. I think she kind of saw me.
Oh, well, okay.
I was of no significance to her.
Okay,
So.
here's a weird bit. So me and Baz encountered Dragonbait in the Hall of Statues. I could not see Dragon because I hadn't talked to the guide. Baz could see him because he had talked to the guide, so you guys could see each other. Why can I see you guys who haven't talked to the guide? Like, why aren't we phased from each other the same way?
Question.
This would be
I could see Dragonbait.
That's what I see. That's why couldn't I see him? He said it was because I hadn't talked to the guide yet, but
I might have attuned myself to the temple too, in a way. Like, I don't know if I did or not, but I opened myself to the temple.
Yeah, also Zendala attacked Artus and left, and we should probably still go see if Azaka's okay.
Right.
Good call.
So all this does is shows
come back.
A live action of the city.
Yeah, so he thinks it's in a pocket dimension. We don't know, but he said if we thought he was full of crap, we should trace the symbol, and we did.
It can be brought back though.
And that's what we see.
He thinks it got sent there incorrectly. That's why.
Can I ask her if the vision of Mesro that is currently showing, does it look the same as when she lived?
She's like, she just seems to be slightly in shock, like looking from one of you to the other as you're just spewing all this information at her. And she's like, so my people are alive?
If he is right.
Yeah. He thinks there's a way. He's not sure, but a way to bring it back. But
she kind of like looks down at the image. She's like, oh. Well, it's not. I mean, it's mostly the same.
But there's differences.
Yeah. I mean, there's some new. She kind of points at a couple of
Yeah.
buildings. She's like, those. I don't remember those buildings. She kind of points over to the college.
Yeah.
She's like, that spire. I don't remember that spire. And then the gates are repaired. Or at
Because
least...
if it has been in a pocket dimension, we're looking at it now. That's 150 years of growth that they've had.
Yeah.
So it would be different, which is why I asked.
Where did they get the stuff to build it, though?
From the rest of the
Repurposing? Like I guess it depends how much, if it's just the city, or if it's like, I mean, you can repurpose things to build new things, right? Magic. Magic creates stuff out of nothing all the time.
She's like, wait, does that mean the beret are... But we saw Tefima. He's here, right? Or maybe that's not him?
That time I was gonna ask him, but I just like.
Yeah, but he did seem to believe that at least our mother's alive and there. He didn't say anything about the other beret.
He didn't. Yeah, he said that sometimes when like conditions are just right, sometimes they can connect. Basically.
Or just part before dawn or whatever he used as an example, or
yeah, as a metaphor, he uses like the twilight hour between night and day. That brief moment was,
a gateway or something like that that allows maybe to overlap. I don't know.
Masika's just kind of like shakes her head. She's like, "Wow, this is
much more than I know." But there's answers that could be given about stuff you guys were saying. You found answers from the Guardian.
Answers is a bit of a.
He just sat there and stared at me, and he just finished talking to that person of the that order, which gave me kind of a bad feeling. So I didn't.
So I talked to him and I asked for help navigating the tower, and he gave me a white ball of divination magic, basically that allows us to actually go to where we want to go instead of random.
Probably tuned you in.
Yeah. And then I asked him for understanding, and he said I wanted to find a thing, and then I went to the library and there was a glowing book which gave me a sort of.
Well, maybe like Aelin said, let's go through this portal unless there's something that I don't think there's anything else in here that we need. But we should go check on our friend.
We can come back.
And then maybe if we can, then we can.
I'm
those who
worried
haven't gotten answers.
Worried about Azaka, and frankly, I'm worried about Zendala. On.
Well,
yeah, let's go.
I know she's a tough cookie, but
can I rifle through the body of the guy dead by the portal before we go through?
Sure. Yeah, he just has his like normal Monday gear on him. Otherwise, he does have a small pouch on his belt. It contains 15 silver pieces and 2 electrum pieces, stamped with the symbol of Mesro, with the temple on the one side.
I'm gonna take the 2 electrum pieces with the Mesro stamp, and there.
Masika kind of like points at the bodies, like let's remove this, shall we?
To the portal.
Yeah, I don't want to leave it. It feels disrespectful in this room. Did the image of Mesro disappear at any point, or was it just there?
It's been there since you traced the symbol.
Can I try like tracing the symbol back, go away? See what happens?
Sure. So go back up the stairs, climb up on the throne, and
yeah, I'll just run back quickly. I don't want to just leave it.
You don't want to leave the monitor on.
Yeah.
The holographic projector.
Sure. Yeah. Retracing it. Yeah, the image disappears.
Okay.
That might be a good thing to do, anyways. So
I'm just gonna trace it back again, just to see if the same image appears when I do it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
On.
This time, all the people in the city are screaming.
No! But you'd have to test it to find out.
All right.
Okay.
So you guys heading out then?
You guys can go. Get out of here. I'm doing it.
She's playing with the computer screen.
Yeah. I will join the group and leave.
Okay.
Has anybody gone through a white portal before?
This is Aka.
Oblivion. Actually, Zendala.
It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Outside, you find yourself just out near the steps of the temple. Looking around, it looks like the flooded place that you left. Looking over, you can see the 2 flaming fist boats, kind of like bobbing in the water. You don't see Azaka anywhere, nor do you see Zendala or anyone else.
Azaka said she was gonna
meet us.
Yeah. Well, she was gonna go somewhere and then ultimately meet us back at tower, but she mentioned somewhere else nearby. I don't remember what it is.
I didn't know. down.
Baz and Blackwind, you guys will notice over on the side, just kind of just off the way a bit, there's kind of like gardens and like vegetation growing around the base of the temple, in between where the stone stairs are and the actual temple itself. You notice that there's like a bit of a section of the vegetation that just seems odd, like almost like a depression in the vegetation, like someone took like hedge trimmers and like trimmed a design into the vegetation itself. And it's about, looking at it, it's about maybe like 5 feet wide or so. And by all accounts, it looks to you like they're like, the best way to describe it is like, you know how you can kind of like imagine the shape of something based on like the shape that you could like stick something in, right? Like, you know those toys, you know, triangle goes in triangle. You can kind of imagine
silhouette.
Square hole.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like that. Like if you're looking at it where all the trees and the grass and the bushes are, where it's all like kind of like cut out, it looks to you like they're like you could put like a ball, like sit right there, and it would perfectly fit in this like depression of like where the vegetation isn't.
Huh. I will go over to the inspect.
Sure. Give me an investigation.
I'll look
check.
at it with them, helping.
Is
Yep,
there?
with advantage?
Can I look around for a plaque?
Sure. Give me an investigation.
Both of us are very average.
Yeah, you looking around, you do find one thing. You find what looks to be kind of like flopped over on their side, a pair of hard leather boots.
Just a pair of hard leather boots.
Yep, a pair of hard leather boots, kind of in the grass.
Come up.
Okay. They contain the lower half of what looks to be like calves and feet. If they were standing up straight, they would be right at the edge of where that kind of curved cut is.
Keep.
You're just holding two boots, like.
Oh, I thought. Okay, I was picturing like I was pulling them out of bushes.
No, they had like so basically they fell over when this thing went through the body.
Oh.
If you stand them up, they line up with the bottom of the circle.
Do I recognize the food?
Do you recognize the feet?
Yeah.
I mean, you're fairly certain that they're female feet.
Oh fuck.
Do they look like Azaka or Zendala's?
They do not look like the very what's the word? Non-functional footwear that Zendala was wearing. They look. You didn't take a lot of time to inspect Zendala's footwear, but you could very well see her wearing boots like this.
Azaka, you mean?
Azaka or Zendala?
That's totally what I meant, Azaka.
What color is the skin? Is
it darker calves?
It is. Yep. Chelton, perhaps.
Oh boy. Show the bottom leg the rest of the group.
Really?
And then I step like away sort of from like can I
And if it was just a ball, where's the rest?
Like
I'm
a
looking
disintegration or
do I see a sphere of annihilation?
You don't see any sort of.
Would I know of any arcana that this?
You could make an arcana check to see, rack your brain about any potential knowledges. Archie, there is definitely no plaque, however, as Jonah comes to the horrific realization that he has heard of an artifact that can cause things like that, where it just annihilates everything in a sphere. It's called the Sphere of Annihilation. If someone summoned one right there, it would have annihilated anything in that radius. That's a high level, powerful. Like, that's not something that you can just cast usually. Yeah. I mean, potentially that could cause something like that, maybe. Archie, you don't find a plaque. However, you do find what looks to be the remains of a small stone pedestal just off to the side of the path leading up. It's kind of covered in bushes, but you are able to suss it out with a 22. It looks like it may have once had a plaque on it, but it's just an impression of where a plaque would sit on this like stone slab. So maybe someone took the plaque off. If it's gold or silver like the rest of the temple, it's not attached to the temple. And in fact, other than the steps, it's the only thing up here that doesn't seem to be a part of the actual temple. So perhaps someone looted the plaque itself.
And who is it that said there was a plaque? Was it Artus?
Artus did.
I wonder how long he's been here.
He knew what year it was. So yeah. he just a man that time has no meaning to.
There.
Okay. Can I look around the sphere thing to see if there are any other body parts or pieces of a person that, if the sphere only annihilated above, maybe there was something else left?
Maybe look for some flaming fist type stuff too.
Any identifying thing in the area?
Nope.
Hmm.
There's nothing else.
Any other tracks in the area? I don't know. I wouldn't it could be anywhere though. I'd be looking for a needle in a haystack. So
yeah, I mean, you could try a survival check if you want.
There was a scuffle.
Try to figure out any tracks.
I'll help with that.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep an eye out, make sure that nothing's sneaking up on us.
We're all annihilated.
Nice. Looking around, I mean, you see all of your tracks, relatively recent. It is still kind of lightly raining. So some of the tracks may have already washed away, but there's enough mud and stuff that you can make out. In addition to your own tracks, there are other tracks leading into the temple, or into where the temple doors are. At least a half dozen kind of booted, like, tracks. There's no way to tell who they might belong to. There's also you do see a set of tracks that seem to be barefoot. They look human, and with a 25, because you nat 20'd it and rolled really well, you can also tell that there is whoever was barefoot walking into here was definitely walking with a cane. And
I would tell about the old man. I don't know if it's necessary, but he had a cane.
Yeah,
there was an old man.
There
Just having a nap.
In the residential area, he was sleeping. He couldn't really talk to me.
Maybe he knows something.
Other than that, just looking around, it looks to you like there's tracks leading to where the boots are. Like from off the path into the bushes. It looks to you that whoever those feet belong to, if it's a Zaka, perhaps, it looks to you like they move very quickly off the path and into the bushes like they were running. Other than that, there's no other tracks anywhere that you can see.
Put the boots down.
I can't. You're cutting out really bad, Brad. I can't hear you.
I'll face the mic. How about that?
That's way better.
I will. I'm gonna put the boots down, and I'm gonna start doing a lap around the tower.
Okay.
Kind of jogging.
I mean, the scene doesn't really change because it all rotates with you.
It could be one of those. It could have been the.
What if I go
group that Artus was talking about?
What if I go down?
Very afraid of him.
What if I go down the steps?
and like away from the tower, then
And
can I
try and
go?
around.
It doesn't change anything up top at all. It's always facing you, the main doors.
But what about the ground level?
What do you mean the ground level?
Like the jungle and the city around.
Well, the city around, yeah, that you'll actually circle it, like looking around the other way. But the central island always faces the same way.
So basically, as far as the tower is concerned, there is an entrance area, and that's it. There's no backside to the tower. Okay.
I mean, as far as you can tell, yeah, that's correct. I mean, you do come across the boats that are like tied up, but they're tied up as far as you can tell. When you get to the boats, they're tied up like directly in front of the main doors of the tower.
It's like the whole tower spins, so it always faces you no matter which way you're coming at it. But it doesn't matter which person that looks at it; it's always that way. My guess would probably be that the hunting group that's hunting Artus would be my guess that came afterwards. Who he said were very dangerous. Like if we see them, run.
Do you see any tracks that could be Zendala's?
No,
nothing specific.
I mean, going into the temple.
Coming out.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's only the one path, but
sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes to water right away. So once it goes to water, after that, it's.
Maybe she's still.
I mean, there might have been a little bit of blood from the hit that she took, but probably.
Yeah, you don't see any sign of. You don't see any sign of Zendala.
Like where she went from here.
Out and popped back in.
Maybe. Speaking of which, I think maybe we can get some answers. Maybe either A, answers about whatever did that. If we want to find out about it, it might help us.
Well, I want to find Dollar. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to assume that she went back inside the tower, and I am going to
think about her when you enter.
Her when I go in.
You can navigate.
Yes.
And I guess
I don't think you should go by yourself.
I don't think so either.
I don't think she was capable of this.
Pretty bad.
Yeah, and if it wasn't the assassins, if it was the Kensheki, if it was her, and maybe she's been slow rolling us the entire time.
I don't believe.
I don't believe it either, but
I mean, she almost killed Blackwind.
And she was going up against Artus and winning.
I think she must have got him by surprise, though.
I'm still.
Do I know how high a level of
She's a pretty good actor.
So a spell that could dominate another person, do I have any idea how high level that might be?
Make an Arcana check. The lowest level you can think of that would dominate an actual person and not just a beast would be 5th. Dominate person is a 5th.
Mid range, mid high range.
I mean that's higher than mid range magic. That's up into the higher, not 50. The highest, but.
You'd have to be a mage of the 9th circle to have access to that.
To what?
To a 5th level spell.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well,
so
I mean,
she's multiple levels above me. She's not just a step above me. She's multiple steps above me. And
she took the javelin pretty well.
What I mean is she didn't show that high a level of magic the entire time she was.
No, she showed
whether that was purposeful or coincidental, I don't know, but that's higher level than she ever showed with this.
Maybe that's one of the reasons she didn't want to fight. She didn't want to play her hand too early.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying there's a lot we don't know.
I think Baz's idea is good. I think we should all think about going there.
No.
Oh, why not?
Well, the only question is, do we want to go back into the place where the people who are hunting Artus and
should be following him?
My concern.
We don't know that. We don't know if they know how to get out of there.
My concern is staying here when they could exit.
He seemed pretty certain that they'll be following him wherever he goes once they know where he is.
Great, but they couldn't even find him in the temple. So how do we know that they know how to get out?
It may not be an immediate. Yeah, it takes.
Well, another option would be to go to the tower. That's a rendezvous point.
I was going to suggest we don't go to the tower because Zendala knows about it, but that could be where she is. If we're
looking for her. So
I walked by one of them and they ignored me because I wasn't important to them. I'm guessing it was one of them, anyways.
Well, but like I said, before I talked to the guide, I couldn't see the lizard dude. It's possible because you hadn't talked to the guide that they couldn't see you. Had they, it's possible you were out of phase, and that person didn't even actually do it all.
Yeah, I mean, if this is the Zaka, they did something to her.
They didn't. I think she knew I was there. She gave off a lot of disdain or something. I can't remember, but it was hateful, anyways. She didn't hide it.
So the way you described it earlier, it sounded like she walked right by you.
She walked right by, but she ignored me. But she barely acknowledged I was there. But she had I think as Corey described it, she just had she had bad vibes. I guess is more the simple way of putting it. I think is what you said.
Yeah, she literally acknowledged you and said something to you, and when she realized you couldn't understand her, then she ignored you and walked past you.
Okay. Okay. I misunderstood.
So, who knows what she said?
Well, I mean, I think we have an easy, as much as I don't think we should go back into where they are, if we can find Zendala immediately, we know right away, we can try and find her. If we don't find her, then we can leave.
Sure.
Like if we can't find her, she's not in there.
Yeah. Some of us, the ones who haven't talked to the guide, could get.
Yeah, we'd have to go to the guide first.
All right, we all go inside. We go into the.
I'm not worried about running into them. They're not looking for us.
We all go inside. We go into the statue. Everyone touches the 6 things. Everyone that hasn't talked to the guide yet talks to the guide. We go through the portal. And we all think about Zendala. Yes? Yay? No?
Yes, I like it.
Let's
good.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
I'm gonna question the guide though about.
Sure.
I want to. Well, I'm just trying to debate whether I want the sphere of annihilation that you just kind of coughed up on us. Or the group, I guess, maybe I should say.
So as a note, the guy didn't seem to answer questions directly. It kind of asked what information you seek.
That's what I mean, though, yeah.
And that it would potentially towards the library.
But I think my direction will be asking for the source of the. I seek answers for the source of the death curse.
It's hard to say if it gives you
dominating my dreams,
question, or if it just points you on.
Yeah, I seek more answers on understanding of my
path.
Vision.
All right, we're walking in. Hopefully, we'll all end up with the statue.
Yeah,
I might end up with more of what you guys had, but
you guys are now in front of the guide as a group.
When I walk through, I think of Zendala.
Okay. So all of you except Aelin appear at the guide. Aelin, you are in the Hall of Champions alone.
Okay. I walk to the end of the hall and think of the guide.
Okay. You will find yourself next to the guide shortly afterwards, but there's a lag time when everybody else shows up there before you do. But it's not that long. So you guys want to engage with the guide, those of you who haven't yet? In what order?
Yeah.
Who goes first?
I'll go first.
Okay. What do you say? What do you do?
I would go up and be like, Hello. I was hoping you could help me navigate this wonderful temple you have.
He nods. White orb floats over to you and then sinks into your chest.
Ah, thank you very much.
I guess I better get that too.
My name's Jonah. What's yours?
He just looks at you vacantly.
Oh. Well, thank you.
He's like, good luck on the path.
Thanks.
Are you
I'll
going to
send you
ask a question
postcard.
about something that you seek at all? Jonah? Hello?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Hello?
what?
Oh, sorry. Oh, I was asking, are you going to ask him anything that you're about
Nope.
something which you seek? So yeah, I'll get that guidance too, because I do believe I fluked out getting where I was so fast.
Nah.
He totally
I mean,
fluked it.
I'm gonna play it up as if I was that good, opening myself up to the temple.
Yeah.
But
I don't understand what's so difficult about it.
Well, he gives you the same white orb when you ask for guidance. Through the
and you got the gist of what I was looking for. I seek guidance with the dreams that I seek, I guess, or the dreams that I have. With the, I guess involving the death curse specifically. Otherwise, that might be a little vague.
I mean, he's vague.
I mean, I didn't give any specifics whatsoever.
That's what I mean. Like, I don't think it really matters what you ask.
Maybe the more specific, the better. Maybe.
He opens the book in front of you and kind of flips through it.
Is my book almost over?
Yeah, you're at like the last page. Flips through, gets to about the middle, and kind of traces his hands down, and then he closes, and he says, he kind of looks at you and he says, "You seek prophecy. Look to the rooftops."
Ah, prophecies where I live. No, okay. I bow. And I must go to the rooftops.
Yeah, I was there.
I seek prophecy.
One of the levels took me to like outside.
Okay. Sean still hasn't asked a question here, I don't believe.
Yeah. Sean's the only one that hasn't talked to him. Well, Masiko will interact with him and get the guidance. She's not fucking it up this time. She does.
Oh right, I forgot about this part. It's just like a completely really easy thing to remember.
I mean, it's been a long time. I don't know.
Not really. Well,
She said herself she barely came to the temple before.
I know, I'm just bugging.
I'll go up on and ask for help to guide through this.
Okay, she'll give you the same orb that sinks into you as well. You guys don't have to worry about the D12 anymore.
Thank you. That's all.
There's a like unlimited knowledge. You don't even want to know how to make peanut butter or how they get the caramel in the caramel bar.
Just so you not be getting too confused. This place isn't Graven Hollow. It doesn't have all the answers to everything.
It shows you your destiny path.
Tell me how they get it in there, Corey. God damn it! Okay. Well, I must go to the rooftop to.
Well, so are we going to the rooftops or are we going to find Zendala?
Zendala first.
Yeah.
Zendala.
Okay, so Sean, you cut out for me. Did you say you weren't going to ask anything else?
I'm not asking anything else. No, there's nothing else, man.
Okay.
I don't imagine this would take very long. We're right here.
We are going.
I don't want to spend any more time in here than we need to while whoever's hunting Artus and us might be in here.
I agree with you.
Indeed.
I think we should make haste and all that stuff to find your friend.
Well, the one friend isn't really a friend, I'm pretty sure.
Well, anyway, we'll go through the portal and look for Zendala first, as a group.
So she's still in here, or
We don't know.
We don't know.
We're gonna find out.
oh, I thought somebody would look for him.
Well, okay.
We don't know that.
Aelin did, but we don't know that. So we're RPing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you like I said before, the portal's not wide enough for you guys to step through holding hands together. So
No.
who goes first?
No, we're going through one by
We go
one.
one by one.
Looking for,
Yeah.
we're all just hopefully thinking the same thing. Hopefully, same.
Okay. One by one then, unless someone pipes up and thinks something differently. Going once,
No.
going twice. Okay.
It's an accident as I'm going through. There we go.
The Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man.
You all find yourselves in the Hall of the Champions.
Zendala?
Your voice echoes as it carries across the cavernous hallway.
Is she hiding behind any of the statues?
There's no room behind the statues to hide.
Isn't this
What
a
does that mean?
default where there's no, it'll take us if no.
Maybe she-
Masika would nod and she would say that the Hall of the Champions is the first room, at least if that's what I was always told. So
It seems like
I would assume
This is
then if we didn't bring us to her where we wanted to go, that means she's no longer here.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Wise.
This is where we entered and then first did the toad or the statue touching.
Do I know if detect magic detects an invisibility spell?
Is not.
No.
It does not. Okay.
No.
I know we've had this conversation.
You
I
know,
can never-
exactly how your spells work, and yes, detect magic would not light up an invisible person. You have to be able to see the object to see its aura.
Okay.
All right. Here's my suggestion. Let's leave.
Back.
Let's go to back to the tower. Maybe spend the rest of the night there, or sort of hide out, wait for a day or so to make sure the coast is clear for these other hunters or what have you, and then we can come back here and potentially, seek more answers, talk to
Agreed.
the old man with the
But
Uh,
with one small adjustment, I think whatever Blackwood needs to do here, he should do. But I think my sister and I should not be here for that. We can go ahead and go back to the tower, maybe with anybody else who wants to go. But then, if anyone wants to stay with Blackwind, I think he should at least have someone with him.
Sure.
Okay.
The only thing I'm worried about is the Flaming Fist. We don't have a charter anymore.
Yeah.
And this is
And-
like the
you see
center,
them
right?
hide.
Yeah. So the quicker we can get back to the tower at least and out of their sight, the better.
Yeah, but I
Zendala
also
knows where that is. She might be there. She might lead the Flaming Fist there. We don't know, but it's better than being in the center of the city.
yeah, I agree. I would just say maybe we might not be able to come back here, especially if have you guys told us about like the other Flaming Fists getting beat up basically, or dying? If they're missing people, if you told me about it, I would say
Yeah. Whatever
They'll
killed
investigate.
the one that you guys saw, killed one of the ones by me too.
so. If they're missing men and they knew their men were here, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow morning
The
there's
problem is
going
that
to be Flaming Fists here.
the map,
I can make- Yep.
each one. I have to spend.
I think that we have to make some assumptions and hopes. I think that right now, being here for the next day, too dangerous. And I think assume you'll be able to make it back.
I can probably travel fast also on my own with the passes out trace if I need to. And meet you guys at the tower.
Archie, you want to make a map of this place?
Yeah.
Well, the reason I asked quizzically is, Does this count if it's not the real one?
He doesn't know that, and I'm certainly not going to tell him.
Well, I'm
This
not
is the real
saying.
temple.
Well, if you're going that far, you're halfway there.
Well, I mean, I want it to
Your
be
forgery skills.
so.
There's a dinosaur
Probably.
here.
I mean, my thought is, I'm still mapping this temple, whether it's a real temple or not. This is the temple that you would come to with the maps. Now, are they going to be useful? Not really, but
Total.
it's what he asked, and I can at least give a general guide as to how to navigate as well. Assuming when you walk in the statue. So,
Which is really valuable now that that plaque's gone.
Well, and I forget who said it, but not everybody walks in to see the statues. It's only if they're considered worthy.
Wonder where the other people go. And why were the assassins? Well, who knows?
Maybe there's other ways.
I'll write it up as like a little poem, like if thee be worthy, enter, and you can navigate. If not,
The diamond in the rough.
Do
you know,
I'll
I'll
like that.
warn on it. Little up there, yeah. But
So
yeah, so basically,
we head out,
I go to the
except for Blackwind
Okay.
and anyone who wants to stay with him.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, Blackwind's going back in the temple to go. Well, you're in the hallway, so Blackwind, you're gonna try to go back up to the rooftop. Archie and Aelin are leaving. Jonah, what are you doing?
I look at the other two. So at least one of us should go with Blackwind. Two with them, or
I will go.
Sorry, I don't know what's up with your guys' audio, but it keeps cutting out.
I will go with Blackwood.
Okay.
Donoquin, to go outside where the sphere of annihilation was.
I mean, we're gonna leave. We're not gonna stick around.
we're going to the tower.
Oh, you guys are going. Yeah, I would like to. We should have more people go to the tower. I think.
So Jonah.
Or actually, maybe just split the party.
No,
the party.
All
All right.
go. I will stay Black.
Okay.
I don't know what.
Saying also, I can also accompany Blackwind also if necessary. If you need to fast, I can move faster out to the people with them.
Yeah, not everybody needs to come with us. I think
I'll just go with you guys. You guys go with Blackwind.
we can take
the tower.
I mean, Masika, unless you want to spend more time in here, you can go with Blackwind as well.
Masika says, she's like, well, if everything we've learned about these Karanok people is true, I think it's wise that the two of you, Archie and Aelin, don't encounter them. If for any reason they recognize you, although I don't know how they would, since they've never seen you as grown adults, why would they? But who knows? Maybe they have magical means. I don't know.
Yeah.
So the two of you going,
finding us.
From what Blackwind describes of this person he suspects might be with them, she didn't seem to care that he was here, so perhaps that bodes well for the rest of us if we encounter them.
Yeah.
So I think I belong here in the temple. I have no reason to fear these flaming fists, to be honest, and so I'd rather stay here if it's all the same to you. There's much more here that I feel like I need to do.
Jonah, you said that there was a
Old man.
area.
Yeah, there's I thought of home and it brought me there. There was an old man and he was sleeping, but he could not in comment at least.
He might have been speaking. He might tell.
Well, Sean,
Maybe.
Donoquin can speak Chelton.
That's what I mean.
If he's
So that's why I'm
Yeah,
just
or-
pointing maybe Donna
Or
him.
Masika.
or Masika.
I'm assuming.
All right. Well, so we'll take off, and you guys do. Want to?
If the tower's not safe, meet at the cliff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The tower's not safe.
So how many people are going and how many people are staying?
So
Sounds like
three are leaving, 3 of the party are staying, and then Masika, your NPC, is also staying.
Mm-hmm.
That's 3 and 3 of player characters right now.
one healer with each
She's
group.
a fast mover,
I
so
think that's okay.
she's a real fast
well, Masika
mover.
says that she's going to
Alright,
head back to
let's
the
do
audience
this.
chamber. She wants to look further at that image, so she will do that. She says, "I'll come find me if you'd like. Otherwise, I'm sure
Safe, you know
sure
where
we'll
we'll
meet
be.
again before you leave the city." And she'll pass through the black portal.
We're going through the white.
Yep.
Pop, pop, pop. The three of you appear out the doors. I assume begin making your way back across to that tower and up onto the wall.
Yeah, same way we came.
Okay. So the three behind, Blackwind, Donnaquin, and Baz. I assume, Blackwind, you're thinking rooftop when you step through?
Yeah. I want to go to the prophecy.
And the other two of you? Just so I know.
I'll do the same.
Yeah, me too. I'm just here also just so Blackman's not by himself. I'm not here for any other purpose other than make sure also. Yeah.
It's a great view.
Okay. Yeah, a few moments later, you find yourselves up out on that top rooftop overlooking the city. You don't see, like I said, the Flaming Fist camps or anything, but the city is still in ruins. And glancing around over the city, there's those four portals at the end of those crystal walkways in the cardinal directions of the compass. And you can see there is a large black orb hovering, seemingly sucking buildings up above the scholar section. Just kind of hovering in the sky, and buildings like literally like drifting slowly upwards off the ground into it and disappearing. Just a big black orb. You can also see off to the right, you see, as I described, a giant black crocodile wallowing in this lake here. Constellations kind of like forming and disappearing around it in its head in the sky. And big tendrils of what looks like magma just kind of like drifting off, like tongue-like out of its mouth. What is...
A dog barked.
Yeah. It's actually the crocodile.
He is talking.
So, while we're up here, basically we're up here. This is the vision of the prophecy. But I was hoping
Like,
that something specific.
Everything you're seeing is the same stuff that I saw when I
But now we know it's prophecy. We didn't know it was prophecy before. I don't really.
But it might be that you see a specific.
Yeah, I'm hoping something stands out.
Hopefully.
Because metaphoric dissection is not my forte.
Sorry about that. Yeah, and then over here, yeah, there's these little like balls of like puffs of flame and black and red, kind of like puff up out of the city here and there. But yeah. Otherwise, there's a little bit of light rain coming down. 4 black portals.
Okay, so the sphere of destruction up there, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. And crocodile. So this one would probably be future, maybe, or different events. Which one would I think would be the? And they all line up with one of those doors, right?
No, not at all.
No. Oh.
The doors are on the cardinal directions, like down the boulevards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's this big black sphere hovering above that section. There's the big crocodile in this section. There is puffs of black and red flame in this section, and there's nothing particularly interesting about that section.
And there's nothing that stands out like that would have been like nothing glowing like they had with the books. So I guess I'll just have to choose one of the doors down below. I guess once I see them. There's still those are the ones that we had to fall down into. That Liz had to fall down into.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, there was 4 cardinal directions.
Let's say I don't know. That one.
Yeah, that's got something.
Okay, what are you thinking of?
Looking for like specific, or do you want it?
I just want to know what Blackwood's focusing on when he's jumping through the portal.
The death curse, I guess, is how to solve it or how to stop it.
Okay. Blackwood, did the three of you follow, or the two of you?
Yeah, I just jump off.
What are you guys thinking of? Because Blackwood didn't tell you what he was thinking of when he jumped off.
Yeah. I would.
I made it pretty clear about.
I think I'd probably be thinking about Dala. Trying to figure out where.
Okay. What about you, Sean?
I don't even.
I like
Go Blackwood, I guess.
Okay.
Since,
Baz, you find yourself back in the Hall of Champions. And Blackwood and Donnequin, who follows him, you find yourself stepping out back in the middle of the rooftop. You're still on the rooftop.
Everybody used the same door?
Yep.
Yeah.
I will go back. I'll go down to the end of the hall, go through the black portal at the top.
I'll try the north door and think the same thing. I'm not sure if this makes a difference or not.
Okay, so Baz reappears on the rooftop just as Blackwood steps off the north side.
I'm trying something the door to see if it's the same.
Are you concentrating the same thing?
Yeah, I'll see if it's the same.
You peer back on the rooftop. It seems whatever your answer is, the answer is here on the rooftop.
In the image, yeah. I'll take a closer look at the area that has nothing, I guess, right now, and see if I can see why that one has nothing.
Yeah. So as near as you can tell, what you're seeing from the top of the temple, I'll throw you a little bit of a bone here, is telling you what's currently going on in the 4 sections of the city.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Nothing. Or
so up here is completely uninteresting. It's just ruins. There doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. No images, no signs, nothing.
I just wasn't sure if something was hidden up there, then I couldn't see it. So.
Nope. So yeah, there's a big black sphere over here. There's a big black crocodile with constellations around its head, and there is black and red flame bursts down here.
Well, the sphere of annihilation happened to come up, or at least that sphere of whatever that was. So I will look at that quadrant right now. This, I'll examine it as best as I can. I don't know if I have to look closer, or if this is just basically the cause of the danger would be in this section, and then the alligator we already knew about was in that section, and fire and brimstone jaguar guys in that section. So if I can't see anything, like if studying perception and investigating further, I guess, I mean, take it for what it is. This is what we see. This is.
Yeah. That's hard to know.
Well, that just.
I mean, it seems kind of getting the maybe talking crocodile.
But I mean, so the death curse is probably involved here somewhere.
Potentially, yeah. Maybe we need to. Maybe the crocodile has. Artus seemed to think knew something.
Yeah, we already pointed in that direction. Yeah, I guess beyond that, I'm not sure what to make of this. Interpret. And is that big crocodile doing anything in specific? Just splish splashing and playing in the pools?
Yep.
Eating people's souls. All right. I don't know what to do with this. So.
Well,
So
let's go see if...
maybe I'll step in for a moment here. Sorry. Oh, actually, hold on. John, read your message I sent you.
Yeah.
So doesn't make you think about anything, seeing what you're seeing up here and knowing what Blackwind's trying to look for answers on?
Well, I don't know any answers also about it.
No. Okay. But Blackwind is up here looking for a way to find answers about the death curse. That's what he's asking to, and he's trying to figure out what he's seeing, if it might mean anything. You know that tidbit of information.
Keeping it to himself.
I mean, if that's fine. If you don't want to share, that's fine. I'm just want to be sure that you understand what that Blackwind's trying to do, and if you wanted to, you have that piece of information. But if you don't, that's fine too.
I don't know what information you're talking about, also, other than what you got. They was talking about the crocodile, so we had to find out about the crocodile.
Yeah, like your mentor asked you to go and seek out a talking crocodile to find answers about the death curse. It's literally what Blackwind is trying to do, is find answers for the death curse.
Yeah.
So if you told him that your master told you to seek out a talking crocodile, he might be like, oh, now I understand why it's showing me the rooftop, because this is the important part. I didn't want to... See what I mean? He's trying... Blackwind has no idea what he's looking at or why any of this is important. You know why a talking crocodile is important. So...
The talking crocodile actually had... The only thing that made sense to me on that was that something came up about a talking crocodile.
Yeah.
But it...
Artus.
Not in that context.
Artus did. Yeah, he talked about it.
So... But other than that, it didn't actually lead anything to that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's the missing piece that Donnequin has, is the talking crocodile knows about the death curse.
Well, I didn't know he knew about the death curse.
Yeah, because your mentor literally asked you to go and seek him out to find answers regarding the corruption and the death curse.
Hmm.
And I'm on the same journey.
Yeah.
More or less. Sent by dreams. Plagued by dreams. Nightmares.
Well, now we know.
Although never anything to do with a talking crocodile. Does any of these other symbols and imagery mean anything to you guys?
Really?
I mean, that big black circle looks like it's destroying everything.
Yeah.
Coincidence?
Probably not.
That one looks like it could be bad.
We probably want to steer clear that area. I think knowing that this is not the quote-unquote real Mesro makes me feel, I don't know, weirdly better. In that this place is not great. Doesn't seem like the kind of place that anyone really want to, vacation. But if the real one is still out there somewhere, we can somehow find it or bring it back or whatever, that's kind of cool.
Oh, let's see. Do we want to investigate that old man that Jonah mentioned, and then we'll go see if our friend wants to come with us or if she's staying in the temple?
Mm-hmm, for sure.
I mean, what's this old guy just having a nap inside of this mystic temple? As one does.
Let's go wake him up and find out. So yeah, we'll go through
We'll shake him down.
North door and think of home, same as Jonah did.
Yeah, or the bed chambers.
Okay. Yeah, you will find yourselves stepping out into the residential kind of hall, all these small rooms off to either side. There's 12 small rooms, 6 on either end of the hallway.
Yep.
This section seems to be empty. There's nobody around. There's no old man. All the rooms just have a very simple cot and an end table.
Oh, I was picturing like closed doors.
No, all the doors are partially open.
Oh. Okay.
There's no snoring.
Yeah, they just lead into like small, like kind of like quad size, like little rooms with the cots and a little end table.
Prison rooms.
No, I mean, well, pretty close. Think McGill University.
Yeah,
the quads.
that's what I'm thinking.
They're really small, but very sparsely. Just a cot against the wall and a small end table. That's all that's in these rooms that you can see. There's no windows that look outside.
Okay.
Oh, no natural lighting. How droll. But nothing that looks like somebody slept in recently. Did he make his bed?
Well, I mean, yeah, you probably. I mean, Jonah would have told you what room he was in. So,
Sure.
Yeah, there's like a small impression, like maybe someone's been lying on the bed. Yeah.
Anything in the side table or anything, or
there is a drawer in each of the end tables, but I mean, it looks like there's nothing in it. Maybe if you were staying here, you would put some stuff in there, like some clothes or whatever. But
Bible.
Bible.
Well, maybe he was here, but he left. But maybe he's still in the tower. Let's see if we can
Just think, old man.
Old man that
The old man with the cane.
Old man with the cane that was sleeping in here. see where that takes him.
Yeah.
Fire and brimstone. Here we come.
Fire and brimstone.
Yes, you're not totally going there. No.
Yeah, if you focus on, you don't know who this old man is, but if you focus on this old man with a cane and step through the portal, you will find yourself in a kind of half-domed room. This room, what's in this room? Where am I? Sorry. Yeah, so you would see that this room has a basically it's kind of like a carved statue that's just it almost looks like an ivory spire, like a sunburst on the top, in the center, pure white walls, and there's just images of carved all over. There's just images of like clouds and like stars and that kind of thing, constellations and things all around. In the top, there's just another like large like golden sunburst, and a circle of like kind of like yellow gold velvet cushions in a circle around this. Seated on one of those cushions, just kind of facing this spire that's in the center. And by the way, there's a white portal and a black portal in here. You're coming out of the where the white portal is, so it's right behind you. There is an old man, and he just kind of like kneeling on one of the cushions. Just kind of like his cane's just kind of on the floor in front of him, and he's just got his hands on his knees. Seems to be either meditating or praying, or maybe he's asleep, but he's got his eyes closed in front of the spire and just kind of sitting there. The room is like brightly lit, like it's like, but you're not sure where the light actually is coming from.
I will kind of step up near him and
Sunburst symbols look familiar.
I mean, they look like a golden sunburst.
Wasn't sure if it was like a symbol of a deity or something. Or if it's just a symbol.
Is it the same sunburst symbol as the prince's symbol? The merchant prince's?
No.
Okay.
That's like a five. That's like a 5-pointed like star.
Gotcha. It's a star, not a sun. Okay.
Yeah.
The new gods have that symbol like that.
My bad.
I just want to check something before I talk myself into a corner. Yeah, no, okay. So, yeah, it doesn't remind you of any sort of like religious symbol that you're familiar with.
Might be just a symbol of whatever.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be assured of that.
Yeah, when you kind of clear your throat, the old man's eye kind of like pops open, and he opens his other eye and kind of blinks up at the three of you. Kind of looks from one of you to another. And then he smiles and he says in Chultan, Donovan, you can understand, he's like, more travelers along the path.
Yeah, I'll translate also for people.
Wait, sorry, what do you say?
More travelers along the path.
Okay. Yeah. Who? What's your name?
My name, he says, with a dramatic pause. Samun Cost.
I'm the man.
No, sorry, one sec.
I mean, we can introduce ourselves along with that question, just
Sure.
as courtesy.
What's your name? Cimbar.
Tell us.
Aha! I found it.
Artus Cimbar Senior.
Yeah, he smiles and he says, my name is Cha. Cha Nkrumane. That's a mouthful. Cha Nkrumane.
Nick Romano.
Ray Romano.
I'm Baz.
It's like, nice to meet you, Baz.
Blackwind and Donovan. We're what are you visiting this tower? Do you here often?
You need assistance?
He shakes his head. He's like, oh no. I've come here just once. Just now. It is nearing the end of my path. I come to face Ubtao's judgment.
See. What is your path entail?
Like, I am a maze walker. I have journeyed very far and wide, and I fear that while I don't have many days ahead of me, it's time to see if I am worthy, if I've led the life that I was supposed to. So I seek the Barado. It has yet to open itself to me, though.
The Barado?
Nods. Indeed. The Judgment Chamber.
Oh, right.
It's like it is said it will open when the time is right, so I've been waiting and wandering this temple, looking for, hopefully, the time and the place. I'm sure it will open to me soon.
What does it look like, or how does it appear?
He's like, shakes his head. He's like, I'm told that when it's your time, that it will open before me. What it looks like, well, who's to say?
Where do you hail from? Where did you travel from? Everywhere?
Like, I'm here in Chult. Well, been here and there throughout the continent. But I'm an old man now.
So you're a seeker of paths, well, basically a maze. Is that what he is, a maze? Finder or walker? What is it? What did he call himself? Maze? Amazing?
Yeah, I'm amazing. Yeah, he called himself a maze walker.
So that just is basically a follower of Uptown.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ask him. Ask him if he's got a charter he doesn't need anymore.
Any words of wisdom to pass on to us that you can care to share before you travel onwards? I seek paths as well.
He's like, well, as do we all, my friend, as do we all.
Wisdom? I find them.
I wouldn't presume to counsel others on their path. I'm not... Well, I can only speak for myself, really. Do what you think is right, and...
Always go left. It forks. Right? No, left. So...
Like, he kind of looks at you all, he's like, but... Well, you're all... And he kind of like pauses a moment when he looks at Donovan. He's like, well, you don't seem like you're at the end of your paths yet. As long-lived as you may be. What brings you to Ubtao's holy temple?
We were, well, mainly seeking discovery, answers to certain questions, but ultimately to see what this place had to show us.
And have you found what you sought?
Trying to write balances.
What did he say, Corey?
I don't know. I didn't.
No. What did
your guy say?
Yeah.
Oh, he said, and have you found what you sought?
Say we saw pathways potential.
Yeah, I think I ended up with more questions than answers, but I suppose that's part of the charm.
He smiles and he's like, well, if you had all of your answers, your journey would be complete, and you'd be here where I am, at the end.
Oh.
Showed us more paths that we could take.
Then it's not the end of your journey. I don't believe you'll be seeing the Barado today.
I could feel it in me bones, though. Is there anything? I guess. Do you need anything while you're here? Or
like, need anything? No, I have everything I need. I'm sure that Ubtao will show me the way shortly. Well, if he's still here, that is. I've heard he hasn't walked these halls in a very long time. Since before I was a lad, anyways.
The name that he used is not like an obviously I wouldn't know. It's Chalton, but it's still not a name that nobody's heard of.
None of you have ever heard of his name.
Yeah, he's just a guy. Just a guy.
Yeah, I would say I'm sure he's around and
he's like,
working on the next leg of the next maze.
He's like, I'm not so certain. I haven't seen or felt his presence in the Chult, and things have, especially in the last, kind of like mulls it over in his head. Like, well, in the last few decades anyways. I feel like his absence is felt more strongly in the land. Suffers for it.
You think he might have gone somewhere else? And is unable to get back?
And he nods, like, perhaps after, well, we're taught that after the Great War, Ubtao became irate with the squabblings of his people, and the petty grievances they had against each other, absconded his throne. Perhaps he left us entirely. I can't imagine he would have abandoned his duty, but then again, much has changed in Chult.
Makes you wonder about where the end of his path might be.
He nods. He's like, well, I mean, he's the gods. Well, they granted him this land, but do immortals die? I'm not sure what becomes of them. Maybe they're just forgotten.
And then they slowly fade away.
He nods, but he's like, but who knows? These answers aren't for us mortals. He's like,
Who's not?
I'm here praying at each of the altars. I've seen 5 of them now, I think. Shown me things. I'm not sure I understand it all, but
What is they
tree? Saw one. The tree, I think. Is that what he means? The individuals?
he nods.
Altars?
He's like, yeah, if you allow yourself to feel their presence here, I believe at least their spirits perhaps still suffuse these prayer chambers, the Bray, the holy ones.
I came to a chamber with, I think it was a tree and some pillows and a circle and a symbol of what was it, a claw or 3?
He nods. He's like, yes, I've been there. The prayer chamber of Oshano.
Is it just one where one would go to say a prayer to each individual, I guess, of their respected chamber of the Bray? I would assume.
Sorry, repeat that?
Oh, just like, so that's for each of the berets, those rooms? Or the...
He nods.
Yeah.
He's like, yes, each one has a dedicated chamber. Well, perhaps not the exiled one.
You have to make offerings as well to them? Or do you need to?
He's like,
'cause
oh,
you make a
no,
prayer?
the Beret they don't require that. They aren't gods. They don't require worship and
No.
offerings. They just simply need understanding. Open yourselves to them,
And then they will speak to you.
like, well, not directly, no, but sometimes you'll see things.
I never had time to sit there.
Like, well, it's all I have is time, and not until the Barado opens to me. So, I wander this temple and try to ready myself.
Well,
Wish you a good ending to your journey.
we will we'll leave you to your peace.
He nods. He's like, well, I hope you find what you're seeking here.
You as well.
Like, what? You hope I die?
I'll send
No,
you right now.
He nods and he's like, thank you.
All right, and we'll go to the throne room. See if
Is that
Zika's
where she
there.
went? Oh yeah, she wanted to look at the map. That's right. Good. Do you think we should try to do a prayer or like open ourselves up in one of those prayer rooms, or
We could.
just see what happens?
I think I'd like to leave that for Archie or Aelin.
I know that I'm capable of opening myself up to the temple. I've done it before. I can feel it.
Then sure.
I definitely felt like a presence of the temple when I opened myself up to it. Did I not? Way back at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was like a presence or just that it or whatever. But that was in the chamber of the heroes. Up to it. I do believe. Or no, did I do it in that prayer chamber too?
In the one with the tree, when you saw all that image, and yeah.
Yeah, I did open myself up to it actually. So I forgot about that. I don't know if that actually counted, but it did show me something.
It did indeed show you something.
Yes. It's all coming back to me now.
That happened to you, Blackwind. Meanwhile, outside, the rest of you have made it back to the tower. There's no sign of Zendala or any other peoples who may have inhabited this rundown tower. It looks much the same as it did when you slept here last night.
Can I use the spyglass from just outside to see if there's anything up on the bluff that I can see?
Sure. Yeah, there's some trees and birds and plants and stuff.
Yeah, the bluff that we looked down overlooking, the backup spot.
Yeah.
Sure that
there doesn't seem to be anything that you can see up there, just birds and trees and the edge of the path that led down here.
Well, it was unexpected.
Yeah. I wish we had had more time. Speak to him. Fast. I would like to sit down and look through the papers that Artus handed me.
Sure. Luckily, they're not written in some sort of complex code or strange languages that are hard to understand. It's literally his notes on shit that he was working on. In it, Artus describes, it's a little sporadic and a little bit, like, kind of, almost like, just like, what's the word when you just like write, like stream of consciousness, kind of?
Scatterbrained?
Not scatterbrained, but just kind of like he doesn't write down. It's not like he wrote down every single thought he had, but he's just kind of like notes and like question marks and like arrows and like kind of those little charts that point to each other and stuff.
So the meme of the guy from Mythal who's sunny in Philadelphia,
with the big board,
strings everywhere.
No, it's not conspiracy kind of stuff. It's kind of conspiracy kind of stuff. A lot of it talking about like theories on where's Mesro and where's it gone, alternate dimensions, question mark, that kind of stuff.
Where do all the left socks go?
But through most of it, eventually, it kind of lands on. Some of his notes speak to the fact that this Daijobi Senga, Heart of the Wild, according to Artus's notes, this is not so much a thing as it is a force. In fact, Archie, reading through, and I assume you're sharing with Aelin and Jonah since they're there.
Yeah.
It very much sounds like this Heart of the Wild. It seems to you like it's some sort of connection that Chult has to as far as you can tell, to the Feywild.
Okay.
The life energies of the Feywild. And Artus has notes that seem to indicate that he was theorizing that perhaps the spreading corruption was the result of this Heart of the Wild, this Daijobi Senga, this force as the Mesroans called it, maybe is missing or dying, and that may be one of the reasons that Mesro, he can't get to it. So he's theorizing that somehow restoring that could in fact be a step to stabilizing Chult, and maybe even reversing whatever's going on. But his notes don't really go further than that. It does mention, through whatever research he may have found, it does mention a tribe called the Obanashi that were said to be guardians of the Daijobi Senga. But his notes seem to indicate that this tribe was wiped out, like long ago. But he also has notes that just has like single words like descendants ? And then at the bottom of one of the pages, under that, it has the word Tamalka circled, and then an arrow going from that to a name, Wainwraith. And it says may know of the Obanashi. So, but ultimately, like looking through all of this, yeah, it looks like these bits and like tiny tidbits and things, like, in all honesty, it's kind of, especially as like an actual like academic scholar, and same with like Jonah, with like the, you know, I guess Jonah would be more used to the kind of like conspiratorial kind of trains of thought here, but it honestly seems, for a lot of it seems like a lot of dead ends and grasping at straws, and you get the sense that he compiled these notes over quite a long time. Just bits and pieces, a name here, a location there, kind of piecing this all together. You don't know how accurate any of it is, if any of it's true. But yeah, it seems to point you towards this this village of Tamalka being, and this man, Wainwraith, having answers about the Heart of the Wild and what can be done. So that was what kind of Artus's next step was. You seem to get the sense that that's why he was in Mesro again, is to try to figure that bit out. So you also get the sense that Artus has been in all over a lot of Chult. Like he mentions like this little tidbits, like, and you also get the sense that he may have gathered a lot of this information just by like going out to like the middle of nowhere to this tribe in the jungle and listening to their medicine men talk about like local tales, and taking that information and cross-checking it back at Port Nine Zyro Library, and going to this ruin and that ruin, and a mosaic on the wall, you know, there's an inscription in the corner that mentions X, and kind of like just following this big trail of stuff.
Sure.
So yeah, you're fairly certain you know what Artus Cimbar's been up to for the last 20 years, at least. Seems pretty, not sad, well, maybe a little sad, but there is definitely an edge of like obsessiveness to it.
Yeah. But I mean, I can't really fault him for wanting to find her. So there's a romanticness to it as well.
Yeah. His notes don't mention, a couple times it mentions pursuers, but it doesn't really go into any detail. And there's no notes anywhere in there about the ring or anything to do with that at all. Like, you're not really sure if the ring has anything to do with any of this. It may just be something he has. But you don't, I mean, from these notes, seems to be no link between the ring and like anything to do with Mesro that you can tell.
No, I mean, it's interesting. He did say he got the ring here. He found it on this continent. So that's kind of...
Yeah. So I think with that, there's still plenty of information and questions out there. But I think we'll leave it here for tonight since it's getting to be that time. So why don't we wrap it up? We'll do our quick rose and thorns, and we'll call it a night. Why don't we do reverse of last time, and why don't we start with Liz?
Liz? Oh boy. I mean, I like exposition dumps, so that's my rose. As a note taker, so it's all right down my alley. I still would like to figure out the actual, way to get around, but like the physical, non-magical way it works. No. I'm not saying that there's like a in-game. It's just like there is a method to the magic.
There's a table that you're rolling for.
So yeah, but
I'll give you a hint. There's a table, but there's also modifiers to the roll based on what you've done or where you are.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's based on where you are rolling from. It changes what the numbers on the table are. So it shifts at a certain degree. I just don't know the order for the shift. Is based. That's my.
That's pretty accurate. Depending on where you are and what portal you go through, it shifts the number certain amount. But there's certain numbers that always work. Certain numbers always work. 12 being
12 and 1, I believe. 2. 11, I don't know. Yeah. But I thought the beginning was interesting and a lot of fun. It was very nerve-wracking. I think Ryan did a good job of not getting himself killed, mostly. Which I think you easily... It could have gone very wrong. I don't know real thorns. I don't like splitting the group. Obviously, it sort of slows down, and we were kind of split for most of this, so it did feel a little slow going through, but I still thought it was all...
Brad?
Is it okay if I go?
Yeah, Brad's next.
Rose is good session overall. Thought it was fun to learn more about power, and I like the mechanics of getting around after you figure out the guide situation. Everything with Artus was cool. I like his character more. Hope we get to run into him again.
Yeah, I want to interact with him more.
Honestly, my only thorn would be that I felt that went by maybe a bit too fast, but yeah.
Clock.
Yeah. Felt maybe a little bit like, well, I don't know, perhaps a little bit arbitrary, considering it's like how the hands coming through and killing the random flaming fist people. It's like didn't seem like that was really on a clock. It was just a little bit random. But I don't know. It's not a big deal, but either way, yeah, good stuff. I have to go to the bathroom.
Andre?
Yeah, lots of really great RP and interesting world information, and quite a few wrenches thrown into everything the party's trying to do. Whether it's working with Zandala, having a charter, figuring out the temple, being able to stay in Mesro. Some interesting decisions we'll have to make moving forward. I want to give inspiration to Sean because I really liked Donna Quinn's little like fable that he told about the crow and the vase. Aelin didn't appreciate it, but I definitely did.
Cool. Anything else, or that's it?
Nope, that's it. Yeah, I thought it was a good session. Like it was definitely, obviously, extremely RP heavy, and I enjoyed that. And I feel like even the stuff that was separate from everybody was still interesting, and like Blackwind's combat was definitely tense, even though none of us were there.
Cool. Sean?
Hi. Yeah, like it was good overall. Lots, like I said, lots of RP and also lots of information to find out and seek. Stuff like saying nothing, no specific roses and stuff like that that stand up big time, but like I said, it was still good overall. Thorn's nothing really. The only thing with Thorn maybe is as cool as those like puzzle things are. Sometimes the randomness on stuff can make it go on longer. Is all just because on stuff it is not necessarily random. Like you're saying, there's a way of doing it also, but finding out what it is and things like that sometimes it takes a little bit long. So I think drag out a little bit, even though I think they're always cool. Every time I also if they've been in ones also, they're always really neat to try and figure out and going from thing to thing. But yeah, other than that, yeah, that's about it.
Okay, cool. All right, John?
Yeah, lots of good lore. So that was a lot of fun. For any Thorn, it would be I didn't really get to do much this episode, I guess. So that would be it.
Jonah's full on inspiration. Yeah.
Fine.
Brian?
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah.
Brian?
Yeah, like I agree with everybody. This was a great info one, which I think overall probably overdoes like it takes away the little bit of that thorn of probably spread us out a bit and kind of definitely made it a little more separate. I mean, I think we did a pretty decent job though of as best as you could to jump it around. My dice rolls were fire. I think I had 3 crit natural 20s, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, overall, I think this was a lot of fun just trying to figure it out. I'm a little sad and a little mad if you killed Azaka because she was like the coolest one that we had that was most useful when it came to defending us. You son of a bitch. If she indeed is dead, I'm guessing she is, but and yeah, I was pretty tense. I did not mean like I was totally shocked when I crit. I was like, that wasn't how I imagined it starting off.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and especially after the fireball, I'm like, oh shit, I'm like, way in over my head. It's like she could quicken another spell or something really easily on me. Hiding behind the pillar was just a moot point. Fireball.
Yeah, I was gonna say hiding by the pillar really wouldn't have done much if she just tossed another fireball down there.
It's still,
But
it takes me directly out of line of sight for direct fire. So.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, her response was at least, I would say, totally par. Anyways, I mean, I hit her hard. Thank God it wasn't with like, you know, everything all up to fucking like glaive and all that shit. But
I disagree. Should have taken
well,
her out.
I didn't want to. I actually wasn't really sure. Like it was a scary thought because I'm like, I don't know. Like she's not the greatest, but she's kind of gone extreme. So it was really like, what do I do? Well, he's like, well, this is a guy he's a legend we've been looking for, and he's definitely attached to my companions more than the person that we've took on and has been a spoiled shit and kind of separate from us. So, and obviously was hiding stuff. So, she's quite convincing though. Like, she has a way. It's like, so it played out great though. I had fun. It was definitely a heavy info one. Now I have to remember more stuff that I did, like the chamber.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Holy shit. I had a vision.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, and for me, yeah, I mean, it was pretty good session. I do have to agree. I kind of started hand waving a little bit of the just getting from one place to the other in the tower, especially once you knew how to navigate. It's like we don't need to drag it out any further. Once you figured out that you could just bring other people to the guide, once you already have it, then it was just a matter of just like logistically, like just go get someone, bring them to the guide, get them to the thing, and then you can start navigating around. So that I started I just started hand waving it because I'm just like, I'm not gonna make you roll like another 12 times just to get everybody to there. So so that was the one thing. The yeah, but otherwise, I mean, the puzzle played out pretty much as I saw there. I still think it's funny that you haven't been in like 6 of the rooms in the tower at all, just by pure chance. Nobody's rolled them. You keep rolling the same ones over and over. So there's a lot of places you haven't seen in the tower, or in the temple, I should say. But that's okay.
Archie wants to go back.
Yeah, I didn't know, like, even I was thinking about it all week, about Zendala. I'm like, gosh, Blackwind made it there like so fast right off the bat. So I'm like,
I don't know if that was a good or bad thing, because I don't know if it forced the time, like the events to happen.
Yeah,
faster,
it kind of did. Like I was just like, okay, well, here we go, and I wasn't sure how you were gonna react. And I'm like, well, so I thought about it all week. I'm like, okay, what is Zendala gonna say? What is Ryan gonna do? What is Ryan gonna say? Is he gonna help her? Is he gonna help him? Is he gonna try to stay out of it? Is he gonna try to? But when you ran in and you threw the javelin right away, I'm like, oh shit! What if she loses concentration? This is gonna go completely.
I wanted to use Ebola, but
yeah, well,
but yeah, I couldn't reach. But.
Yeah, the range, and that's the other thing I thought about too. I was thinking, I'm like, wait, what happened to the cameras?
Brad left.
Oh, okay. That's fine. Yeah, I was like, well, of all the people who made it there, like, I was like, yeah, you've got ranged weapons, but I was like, man, you're so far back. I knew you had Zephyr Strike. I'm like, well, maybe if he Zephyr Strikes, he can almost make it to her in a round, which isn't too bad. But I didn't realize you had to actually attack first to get the extra speed. You have to actually charge it.
It doesn't usually come up, though. Like, it's usually you're in combat. So, like, this is the only time it's really kind of come up, and I knew about it. So I wasn't exactly sure if I could kind of move it and make it, but I was just out of range.
Yeah. But I was like, okay, and then I was like, well, what if he really goes out and trying to kill her? I'm like, so when you stopped after the first, like, when you crit her, I'm like, okay, yeah, she's gonna toss a fireball at you because that pissed her off, right? But then I was like, okay, but if he doesn't attack next turn, I'm like, I was sitting there going like, well, if he stops attacking her, he's not gonna eat a second fireball and fucking die. Because even at half damage, you had like 8 hit points left. I was like, she could kill you with a fireball, no matter what you rolled. So
I was really surprised about the crit right away. I was like,
so when you kind of stopped after that, and kind of, you even said in character, like, I didn't mean that to be as hard as it was, So she was like, okay, well, help me with this guy, but then you didn't, and then of course Artus broke the consecration because I rolled really well on his second save. So I was like, okay, well, now he's gonna be pissed off and beat on her. And anyways, it went about how I thought it might go, but I was like, there's a very high possibility if this goes the other way, and like you didn't stand down, there was a good chance Zendala could have killed you. Because you can't really survive a couple fireballs to the face, right?
It was definitely an appropriate response because it was like, fuck you.
Yeah. Well, that's what it was. If it wasn't the crit, she probably wouldn't have quickened the fireball. She might have just stopped with the Ray of Frost. But I'm like, no, that would have pissed her off. Like, you almost broke her concentration with that. Yeah. But anyways, overall it was pretty good. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Mesro, there's a lot going on, but maybe we'll see. You can kind of a couple other characters that, we'll see if any of that goes anywhere. We'll see. So yeah, we'll end it here. So thank you very much for watching this episode of Magic Mythal Tomb of Annihilation.